Here in southern England, eastern England, and my name is Don Topley, and today we welcome Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, and together our third voice for his debut here at Chelmsford is Mash St Paddy, who heralds from South London, and he'll be looking forward to joining us in commentary from about 11:30. The stage is set. The two umpires today, David Milnes and Steve O'Shaughnessy, are walking from beneath us out to the middle, and a gentle ripple of applause. But without further ado, I'm going to welcome BBC Hereford and Worcester's Frank Watson to the microphone, because not only am I going to welcome him, he is going to give us an update on the Worcester 11.
Thanks, Don. Good morning to you, and good morning to all listeners. Yeah, Worcestershire have won the toss and chosen to bat here. They make two changes from the side which defeated Kent at New Road last week, and those changes both in the sort of bowling area. Logan van Beek, who was on loan with Worcestershire last season, comes back into the side. James Hartshorn, a fellow Kiwi who made his debut in that game, drops out, and Amar Verdi is in the side, the off-spinner on loan from Surrey, coming into the side. His second appearance for Worcestershire, although he didn't bowl at all in the last game that he played. That was up at Durham. He comes into the side, and Adam Finch drops out. Adam Finch, troubled by a knee injury and needs surgery, and that surgery, I gather, is going to take place fairly soon. So those are the two changes for Worcestershire.
Well, one change to the scorecard for Essex. Jordan Cox has been released by England, so he will take over from Noah Thane. And the scorecard reads for Essex: Dean Elgar, Robin Das opening, Tom Wesley at 3, Matt Critchley 4, Paul Walter 5, Michael Pepper 6. Jordan Cox will replace Noah Thane at some point in the game today, and probably will bat at 4, moving everyone down 1 to Pepper at 7, Harmer at 8, Snater at 9, Cook and Porter at the rear. So a very good morning to one and all, wherever you're listening, abroad, at home, in Worcestershire, maybe in London, maybe metropolitan Essex, but a very, very warm welcome. And listen, Frank, I've laid it on for you. And I warned you with a tweet earlier last week that bring your suntan cream and your sunglasses. We have got 4 days of glorious sunshine.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect, isn't it? I was here yesterday with the players practicing in the afternoon. It was very hot. Jamie Porter to start proceedings with the first ball of the game from the Sir Alistair Cook end here at Chelmsford, the end from which we're commentating our position high over, long on, a perfect view, and Porter's first ball is just defended back up the pitch by Gareth Roderick. 33 today, the Worcestershire wicket-keeper batsman, and hoping that he can celebrate by making a decent contribution with the bat here. Worcestershire having won the toss. The pitch interesting, I think it's fair to say, as Jamie Porter moves in again to bowl to Roderick, and that one is just short of a length, and Roderick plays a good looking forcing back foot shot, but unable to beat Shane Snater, who is quite wide at mid off. 4 slips in place. Talking about the pitch, just looking at it from here, it's bare at the ends and quite green in the middle.
Good toss?
I think a good toss. I don't think Worcestershire will have had much doubt in choosing to bat first, and the reasons for that we might talk about in the next minute or two. Here's Jamie Porter again. Bowls to Roderick, who's just pushing this one up to mid-on, and Tom Wesley, the fielder there, there's no run. It might be that people listening will think, well, you know, first morning, if there's going to be a bit of help, good weather, you want to take advantage and bowl first, but I don't think that's been the case here for Worcestershire. They're thinking they don't want to bat last on this pitch with Simon Harmer in the opposition. And not only Simon Harmer, Matt Critchley as well, of course. Here's Porter again, he's in, bowls, and Roderick has taken on the pad. An appeal, but turned down by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. But good start by Porter, pretty tight in this first few deliveries.
You may recall earlier conversation we had looking at the pitch from afar. I suggested it looked like a 1980s pitch that was slightly shaved at the ends with just a little bit of grass in the middle, but the grass in the middle is keeping the wicket together. It's not going to zip about and seam around.
Porter bowls, Roderick is forward, pushed out on the onside. I think the other thing is, I hasten to add to my observations about the pitch, that talking to the Worcestershire players about it, there's no suggestion from anywhere that there's anything untoward going on. It's just a case of, you prepare a pitch that suits your team and you're trying to get a result, and why wouldn't you? Nobody's calling foul play or anything like that at all. Jamie Porter moving in again. Tidy start from him, and he's right on the mark with this final ball of the first over. Gareth Roderick plays it defensively back up the pitch. A nice tidy maiden from Jamie Porter to start with, but no great alarms for the batsman either in that first over.
Absolutely, it was a good over. What Jamie Porter does so well, and Sam Cook, why they do it so well, if you find a wicket that requires the bowlers to bowl straight, these two are probably percentage-wise the two that you would want, because they naturally bowl so straight. When you face as a batsman Porter and Cook, you just simply don't have many balls to leave because they bowl wicket to wicket. Most of their wickets are sort of bowled or LB, and then if it does move, there may be a nick. And we're going to see Cook's mate, Porter's mate, Sam Cook, now open up from the old Hayes close end. The Graham Gooch end with 3 slips and a gully, and Cook is on his way down the slope. He's bowling nice and straight, and this is clipped by Libby, Jake Libby, who has connected with it beautifully for 4 into square leg. Update.
Essex's Don Toffley is there.
Welcome to all. It's a beautifully calm, hot, sunny day here at Chelmsford, but Essex lost an important toss, I sense. They're in the field. Worcestershire have just collected their first boundary, that from Jake Libby off Sam Cook. It's a used wicket. It is an advantage to bat first today, but Essex have got a lot of hard work ahead of them. And we're in the second over, and Worcestershire, who opted to bat, are 4 without loss.
And commentary continues right now on the BBC Sport website.
There's the update at 11 o'clock. We have updates at 11, 1 and 4 for local radio. Very significant still, cricket within the community. 3 slips and a gully. And there's 2 on the offside, sort of a wide mid-off and backward point, and 2 on the leg side, mid-on and mid-wicket. This time Cook bowls straight. It's played on the front foot by Libby, and there is no run. Now, this is a fixture played at Chelmsford, which is slightly different to other years, because Worcester, when they've been here, we've had them early in the season, and we've seen an awful lot of Jake Libby, both at Chelmsford and at Worcester. My word, he must love playing Essex. Libby facing Cook right arm over. This is an inside edge where he's going to collect a single as it goes down to fine leg. A decent delivery, but the inside edge is always the batsman's, the outside edge is the bowlers.
I think, Don, that innings at Chelmsford on first game of the season 3 years ago, I think, when he batted it was epic, wasn't it?
It was.
I think it is actually the second longest innings in the history of county championship cricket. Seriously.
And he was on the park nearly all the game.
That came up at Canterbury earlier this year when Jack Leaning played a similar innings.
Cook in down the hill. This is driven back to Cook on his follow through. There is no run. I found myself commentating on Libby an awful lot that game, but also I think he scored some decent runs in the reverse fixture down at Worcester.
He's been a magnificent signing for Worcestershire since coming from Notts. Been easily the highest run scorer in the club for the last sort of 4 or 5 years.
And on the circuit.
Indeed, yeah.
Cook in. Bowls. This is driven straight out to mid-off, who parries the ball. Goes behind him, but it doesn't cost his bowling partner any runs. That the fielding was by Shane Snater, and that completes the first 2 overs, one from each end. Cook and Porter and Worcestershire are 5 without loss.
Yeah, just going back to what you said, Don, about Cook and Porter. I mean, 800 wickets between the two of them. They're sort of hunted as a pair, haven't they, for the last 7 or 8 years or so. Jamie Porter been around a little bit longer than Sam Cook, but when people ask me about county cricket and who you see on the circuit and so on, I have to say that there are 2 bowlers here, and I'm not just saying it because it's Essex and I'm here today, but when you look around, how these 2 have not had any kind of international recognition at the, at top level is beyond me, really, because I think in years gone by, I think they definitely would have done. They're both such excellent pros, aren't they? Jamie Porter in now bowls, and this one takes the inside edge and runs out to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Robin Das, and there's no run, but slightly uncertain little prod at that one from Jake Libby. Just the 3 slips in for him. We've got a man at cover point, mid-off. And a man on the drive. Paul Walter's gone into a sort of short mid-wicket on the drive. There is a feeling that Libby occasionally clips the ball aerially in that area.
Essex have done a little bit of homework.
Yeah, they have. I think it's an interesting one. Porter is in again, bowls, and Libby just turns this one beautifully on the leg side. He'll pick up 2 runs down to long leg. Good running. So Worcestershire moving up to 7 without loss. Yeah, they've done a bit of homework. I mean, the analysts are always at it, aren't they, these days? And you'll see different fields set. Libby's often, we've talked about this lots of times, they often target him with the short ball with 2 men back catching deep on the leg side. I've never seen it succeed, and he takes it on. He doesn't seem to mind at all. Oh, well, he'll mind that one because he's left that alone, and it's hit middle stump. So that's a real excellent breakthrough for Jamie Porter, and Jake Libby just, obviously an error of judgment. It's hit middle, and he wasn't playing a shot. It's very, very unusual to see Libby dismissed in that way, but it's a great start for Jamie Porter, and just backing up what I was just saying really about he and Sam Cook as an opening pair. Great start for Essex with that, because Libby, well, Don, you've talked him out in a sense, or we both have, by saying how well he's played against Essex, but these things happen. We haven't got a replay at the moment. I'm just wondering why the monitor's not on.
Sorry, that's my mistake.
It'll be on the
social media
in a minute, and it'll be on any second.
Yeah.
But basically, it's just come on now. Basically, it's a straightest delivery. He's left it alone. It's a really weird one, because he's not lifting his bat well clear. He just seems to have lost it, doesn't he? Very, very strange one. Anyway, he's on his way. He couldn't believe it. He's left it alone. It's hit middle, and Worcestershire are 7 for 1.
Well, we're not in
Kashif
line.
Ali coming out to join Gareth Roderick.
We're not quite in line. We're at tall third man here. We're on the pavilion side, quite high up, and the pitch is probably beyond central. It's towards the netting area of middle, which is traditionally known where our better one-day wickets are. And it does seem to have nipped back perhaps a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a ball he should have played, looking to leave initially. But give credit to Porter, who's got himself a few wickets since he's come back into the ODI one-day side here. And we'll talk about it in a minute, perhaps towards the end of this particular spell of bowling. But about Porter and Cook and English cricket and Josh Hull being given the opportunity in front of them.
Porter into Kashif Ali, who's off the mark off his first ball, just clipping this nicely through mid-wicket. Timed it quite well, just pierced the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. So 2 runs to Kashif, he's away. But just watching the replay, error of judgment from Jake Libby. It happens, not very often to him, but it does happen. He's just misread it, thought he could leave it. It nipped back quite sharply, actually, pitched outside off and just hit the top of middle and off really. So great start for Jamie Porter. Disappointing start for Worcestershire after winning the toss. Kashif Ali waits now as Porter is in, and he lets that one go outside the off stump. And again, movement back towards the right-hander, more after it had passed the stumps really. Keeper taking it, moving away to his left. We are asked during this game, Don, to mention that you can now, I mean, whether it matters to people that are listening now or watching the stream, or maybe at a different time it will, but you can now get our commentaries via your smart speaker. Most smart speakers. So you have to say a sort of specific phrase, which I'll mention now after this ball from Porter, who bowls, and Kashif drives up to mid-on. No run, end of the second over, and Worcestershire are 9 for 1. Yeah, if you say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Essex versus Worcestershire day 1, or Kent versus Surrey day 3, or whatever it is, you have to say the day, then it should respond appropriately. It's another one of those things that will just take time to get to know. But if you say to your smart speaker, ask BBC Sounds to play Essex v Worcestershire day 1, you should get straight into our commentary.
Gosh, that's fantastic. We hope you're enjoying the commentary, albeit just the 3 overs. 9 for 1. Smart speaker. As an old retired schoolmaster, that would be my nickname for you. There's an LBW shout, and I was interested. Sam Cook was interested, and so was the umpire, the tall David Milnes. He was interested, and Sam Cook gets his man. It looked right to me, up hit tall third man, and I have to say it looked fairly adjacent, playing across it. He looked as if he's planted his feet, and Essex, in the space of a few balls, have got 2 wickets. It was 7 for none, 9 for 1, and now 9 for 2.
Yeah, and Gareth Rudrick on his birthday, he's 33 today, has had to go. First ball of the 4th over, and a great start for Essex. Just if you lose the toss and the other team chooses to bat, you just want to make them regret it in the first hour or so, and that certainly looks like being the case. Just
was that a duck on his birthday?
Yeah, duck on his birthday.
Sorry, matey.
Never mind. He's pretty,
Worcestershire fans.
He's pretty phlegmatic about it, I think. Gareth Roderick. He'll just get on with it. He's had a good season. He's played every ball of every game this season.
Has he?
Which is quite something, isn't it? For a keeper batter, opening the batting as well.
He came across from Gloucestershire.
Yeah,
how long ago?
4 years, but the first year struggled really to in all sorts of ways really.
Who was keeping for Worcestershire back then?
Ben Cox.
Yeah.
But he's become an absolutely key man, and Ben Cox now, of course, has departed to Leicestershire.
Yep.
The new man, talking of arrivals, is Rob Jones, who came from Lancashire.
Yes, I remember him up there.
And he has been in and out of form, shall we say. I don't think he feels he's ever been really out of form, but
Cook on his way in. He's got a leg slip. This time he's bowled nice and straight. Jones comes forward, just pushes in to the onside.
Yeah, just to finish that. Sorry, Don. I don't think he struggled a little bit for scores. Got 49 against Kent last week in that important game. Hasn't got 100 in red ball cricket for Worcestershire. A couple of decent performances, but he's never felt that he's really been out of form. He's just felt that he's been, missing out on the big score.
Do you quiz him on that, or
sometimes we?
Is it a mental thing?
I don't think so, really. I think
3 slips and a leg slip and a play and a miss, just outside off stump.
I think if he's had a run of low scores, and I've talked to him about it, and he's actually said, I don't really feel I'm playing badly. No. I just feel like I need a break or whatever. Yeah. That's been the kind of attitude, I think. But he's a great fielder, and he's a great contributor in many ways to the sort of team in the dressing room and so on. So
is he a Mancunian?
Important part of the team. He's a Lancastrian, not actually from the city of Manchester, I don't think.
Cook on his way in, slips it down. This time nice and straight. It's respected by Jones, back up to mid-on, and that is a dot ball. Decent delivery Every ball this over by Cook is on the money. Playing a miss just outside off. Porter equally at the other end. Both guys have got a wicket each, but they are both bowling. And people sort of not give me stick, but I often contribute and say how straight they bowl compared to other opening attacks, and they really do. There may not be the pace, but there's accuracy, and this is a little too accurate because it's bowled down the leg side, and Jones gets a nick on to down the leg side where he takes a single sensible shot. They move to, is it 9 or 10? You've got to remember at MASH, to our third voice today, who's making his debut at Chelmsford, the scoreboards here at Chelmsford move very slowly. It's the last job of the scorer. Now, some grounds you go to and they rack it up quickly. They do, but at Chelmsford it is really slow. Cook in, outside off stump, the first ball that's been left alone but off Cook, through to the keeper, and that concludes 10 for 2 off the fourth over of this 4-day game here at Chelmsford between Essex, the hosts, and Worcestershire. My name's Don Topley, and we have Frank Watson, and we also have, making his debut, Mash St Patrick, who will join us at 11:30.
And you can get in touch with us if you'd like to. Don's got all the details of how to get in touch.
Right, if you're on email, you can contact us here at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, and then we have Frank Watson on Twitter, Frank Watson 58. Mash is at Mash Saint Paddy. What a cool name that is. And mine is Toppers SNR, Toppers Senior. We would love you to get in touch to talk about England, Cox coming back, Porter, Cook, Josh Hull.
Porter to Jones, and Jones is gone, caught behind, turning into a disastrous start for Worcestershire. Full length delivery from Porter, outside off stump. A kind of push at it from Rob Jones. Didn't look entirely comfortable even in that first few deliveries, and he is gone. And a cracking start now for Essex, just pushing at that one outside off stump. Rob Jones turned round a little bit as well, and the outside edge goes through low and easily picked up by Michael Pepper behind the stump. So Worcestershire now in disarray, really. 10 for 3 with Rob Jones gone for just 1. The 2 men out previously, Libby for 7 and Roderick for 0. Outstanding start by the Essex seam twins. Jamie Porter and Sam Cook have accounted for 3 wickets in the space of just, 4 overs and 1 ball since Worcestershire won the toss, and it's a tough time for Adam Hose to come out to join Kashif Ali.
I was talking to Joe Leach earlier this morning and talking about his recent comeback from injury. Got wickets last week in that important game against Kent at Worcester. But Joe Leach I've known from the age of 10 and 11. And if it's all right with you, sir, I'm just going to say a very, very good morning to his grandparents, Jeff and Hilda Leach. And I think I can't remember where they're living these days, but nonetheless, Jeff and Hilda, the grandparents of Joe, and indeed Stephen Lynch, who played on the Worcestershire, Staffordshire academies over the years. A very good morning to you from Don Topley, as we see Worcestershire. Well, Joe might have to think about putting his whites and pads on
pretty soon. Jamie Porter wreaking havoc, bowls, and Adam Hose is forward to that one and pushes it out on the offside. Just having a look at the last 2 wickets here, and they are, very, very decent deliveries. Just watching the dismissal of Jones again now, and I think he had to play, just get kind of chest on and pushes at it, but good delivery. Asking a lot of questions, these two at the moment. Adam Hose, tough time to come in. Waits, and he is gone too, pushing at that one from Jamie Porter, nipped away off the seam this one, And Worcestershire are in desperate trouble now. They won the toss and chose to bat. We're in only the 5th over, and with Adam Hose giving Michael Pepper a second catch of the over, Worcestershire are 10 for 4, and Jamie Porter has picked up his 3rd wicket of the morning, and a fantastic start for Essex. I was in the hotel this morning having breakfast, and quite a few of the players around in their kit, and one of the waitresses said, "Are you playing against Essex today?" And I said yes, and she said, "Will Jamie Porter be playing?" And I said, "Unfortunately." It's turned out very much to be the case. She was a friend of the family, and they'll be celebrating. Great start. Going back to Joe Leach's grandparents, they will definitely be listening, Don. They never miss a ball.
Can I tell you how I know them?
Yeah.
Obviously, I have a son who played cricket against both of Stephen and Joe.
Yeah.
And they played in the minor counties cricket festivals back in the day, and I got to meet them regularly over a couple of years, as Staffordshire used to come down every year. And it was a great festival, and just recently I celebrated my 24th year of the minor counties cricket festivals at the RHS in Suffolk, and we were blessed once again with tremendous weather. I think we lost the best part of 20 minutes, and we had to bring in some covers, and because we brought in 6, we needed them for 20 minutes. They got unravelled and put out for 20 minutes, but they were great times when you took your offspring or grandchildren to those festivals, when you have your annual summer holiday at a cricket festival, and then you go off and enjoy the local hostelries and hotels and bed and breakfast, and you explore the surroundings. They were great days, so a very warm welcome to Jeff and Hilda.
Yeah, definitely listening. Jamie Porter in to D'Oliveira, who
came down the wicket,
pushes this one. Yeah, well, I can understand that to an extent. You've got to try and do something, haven't you, to stop the rot, to try and disturb Jamie Porter's rhythm. He's settled in so perfectly and picked up these 3 early wickets. And Brett D'Oliveira, Adam Hose would have done it if he'd stayed a bit longer. He's regularly known to do that, to just move his feet, not charge down the wicket, just take a step or two and then settle again and try and disturb the bowler's length. This time D'Oliveira takes a step back into the crease and plays defensively out on the onside.
Looking to play very late there, isn't he? He took he's a small fella, but he took quite a large step back and then waited for the ball. And obviously, I think it just nipped back, and he just played it into
off
the leg
pitch,
side.
Almost like you'd play an off spinner off the pitch, I suppose.
Being particularly watchful. There's no snakes or venom in this pitch. It's just good new ball bowling at the moment.
Yeah, and remember, everybody, as Porter bowls, that it's left alone outside the off stump. End of an excellent 5th over of the innings from Jamie Porter. 3 overs, 1 maiden. 3 overs, 2 maidens now, I think. 3 for 4. How about that? And just going back to the Joe Leach thing before we leave it, it's Joe's testimonial this year. I'm the chair of the testimonial. That's why I've seen quite a lot of Steve, who's been helping out at quite a few events, and the grandparents and Joe's mum as well have been to a lot of events, so it's been great. There are still lots of events coming up. If you'd like to get involved, I say it every day, Google Joe Leach testimonial and you'll get all details. We've got an unbelievable night at Lord's in November. 3 former England captains on the list of speakers. Do have a look.
Cook on his way in, 3 slips and a leg slip in, driven powerfully by Kashif Ali, who has driven a half volley back past Cook all the way up to the long off boundary. Super shot by Ali, and he's collected his first boundary. It must be said, Frank, you're a stalwart of county cricket. I am too, but for me, somebody like Joe Leach is why testimonials benefits exist. They weren't really, despite being taken over by the internationals. Joe Leach is the man that benefits were designed for. Cook comes in, he bowls he doesn't bowl it quite as full, it's driven back, but he's had to play with higher hands because the ball was bounced a little bit more. But it was a good ball, but it was equally well played by Ali. No run.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the landscape's changed a lot since you played, Don, in terms of benefits and the massive sums that some players managed to get because they were uncertain about their futures, and you know, the world after cricket was a scary place.
This is played off the back foot into the offside, no run.
But it's not necessarily the case these days. I think a lot of players, they transition out of the game is different, and Joe, you know, is somebody who is got, I think, a reasonably bright future. He doesn't know exactly where it will go yet, and they're not getting vast sums of money to help them, but anything that we can do just to make that transition easier for a player who's dedicated over a decade of his life to a county is much appreciated, I think.
Cook at the crease, bowls. Ali gets an edge, he plays it down. There's a dive of third slip, but it doesn't stop the ball. It's actually played quite nicely by Ali, who will collect 4 runs as it's gone down to third man, which is where we are commentating from. The river stand at the top, which is adjacent to the Tom Pearce stand, and then you go around to the marquee, woodland marquee, together with the pavilion. And it really is, we're bathed in beautiful sunshine. Well, is it going to be sunshine for Worcestershire? They're 18 for 4, and the leg slip has moved into 4th slip for Ali, and this time it's played into the leg side. That's a good looking shot off his hips. It goes to wide of mid wicket. They take a single. Das does the fielding at mid wicket, and they've moved to 19 for 4.
Yeah, which is not where they would have wanted to be when the coin came down in Brett D'Oliveira's favour this morning, but I still think it's the right decision to make to bat first, given that they don't want to bat last on a pitch that is helping Simon Harmer, and this pitch is bare at both ends, greenish in the middle. They knew it was going to be tough early on. It's just been outstanding bowling. I don't think there's any great blame attached to anybody. Jake Libby, obviously an error of judgment, not playing a shot.
Cook in, outside off stump, left alone. It bounces with Cook's height, goes through to the keeper to conclude the 6th over. 3 from each end, and Worcestershire are 19 for 4. They're in a bit of a mess, but they're going to have to work hard. And the 2 guys at the crease, we're looking at Kashif Ali, who's on 11, and Brett D'Oliveira, who's captain today, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's on 0 not out, so he's going to have to rescue his side. And further on in the batting lineup, we are going to see after him Ethan Brooks, Tom Taylor, Joe Leach will bat probably next. Will he? Do you think?
No. Ethan Brooks will bat next, I think.
Okay.
Tom Taylor probably. Joe Leach probably bat 9, I think.
Logan Van Beek is a Kiwi, isn't he?
He might bat 10. He might bat 9 or 10.
Logan Van Beek?
Yeah, Kiwi of sort of Dutch, Netherlands international. Played domestic cricket in New Zealand for Wellington. This one just played up to mid-on by Kashif, as does Nathan Smith, who was our overseas player, who would still be here had it not been for an injury. He made a fantastic contribution in the first part of the season.
Is he a top wicket taker?
Yeah.
Done well, big heart.
Yeah, really good. Top wicket taker in the Plunket Shield last winter in New Zealand, and was doing very well for Worcestershire, but sadly tore a hamstring and has had to go home. This next one is over pitch from Jamie Porter and driven, not quite a full half volley, attractive shot driven down the ground from Kashif Ali. Kashif Ali moves to 15. He's a very exciting player, Kashif Ali. I'm not going to talk him up too much because that's always a danger. We got 200s in the opening championship game of the season at Warwickshire, and sort of announced himself really. Had a little bit of time out of the game with 1 or 2 mental health problems earlier in the season, but he's come back in, and he's an attractive player to watch. That was a lovely shot. And Porter is in again, and that's 4 more, albeit inadvertently this time, because he's completely done by this one. On the back foot, a sort of jabbing defensive shot and outside edge past the slips down to third man, but he's that kind of player, Kashif. He's on 19 now, and he's only faced 12 deliveries. And when you think of the game situation, which is that Worcestershire are 27 for 4, that's just indicative of the way that he plays. If he stays in, the scoreboard will keep ticking over. Porter is in again, too many balls, and that's another solid shot from Kashif, pushed out into the covers. Snater moves round to his left at mid-off, and they take a single. So Kashif has moved on to 20, which, given that Worcestershire are 27 for 4, is a significant contribution. But he's an exciting young player, product of the South Asian Cricket Academy product, the first player.
Where does he come from?
He's from Luton originally, but he's played quite a lot of cricket in Pakistan as well. Porter is in now to bowl, and D'Oliveira is off the mark, albeit squared up by one that just takes the outside edge. He just dropped it with soft hands on the offside, and they go through for a single. South Asian Cricket Academy, the first of their sort of products to be given a full contract. I'm going to sneeze, excuse me. And he's done really well, and there are 2 or 3 others now beginning to make their mark in various places around the country. It's a wonderful initiative. Porter in again, bowls, and Kashif is forward, pushing out on the offside. Came into the white ball side last year, did really well, and got an opportunity in red ball cricket this year, and has taken it with both hands, really. End of the over from Jamie Porter. Worcestershire 28 for 4 off 7, and I think we're going to have a change after one more over.
Kashif Ali, for me, just watching him, just analysing him, he has a particularly high backlift right-hander. I mean, we can go back to somebody like, I'm not suggesting there's a comparison with Brian Lara, but Brian Lara had a lot more movement in his backlift.
He did.
But Kashif Ali has a very high, in his setup, he waits, and it is extraordinarily high. And it goes up vertical behind him as Cook is in. 4 slips waiting. This is almost going back from an inside edge onto his stumps.
There's something else, Don, about Kashif.
Good play there from D'Oliveira to watch the ball and prevent it going back to his stumps.
People will have heard me say this before if they're regular Worcestershire listeners. Kashif's grip is extraordinary. I've never seen anything like it. His right hand is so far around the handle on the bottom that you would not believe that he could play on the offside. You'd think it's a great advantage to play on the leg side, but he has some sort of extra kind of movement in his right elbow.
Does he? There's an LBW shout. I'm not so keen on that one, and nor is the umpire. It looked comprehensively a good shout in terms of effort and enthusiasm, but the umpire's decided not out.
So he's got his right hand a long way around. It's not good radio, as I'm demonstrating to John where his hand is. It's
he's
right
demonstrating it on a bottle of water.
But he's still able to play through the offside with the full face of the bat, and makes him very quick to pick anything up on those. So when he stands with that bat up like that, it's a very, very unusual setup.
Cook in, right arm over the wicket, good delivery, which is forced out into the offside, and there is no run. Interestingly, we all think of Asians do often frequently have a very strong bottom hand. You know, wherever you come from, they always have thought about it, where perhaps Europeans probably like to play straighter with a longer leg and straighter back, playing straight. But interesting that his backlift is particularly high. This time D'Oliveira comes down the wicket, he shimmins down and just drives it back to Cook, and indeed Shane Snater at mid-off, where they both challenge each other who's going to pick the ball up. Yeah, interesting that. I would love. I might come in early tomorrow.
Yeah, I was going to say.
If he's in the nets, I'd like to see him.
It's
close
really
up.
interesting. It's really interesting.
I like to analyse techniques, setups, but his bat lift. When we get an opportunity to see him again, because D'Oliveira is facing at the moment, 4 slips waiting. This is driven into the gap. That's going to run away quickly across this lightning fast outfield towards the pavilion, and that's gone for the longest part of the boundary for a cracking shot for 4. Well played, Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah, it's I'm like you. I like to, if I get the chance to go out and watch the guys in the nets and just have a look at them. Some of them I've known for a long time, like Brett D'Oliveira, who played at a club where I coached, and I've seen quite a lot of him close up. But when someone like Kashif comes along, it's always interesting. And there's always little nuances and differences, aren't there, about everybody?
Well, I'm going to tell you a little story in a minute, if I may. Cook in, bowls, comes down the wicket again, advances down, plays into the leg side, takes a quick single. Smart cricket there from the captain, Brett D'Oliveira. End of the over, 34 for 4. And D'Oliveira's looked nice at the moment there, moving around the crease and coming down and advancing to the bowler. Well, he's there on 5 not out and will face the gentleman I was going to talk to. Just one little story here, just a quick one. Mike Brearley, when I was on the ground staff at Lords, and he was brilliant to me, and I used to ask lots of questions, and he was a people person. He was a great captain as well. But the most magnificent thing for me was when I talked to him about batting, and as a young cricketer bowling him in the nets, as an MCC young cricketer, I was mesmerised that he used to say, well, gradually as I get into my innings, I turn my top hand around, so when I start the innings I'm just looking to push drive gently, and then later in the innings I turn it around where I can play a full flowed drive. And as a 16, 17 year old, I was captivated by that. I couldn't believe that someone such, okay, he wasn't a great, but he was a distinguished opening batsman.
Wasn't a bad player.
That I didn't realise that kind of thing went on. Listen, you take over, and we'll welcome for his debut, Mash St Patrick.
Thanks to Don Topley. I will take over. Shane Snater is taking over as well from Jamie Porter at the Sir Alistair Cook end. His first ball to D'Oliveira is pushed out on the offside, and there's no addition to the score. D'Oliveira on 6, Kashif Ali on 20. Worcestershire still shell-shocked a little bit, having won the toss by the loss of the 4 early wickets, 3 of them to Jamie Porter, 1 to Sam Cook, and basically just proper good old-fashioned seam bowling from the Essex pair. Snater in again now, bowls, and D'Oliveira lets that one go outside the off stump, and there's no addition. So good morning to you, Mash, great to have you with us, and a shocking start for Worcestershire. I don't mean shocking as in bad play, I mean shocking as in probably not what they expected.
Yeah, I was sitting at the back of the booth here wondering if the game was going to be over before I even got on to commentate.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that I talking to quite a few of the players and coaches and so on of Worcestershire last night and this morning, that there's nobody going to be terribly surprised by what's happened, and I'll explain why in a minute as Snater comes in and bowls. That one a little bit short and wide, and D'Oliveira leaves it alone, and that is because they looked at the pitch yesterday when they came. They saw green in the middle, bare at the ends, and they thought, well, we don't want to bat last on it, but there was a feeling that at least one of the innings in this game might progress quite quickly, and it would probably be, I would guess, the first or the last, you would be saying, because it was a bit of a gamble to win the toss and bowl, in the sense that if there is going to be any help around with the Kookaburra, it'd probably be early on, but perhaps they didn't, or they would certainly have hoped they wouldn't have lost 4 in quick succession. D'Oliveira was able to leave this one from Snater, which is quite wide outside the off stump. He hasn't quite got the radar right yet, Snater, but Jamie Porter and Sam Cook did. Very, very quick, straight onto the money. Porter's first over was a maiden, made Roderick play, I think, at every ball in that first over, and Cook was equally accurate from the Graham Gooch end. As Snater moves away from us again, number 29 on his back, right arm over, bowls to D'Oliveira, who's on the walk and playing this one down defensively on the onside. Paul Walter is the fielder. If you're just joining us then, Worcestershire winning the toss have lost Gareth Roderick, LBW to Sam Cook without scoring. Jake Libby bowled by Jamie Porter, offering no stroke for 7. Rob Jones caught behind by Michael Pepper off Porter for 1, and Adam Hose going in the same way without scoring. At that stage it was 10 for 4. Break off of Snater bowls, and D'Oliveira drives firmly through the offside. Won't go all the way, but they will get 3 as it's flicked back inside the rope. Good running, and a positive shot from D'Oliveira to take him on to 9. Kashif Ali is on 20. He's the one bright spot really in the innings so far, and Worcestershire at the end of Snater's first over, the 9th of the innings, are 37 for 4.
Yeah, just kind of continuing from that point you were making there, that in many ways probably Essex weren't unhappy, I should say, to lose the toss, because based on your kind of description of what the feeling was overnight and this morning, sometimes it's good to not have to make the decision.
Yeah.
And obviously Essex have taken full advantage of what, in hindsight, Worcestershire may feel maybe we should have had a
you'd
ball
lose
first.
that toss and you'd go in and maybe be disappointed, but you'd say, well, let's make the most of this first hour, and they've certainly done that, haven't they?
So Sam Cook will continue from the Graham Gooch end. His first ball is left alone outside the off stump. So would you say that, sorry, I should mention that Brett D'Oliveira is on strike, but you just got to kind of, I think, when you're in these kind of situations where quick wickets have kind of come and gone in the first 10 overs, you've just got to kind of set a target of, right, let's get to lunch and I think they often talk about small goals. I don't think they'll be even thinking that far ahead. Maybe get through this spell.
Yeah, see off the new ball, as it were.
Cook in again to Oliveira, and again shouts of ooh and ah.
But I think the other thing these days that you get, I mean, there was a time, I think, where a pair would get together here and say, look, let's just make sure we don't lose another wicket for the next 5 overs. But these days, I think it tends to be much more, the best way to respond here is to try in some way to put a little bit of pressure back onto the bowler. So nothing daft, but use your feet maybe to disturb the line. Make sure you don't miss out if they do bowl a bad one.
This time D'Oliveira rides the bounce and pushes that out into the offside for a quick scampered one. There brings Kashif Ali back onto strike, and
run positively so that the strike rotates. Yeah,
and I think you've seen, Brett in the previous over, and certainly Kashif has done it. They've advanced down the wicket to a few deliveries, try to negate that kind of full delivery, because a few of the batters who I was watching from the back of the booth seem to be trapped in their crease. And don't get me wrong, good deliveries, but
yeah, I think Hose and Jones just didn't even have time to get in at all, did they?
Cook in again and defended by Kashif Ali, and Cook fields on the follow through, no run.
Yeah, I think D'Oliveira certainly. Hose, if he'd have stayed in for even a few balls, would have started to move his feet to try and disturb the bowlers. You just don't want to let the bowler just settle into a nice, easy rhythm. You've got to make him think a little bit about changing his length. But it's small goals, isn't it? Maybe now they'd just be saying, well, let's just see if we can get through the next 5 overs and then take it from there.
Cook in once more to Kashif Ali, and again defended by Kashif Ali. Down to mid-off, there'll be no run there.
I mean, the seam on the Kookaburra, as we know, is nowhere near as proud as the seam on the Duke. I haven't played that much cricket with Kookaburras, but I've played a little bit. I know that after the first 20 overs or so, you would expect seam movement to be less. They do swing a little bit, but a bit of sunshine on the pitch as well will just presumably take away the edge of that green patch.
This one's pushed out to point by Kashif Ali, and there's no run there, and that brings an end to Sam Cook's over. Worcestershire are 38 38 for 4. I'm mindful of the fact that Toppers did remind me that the scoreboard will not move quickly.
Yeah.
So I had to hesitate before I took it for granted.
Yeah.
But 38 for 4, Kashif Ali on 20 and Brett D'Oliveira on 10.
We'll be used to it after an hour or two, won't we? Just every ground you go to, I think, is different. You were talking about being at Merchant Taylors at Northwood and that being an outground as well. I think they take in the big mobile digital scoreboard, but every ground you go to, it takes a while. Where was I the other? I was somewhere the other day. It was so quick. It was the runs were going on almost before they'd been completed, and that caught us out as well. But you have to get used to it. Here's Snater anyway, moving away from us, from the Alistair Cook end, bowls right arm over the wicket to D'Oliveira, pushes out on the offside. That's another aspect of what we were talking about. The batsman stealing a single there as that one's pushed up to mid-off. Could easily have just settled for having survived that one, but D'Oliveira always looking for the opportunity to keep the strike rotating, and he manages to do so there. So the score goes on to 39 for 4. He's on 11. Just looking at what's happening elsewhere to see if I can make Worcestershire listeners feel a bit happier by saying that there are one or two other wickets going down. Snater in bowls, and forward comes Kashif, plays up to mid-on. So at Taunton, Somerset are playing Durham, and the home side are 50 for 2 after choosing to bat. Kent at Edgbaston, put in by Warwickshire, are 44 for 3 after 10 overs. So struggle for Kent, the bottom side. At Hove, Sussex are playing Derbyshire. Decent start for Sussex, 56 without loss off 10. Yorkshire have also started well after choosing to bat. This is a glorious shot, probably the best shot of the day from Kashif Ali. Over pitch from Shane Snater, half volley, and absolutely gloriously driven through the covers by Kashif. Superb shot, down on one knee, and a real flourish. Beautiful boundary for Kashif. Takes the total on to 43, and he goes on to 24. Yorkshire, as I say, won the toss and chose to bat at Headingley against Middlesex, 52 without loss. Snater is in again. Kashif plays up to mid-on this time, no run. And Gloucestershire in a bit of trouble as well. At Bristol, they've been put into bat by Northampton. They're 31 for 3. And Leicestershire have lost a couple of early wickets at Sophia Gardens against Cardiff, where they were put in. They're 34 for 2. And at Trentbridge, Surrey, the leaders, the big boys, 28 for 1 against Notts, having chosen to bat. Snater in again to Kashif, bowls, and Kashif is forward, pushing out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Finally, one game at Old Trafford, Hampshire, put into bat by Lancashire, and they are 25 for 1. So only a couple of games where wickets haven't fallen, but 4 here is the top score. Top wicket takers this morning are Essex and Jamie Porter, with 3 of them. Started particularly well. Worcestershire trying to recover. 3 slips still in place as Snater is in and bowls, and Kashif is immaculately forward to that one and pushes it out on the offside. No ball is signalled by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy.
I heard you speaking.
There'll be a couple more onto the score.
Earlier on, you were speaking to Toppers about Kashif Ali. What do you think was the key difference, though, for him to, I guess, find his true self and his true form?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I can give a definitive answer. Snater in again, bowls, and Kashif is slightly turned around by this. Plays it back to the bowler. End of the over. At the end of that over, Worcestershire are 45 for 4. I think it was the opportunity that he needed. He trialled 6 or 7 counties, I think, played all over the place, bit of minor counties. I think Kadir Ali, Moeen's brother, who is Worcestershire's batting coach, really believed in him and pushed his cause, and he came into the white ball side. His fielding was way off what was required at that point, and that's what he's had to work really hard on that. But he struck the ball beautifully in a couple of T20s and the One Day Cup, last year, and I think when faith was shown in him and he was given a full-time professional contract, I think that really helped him to believe that he belonged, and it's been exciting. This is an interesting bowling change.
Yeah, so Jamie Porter has replaced Sam Cook at the Graham Gooch end. Of course, in his first spell, Porter took 3 in his first spell, bowling from the Alistair Cook end. So we'll see how Jamie goes on here. And he's in, first ball of this over, and traps De Oliveira in front, but there's no dice there. Umpire's not interested. I need to see that replayed, see if it was, I want to say, going down leg, but our view is kind of different here.
Looked a decent, looked a good shout. Looked a good shout.
I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt to Brett there and say that was going down leg.
Well, I'm not going to argue.
Porter in again to Brett De Oliveira. And this time De Oliveira advances 2 steps, 2 paces, as it were, down the track, and blunts that with his bat for no run.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue, because I think Worcestershire need all the help they can get at the moment, but it was worth a shout, let's put it that way, I think.
Yeah, I'm looking at that tinge of green in the centre of the track.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit more than the tinge.
Yeah, yeah. Pause for in again to De Oliveira. This is defended or pushed down to mid-on, no run.
I've just been told by my old friend John Curtis, who is Worcestershire's stats man in many ways, guru of the press box at New Road, not here for this one but watching the stream and listening, and he says Kashif is playing first class cricket again in Pakistan this winter for Ghani Glass in the President's Trophy. So he's trying to make up for lost time, having made it into the first class game. He wants to play as much as he can.
Advance down the track again from Brett Oliver and pushes that into leg sides. Not fielded well there, but they scam through for one. They would have done anyway. But again, looking to be busy where the runs are available. And in the grand scheme of things, I mean, this partnership is 35 runs, which, given the disarray Worcestershire were in, losing their first 4 wickets for 10, represents something of a recovery. Porter into Ali and bowls him! Bowls him! It looks like Ali wanted to cut off the back foot, and it's gone straight through him. Jamie Porter picks up his 4th wicket. Kashif Ali's going to have to walk for 24. I think he'll rue that stroke there.
Yeah, he's dragged it on, hasn't he?
It's actually a drag on.
Yeah.
It's actually a drag on. I thought he'd gone straight through, but it's the bottom edge onto his stumps. I'm sure Kashif will say the ball was there to be cut, but he's actually bottom edged it onto his stumps, and Worcestershire are 46 for 5. Jamie Porter has his 4th. Essex well on top.
Yeah, well, that's a blow for Worcestershire, because there was something of a recovery being built, and Kashif had led the way, 24 off just 23 balls. He's that kind of player, but looking maybe to force one just a little bit too firmly, a little bit loose, and the bottom edge unlucky, you have to say, because it can bounce down past the stumps and it can go anywhere. But Jamie Porter is a force this morning, and what a clever bowling change that has been to bring him on at the opposite end. And having picked up 3 from the Alistair Cook end, he's now picked up 1 from the Graham Gooch end, and it looks like Jamie Porter's day, doesn't it? He's made a fantastic start. And his figures, what are they? 4 for 15.
Overs, 4 for 15.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. He sent back Libby, offering no stroke, for 7. Jones caught behind for 1. Hose caught behind without scoring, and now Kashif bowled for 24. And for good measure, Sam Cook nipped in to dismiss Gareth Roderick, LBW, without scoring. Ethan Brooks is the new batsman. Probably a player that many Essex supporters won't have seen before. Ethan Brooks, recruited from Warwickshire, where he had limited opportunity. He's had a made a really brilliant start at Worcestershire in the white ball competitions, both of them.
So Porter will come into Brooks here, first ball of the over, and that's defended. Sorry, last ball of the over, and that's defended by Brooks out into the leg side. And that brings an end to another successful over by Jamie Porter. 4 wickets for 15 runs this morning. He's only bowled 5 overs and he's absolutely dismantled the Worcestershire top order. Worcestershire 46 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely top stuff from Jamie Porter. Just going back to Ethan Brooks, done well in the white ball game. Question, very limited experience. I played only just a few red ball games in his first class career, so it's definitely an opportunity is being offered to the young man to become a player in all formats. It's whether his technique is sufficiently good to bat 6 in the middle order in a red ball side is the question. Everybody hopes that he'll come through it. A great opportunity for him today, but in very, very testing circumstances. Keeper standing up now to stop D'Oliveira using his feet as Snater is in and bowls, and he just works this one away off his pads on the leg side and just picks up a single as Robin Dast does the fielding, moving around from mid-wicket. So now we'll have a look at Ethan Brooks, who his brother Henry plays for Middlesex, as you probably know, and left Edgbaston at the same time over the winter, ending a long association for the Brooks family with the Warwickshire club. But Ethan feeling that he would have more opportunity at New Road, and indeed I think that's probably the case. Warwickshire with rather more in the way of numbers in their squad than Worcestershire. Brooks, who was in the same year group coming through at Warwickshire as Dan Mousley, who's recently got into the England white ball setup, as this one from Snater is pushed out on the offside. And there's no run, so 47 for 5. But, you know, it's one of those situations where a player might look back 10 years later and say, well, you know, I got my chance when we were in deep trouble at Chelmsford and I went out and hung around for a while. Maybe that's how careers are formed. Snater is in and bowls, and Brooks drives very nicely straight down the ground. Not a full-blooded drive, more of a push, but it's a rapid outfield, pulled up just inside the rope, and they go through for 3. But Jordan Cox has actually arrived. He's out on the field, presumably, as he slid and pulled that one back. No, it's Sam Cook, I beg your pardon. I was reading the number on his shirt and I thought, hang on, he can't have got here that quickly. Sam Cook, good athleticism from a bowler, isn't it? He's had his first spell. I dare say we'll see him again shortly. He only bowled 5 this morning. 3 then to Brooks. D'Oliveira on strike again, so the keeper takes off his cap, puts his helmet back on and comes back up to the stumps to try and stop D'Oliveira from moving around.
I do wonder how the England release works. Do you have to wait till the morning of the test match and when the team is announced before you can release something? You would have thought they would have known overnight.
Yeah, I think certainly the feeling in the Worcestershire camp this morning was that it wouldn't be long before he arrived. I think they knew he was going to be showing up at some point. Snater in, bowls, and D'Oliveira is pushing forward, plays out on the onside, and there's no run. And I think Don got an email a few minutes ago from a listener who said, you know, in another way, it makes it not a bad toss to lose for Essex, because it means that they've got time to get Jordan Cox here to take his place in the batting lineup. I wonder about it, and I even wonder sometimes whether it's right, really, that you can be in one squad and then flown in, as it were. Snater in, bowls. D'Oliveira plays back up the pitch, and there's no run. Decent over from Snater, but he hasn't quite as yet offered the threat that the other 2 have done. Bowling figures so far: Jamie Porter 5 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 15. Sam Cook 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21, and Shane Snater now 3 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 14. Worcestershire in real trouble, but they have brought the 50 up there. 50 for 5. Dolabera is 13. Brooks is 3. And I'll leave you with Mash and make way for the return of Don Topley.
Indeed, Jamie Porter will continue from the Graham Gooch end. Ethan Brooks on strike. And he pushes at that one out. Or sorry, down to mid-off. No run there. Jamie Porter is just in one of those spells of bowling where every ball is going exactly where he wants it to go. No let-up pressure whatsoever in the 5 overs or 5 overs and 1 ball that he has bowled thus far. I do wonder if Essex will consider letting Sam Cook bowl from the Sir Alistair Cook end, given that they've swapped Jamie Porter to the Graham Gooch end, but we shall see. As Don Topley joins me. Porter in again to Brooks, and Brooks pushes that back down to Porter, who fields off his own bowling. No run. So Worcestershire 50 for 5 after 13 overs. Bit of a torrid morning for them. But Essex still have title aspirations, so they'll be ecstatic, Mr. Topley.
Good morning, Mash. Welcome to Chelmsford.
Indeed. Jamie Porter in again to Brooks, and this one rises a bit on Brooks. Kind of dabs that down to the leg side. There's no run.
One of the sunniest counties of England. Did you know that?
That's why I've got my sunglasses with me this morning. I did look at the weather forecast before I left, and it said 21. I was like, oh, should I take a jacket or anything? But no, it's resplendent.
Right, a little bit of inside knowledge here. Are you ready for this? Sadly, on a day like today, beautiful, sunny, warm, our TV will overheat.
Ah, okay.
That's normal.
Porter to Brooks. And that's defended again, this time into the covers, no run.
And in the afternoon, after we've had our lunch here, the sun will come out and face us.
Okay.
And where we're sitting will just get hotter and hotter. We gradually retreat to the back here.
So what you're telling me is in the afternoon I'm going to have to try and battle sleep.
It will, honestly, I will. We often get a little bit fried, actually, sitting here. It's gorgeous. We're not complaining. We're watching. And listen, it hasn't been turgid. It's been intriguing cricket this morning as Essex lost a toss.
Porter to Brooks. Oh, this one a bit quicker there on Brooks. Seems to catch a bit of a leading edge out into to point, I should say, but there's no run there.
But we're watching gorgeous weather cricket, and it's just fantastic. Good crowd, as well.
Definitely.
I mean, Essex is one of those small county grounds, so there's probably 1,500, maybe 1,800 here. That they don't get that lost, but 1,800 at the Oval can get lost.
Most definitely, and Brooks again defends that out to point. There's no run. And that's the end of I think it's a maiden over there by Jamie Porter. So that's now 6 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 15. Great morning from Jamie Porter so far. And we may, I think I just saw Simon Harmer take his hat off. It looks like he's going to come on as early as the 15th over.
I talked to our colleague Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and I mentioned this. I went out and did a short video just welcoming the game, but also just showing you the pitch. It's quite old-fashioned for me in terms of, look, it's a county ground. We haven't got the test match large squares. It's a county ground, so we invariably like Taunton, Oval. even Northampton. You know, Derby, you have to go over old Wicket. So this is being used. This is fairly central, perhaps just to the left-hand side from where we're looking at, and it's towards the netting area. So it's fairly central. It would be normally one of our one-day wickets.
Right.
So there's probably been a T20 blast, which was on TV at some point here in July. But look, they don't have the luxury of massive squares. Stuart Kerrison, the groundsman, invariably will use all his squares by halfway, all his pitches by halfway. Some of them can only play women's game or second 11 games on. So he's limited because the practice square, is to our left as well. Harmer's in. First ball, gives it a little bit of air, and it's played sensibly into the leg side with the spin. Man under the lid, I think that's Das under the lid at bat pad. A simple slip. I think that's Dean Elgar, and Harmer is in again, outside off stump, turns, it comes back, but I have to say D'Oliveira's played that well, been watchful. You have to be careful with the spin coming back into the right-handed batsman. It will grip a little bit. This ball is still relatively hard, 15 overs old. Harmer again, driven, plays and a misses. And the keeper misses the stumps too, but it was no chance of a stumping. Do you like watching Harmer?
I mean, Essex are fortunate in that they've got at least 3 bowlers who you say don't really need a warm-up to get ready. They're going to get the money.
Harmer again, this turns, goes down to 45, man saving 1, there is no run. So D'Oliveira, small man, he's prepared to use his feet, but remember, he's not long-legged. So he will probably play a lot from the crease line. Harmer to D'Oliveira. He does come forward there, plays with an open face bat, goes out to backward point. Good over, good testing over. What's great about where we're watching Harmer is you will see his change of pace, his quicker delivery. You will see some of his nuances, which I think is really, really great fun. Very skilled. This time fairly full, smothers the spin. D'Oliveira survives. End of a maiden over. Score 50 for 5. And don't forget, Worcester opted to bat. Essex would have batted too.
I'm going to ask you something that I've been deliberately saving it for when you came on air, when you and I were both on air together at the same time. How I'm deliberately hitting the hornet's nest here.
Go on.
How does Josh Hole get a call up before Master Cook?
I've been funny enough. I have been asked that. Okay, listen, we could
watch him. Watch him day in day out.
Look. And
that's not against Josh Hole. I've seen Josh Hole live. That's not against him at all.
No.
I'm just.
No, he's a 20-year-old. Let's set the balance out here. Josh Hole is 20 years old. You commentate, I'll interject.
Porter in again at the start of a new over, and Ethan Brooks quick single there.
Good cricket.
Good run. And actually, they're going to run on the overthrow. I was going to say it was a good throw. Smashes the stumps.
That was Tom Wesley.
Tom Wesley, yes. Tom Wesley, who was at mid-off, did actually throw down the stumps, but the ricochet off it allowed Brooks to come through for a second over run. But all round good cricket, good fielding.
Yeah, it was.
Run.
It was good cricket from the batting side, good delivery, but excellent fielding from the fielding side.
Yeah.
Jamie Porter will be huffing and puffing because his mates have given a run away. But no, that was good cricket all round there from the Worcestershire batsmen too.
Porter in again to Brooks, like I say, he's got an extra there, extra 1. Well, this time it's a genuine outside edge, but I mean, it's well past the slips fielders. Even with 4 or 5 slips there, they wouldn't have had a chance. But there's 4 runs, so it goes down to the vacant third-man region.
Jamie Porter will be a little annoyed again.
There's not been many edges, actually, funnily enough.
No, last over there was an edge down to the vacant third man, wasn't there? But generally speaking, not too many. You haven't got huge pace here, have you? Cook, Porter, Snater. So, you know, you're not going to beat people for pace, you beat people for skill.
Yes. So 6 runs off the first 2 balls of Jamie Porter, almost as many as he's given up in the first 5 overs he's bowled, and that one is defended out into the covers. No run.
You asked a great question, really, and there will be many people in the county of Essex asking that very same question. I came out boldly earlier in the season and said Sam Cook will make his England debut this summer.
Season, right?
Yeah, he will.
In white ball.
Well, I thought he might get a game in Test match cricket, but I think he may. I think he's very unlucky to miss out also in the white ball series against Australia.
Porter to Brooks. It's defended to point. No run.
As you highlighted just now, Josh Hull, a very tall rugby player apparently, 6'7", left armour, and he does swing it. Any left armour will be worth his price if he swings
so that's
it.
why
If you have a left armour who doesn't swing it, he will never be a great bowler. You have to swing it because the world is full of right-handed batsmen. And after this delivery, I'll give you some facts and figures.
Porter once more, and this is a genuine edge, and it just flies past third slip. That was a genuine edge and a genuine chance. Gonna wait to see which fielder that is.
I think.
Is it?
I think it is.
Matt Critchley is still on the floor. If it is him, possibly reflecting on could he have
number 20?
It is Critchley, and I'm wondering if he's reflecting if he should have got a hand to it. I mean, he kind of dives to it, but doesn't really get a fingertip or a hand on it.
It was within his span, but I do think, Mash, it went quite quickly. We're behind the wicket. We can only see pace. You judge pace from square on, but that looked as if it went very quickly off the bat.
Critchley's gone a few steps to his right following that, and this one is pushed out into the leg side for 1. And believe it or not, so that over has gone for 10, I believe it has, but Ethan Brooks possibly could have gone twice with that same over, given the 2 genuine edges.
Fortune favours the brave, and he was particularly brave there driving at those 2. One of them was in the span of Matt Critchley at third slip. Just going back to these stats of Josh Hull. Josh, who I believe swings it, which is a great asset. All right, never strive for extra pace and lose your swing. But he's averaging this career average 62, which isn't particularly impressive, and his season's average from however many games he's played is something like 150. So that doesn't augur well, but as Harmer comes in to bowl with 2 men round the bats, he bowls, gives it a bit of air, and that's a reverse sweep, which he got himself in a bit of a mess. It's ballooned in the air, goes out to 45 for no run. So we've seen some intentions there from, again, Brooks, who's going to be quite adventurous here, to say the least. Harmer in again, gives it a lot of air. There's an LBW shout, but I'm not interested, and nor is Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire. But look, some hunches, you get hunches in cricket. Trescothick was a hunch, and he did so well in Test match cricket after the selection from Duncan Fletcher. Harmer in again. Little quicker, shorter. He goes back, plays it into the leg side, no run.
And I agree with you on the hunches thing.
Yep.
But then the counter to that would be, so what don't they see in Sam Cook?
Well, yeah, I think they had up their sleeve that Josh wasn't going to play, Ollie Stone was. Bit of air driven into the offside no run. So I think they felt comfortable. But I am disappointed for Sam Cook because, look, he's a half a yard quicker than Porter. He's probably taller, gets more bounce. This turns round the corner, but it goes fine. It's going to be Jamie Porter running, and he prevents the boundary. He's gone up to fine leg, where he does well with the fielding. Good delivery, not a chance of a wicket, but the ball has turned and gone very fine, and Porter does the work. 2 runs there. But I think Cook is the main man today, and he is very unlucky to miss out. But Josh Hull, well, is he going to be confident with those stats? This time, Harmer bowls a quicker delivery. It's smothered by Brooks. End of the over. Good cricket, interesting cricket from a world-class off-spinner, and Worcester a 63 for 5. So I'm going to ask you, if you had those stats and you were playing first-class cricket, how confident when you're releasing the ball would you be?
What Josh? If I'm Josh, if I'm at Josh Hole's stats.
Confidence. People talk about batting is all about confidence. Let me tell you, as an old bowler, hey, you want wickets. You feel confident. You can bowl at anybody if you get wickets. If you're short of wickets, you know, they're going to have to blow him up, beef him up, make him feel $1 million.
And I have to assume someone has. I have to assume that someone has already been in his ear for a long while saying, you are on our radar. And
good luck to him. He's 20. Good luck to him. And if he's selected, I hope he does well.
Porter into Brett de Oliveira, and it's well fielded there. Ethan Brooks had to dive back into his crease in case there was a ricochet off Jamie Porter's fingers, but there's no run there.
Other assets he has a high release point. He swings it. He's young. He's probably going to be, you know, what do they talk about youth? You know, you don't have a worry about who you're bowling to. But look, you know, there's some good left armers around. In comes Porter.
Brett Oliveira this time advances down the track. He's been looking to do that quite a lot today. Can only tuck it leg side-ish, no run, as there is a fielder.
I mean, Garton's gone off the scene a little bit. He's obviously not playing red ball, but you got the lad who was at Notts, who's now at Lancashire, smaller lad, blonde lad, left armour. Name escapes me for a moment, having a mental block with that. He's played for England in white ball cricket, but he still plays some red ball.
Porter de Oliveira
down
defended again. They haven't brought Pepper up to the stumps for Jamie Porter. I don't know if that's because of what Jamie Porter got a bit more pace than Snaitner, or
I would have thought he would have come up for Brett de Oliveira because Porter doesn't have too much pace. He's accurate. Patience is a waiting game now. At 12 at 63 for 5.
Porter de Oliveira, this time de Oliveira stays inside his crease and defends that out into the covers. No run.
It's a kookaburra ball. Generally speaking, we found from the early season they got a little bit softer.
Yeah.
So this may be starting to go softer, just under 20 overs. So if it seems nips back or does something, it'll probably do it less venomously. It'll do it slower.
Porter again.
Shot.
This time driven down the ground, and this should be 4 runs. Well played there by Brett de Oliveira. Met the pitch of the ball and was able to just essentially all time in back down the ground.
It was
4 runs, moves him to 17.
This morning, I do think, whilst Worcestershire are sort of 63 for 5, Mash, I actually have been quite impressed with when Essex have bowled a foolish ball or a half volley. They have dispatched it. They've continually tried to be positive.
Porter and again Oliveira down the track, can only tuck it into the leg side. Robin Das is there, and there's no run there. Worcestershire at the end of the 18th over, 67 for 5. Brett Oliveira is on 17. Ethan Brooks is on 16. And just kind of adding on to Topper's point there, the run rate is at around 3.7. So, like I say, Worcestershire haven't. It's not like they've been. Yes, they've lost 5 wickets, but it's not like there aren't runs out there.
They haven't gone into a bunker, which can happen in county cricket when you see wickets fall. I presume you can see that in club cricket as well. But society is quite different today, isn't it? We sort of will challenge that and go up and at them. Maybe our white ball cricket that we see within the county cricket has helped that as well.
It's something that Frank Watson asked for from Worcestershire, that somebody has to counter-attack. You can't.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't just wait, or try to, I should say, survive till lunch. Lunches are still a long ways away, and you've got to get some runs on the board, make Essex think about something else.
Yes. Harmer, extra man round the bat pad, leg slip and a conventional slip, where this time Brooks comes forward. It does turn. I do think it's probably come off and squeezed off his bat and pad into the leg side, no run. So 3 men round the bat, importantly. A leg slip with a helmet on, forward short leg with a helmet on, and a conventional slip. This is driven by Brooks back to Harmer, where there is no run. Tom Wesley, Essex captain, has run over to Harmer to discuss whether it's about the flight, the pace, how much turn there is. He's trying to bowl outside off and try and encourage the batsman to play through the offside, which is the conventional way for an off spinner to bowl. Bit of air, it's a reverse lap, it's gone out. There is a man at deep point, but he can't stop it as the ball cannons into the advertising hoardings at third man, but it is a genuine reverse sweep. The first proper successful shot that we've seen of that ilk. Harmer won't mind it. The ball was in the right area, right line, right length. Gives it a bit more air, and this is driven out to Paul Water at extra cover, no run. He's certainly given it a bit of air, and of course people will say, well, it's slower, but to play that reverse sweep, it is quite tricky with the ball propelled slower. This time played off the back foot, it was a little bit shorter. Brooks picked up the length and played it out to extra cover, where Paul Water does the fielding, no run. Gorgeous day, hardly any wind. There's no cracking of flags today. Coming round the wicket. Now, that's an interesting... The 3 men round the bat don't really move. Maybe slip does a little. This is played with the full face of the bat. He allows the ball to hit the bat, not the bat hit the ball. And that concludes the end of the 19th over. Worcestershire, having won the toss, 77 for 5.
Just wondering, I presume Jamie Porter will continue from... Are you surprised they haven't gone back to Sam Cook again? How many overs did Sam bowl? Did he bowl 5 or 4 in that first
I think
spell?
he bowled 5 as a guess.
I think it was 5.
I'm just looking around. Where? No, Snater's on. Snater's on.
Yeah, so I thought that's what I was going to ask you, because I thought a change was going to come, but I didn't know who they'd turn to. But it's Snater. So Snater, in his first spell bowled from
This end.
This end, the Alistair Cook end. So he will now get a change of ends. Wasn't really. He was steady in that first spell, but didn't really find what I'd call penetrative deliveries that made the Worcestershire batters have to second guess anything. Let's see if he has.
There's no pace in this wicket. It's quite slow. And of course we're using the Kookaburra balls.
Snater into Brett D'Oliveira, who again uses his feet but just pushes that out into the covers for no run.
I don't understand why the keeper's not up against D'Oliveira. We're allowing him to advance. And he's a smallish man, and if you can have the keeper stand up, he won't advance down the wicket, which then brings in a better opportunity or more chances of getting an LBW, because our boys, the Essex boys, do bowl straight.
They did it for Snater at this end, and that's Alistair Cook end, so that's why. Interesting. Snater in again to D'Oliveira, this time pushes him back, and that's defended into the leg side for no run.
I think Essex are quite happy, and they do this quite well. It's becoming a war of attrition here, and I think Essex are happy to. They haven't had to so far, but Essex are quite happy to bore Worcestershire into submission here. You know, trying to say, right, okay, we're going to turn the tap off. You're just going to have to, bore us, and hopefully you'll give your wicket away. That's what Essex are hoping.
Snaitner to D'Oliveira again, defended out into the covers, no run.
Ring on the offside where the ball was played, 2 on the leg side, and then 2 slips in the gully. And I do believe there is a fine leg to our left, looking out the window towards the largest scoreboard here at Chelmsford. And yeah, good advice about the scoreboards, isn't there? Some grounds, they are so quick. That's the first thing I look at actually as a commentator when I come into the ground. As Snaitner
and D'Oliveira again advances, and this
Field.
nil, and there's a chance of a run out. And in fact, he does hit the stumps.
Not out.
It's not out, but I think it's Robin Das there. Was that Robin Das at midfield?
Correct.
I think he thought that was out. I mean, Critchley still got his hands up. We won't have the benefit, well, we do have a benefit of a replay, but the umpires won't. I'm going to have a look at this one again.
Good decision from Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Toppers called it immediately. That's how I thought there was something a bit more in it. But either way, excellent fielding.
Yeah.
And in fact, I didn't even get to explain that D'Oliveira was nearly caught there. It only just landed in front of Robin Das, who then threw down the stumps.
Great bit of fielding. Got rid of the throw quickly.
Snater to D'Oliveira, pushed into the covers, no run.
Yeah. Sorry, what were we discussing before we got alerted to a runner?
Scoreboards. It was
scoreboards,
yeah.
Yeah, first thing I look at a ground is a scoreboard, and I try to reacclimatise myself to the scoreboard. Are you quick? Are you slow? What the information is available there on that scoreboard, and then I look at the wind, like I did in my career. I always look where the wind is on the day. Makes a big difference to a bowler.
Snaitner to D'Oliveira. This time, a bit of a meteor drive, but just down to mid-off, and there's no run there. I believe that's a maiden by Snaitner. That's good return as he starts a new spell, this time at the Graham Gooch end. Maiden over, and Worcestershire are 71 for 5. Brett D'Oliveira on 17 and Ethan Brooks on 20.
Yeah, 20. How many balls is Ethan? Let me have a look. It's on the scoreboard here.
I think it's 27.
27, 20 off 27, where D'Oliveira is 17 off 47. But D'Oliveira is the captain. He's leading by example. Now, the other thing about Chelmsford and commentating is the TV can overheat because it gets in the sun.
Oh, so can
But so can our QB box, which I've just covered over. We really have got a beautiful day here at Chelmsford as Harmer bowls in the right area where it's played with soft hands into the offside, and there is no run. Wesley, the captain, is in front of us beneath the river stand. Harmer in again, gives it a lot of air. It seems to sort of die, not bounce there as it goes into the leg side, and the man under the lid, I think that is Das, fielded it. No run. Good crowd in here. Really
good
is.
crowd, yeah.
Harmer in again, little quicker, plays a reverse lap, and that's gone for 4. But Harmer now has been hit for 2 4s by Brooks. He clearly favours it and practiced that shot, but that was beautifully executed. Where he's the man down on the boundary near the Felsted stand, sort of squarish third man, had no chance of cutting that off as it was hit square of the wicket. Great shot. Harmer, what can you do? He bowls, gives it a bit of air, and this is played into the leg side. It does turn. Harmer, who was given a bit of time off during the Metro Bank one-day series. Harmer went to talking to him this morning. McInthos in Greece.
Oh, okay.
I don't know it.
No, I don't know either, but I'm sure he had a good time.
There's your quicker ball, and that's an edge, I believe. I don't think it's hit him on the pads. We'll look at Steve O'Shaughnessy, who signals 4. That's his quicker ball, which was quite easy to recognise up here.
Yeah.
But you try and play it from 22 yards away. He is a very wily bowler, and a lovely man with it. Very good rugby player in his day. He would not have knocked on at any chance. Harmer has been hit for a couple of boundaries this over. He bowls, gives it a bit of air, and this is respectfully played on the front foot. He's covered it, smothered it, and well played, Ethan Brooks. And Worcestershire have moved on to 75 for 5. Mash has made his debut. He's going to have a little bit of time off as he's been on for the hour. Hope he's enjoying his foray into Chelmsford, into Essex, on this beautiful, sunny, bright day. These are the days you dream of. And we're going to welcome back Frank Watson, BBC Hereford and Worcester, into the commentator's chair. And I got a couple of emails, and if I may read this. If you carry on commentating, Frank, welcome back, sir. But there was one particular email that is worthy of a mention, and it's from Jacqueline Stringer. Good morning, Jacqueline. Thank you for your email. She says, good morning, gentlemen. I would suggest that losing the toss today is an advantage for Essex. It keeps Noah Thane as a bowling option.
Snater in from the Graham Gooch end. First ball is pushed out on the offside by D'Oliveira, no run.
And she goes on to say, so keeps Thane in as a bowling option and gives Cox time to get to the ground. Well, Jordan Cox was left out of the England side, and they just waited this morning to ensure there was nobody injured or ill overnight, and then he would have been released. And as Essex are in the field, there's no hurry for him to be here. So I would expect he may even have a Lord's lunch and then get here.
Snater bowls, D'Oliveira pushes out on the offside again, and there's no run. Well, if he knows his onions, if you'll excuse the expression, he'll have a Lord's lunch, Don, won't he? Because they're still amongst the best in the country, aren't they?
They are, very, very much so. Yeah, I expect to see him, and he'll take the field this afternoon. Obviously, if Essex had been batting, which I think they would have liked to have done, he may have got here a little earlier. But I don't see Thane bowling too much, to be honest. It's going to be the people we've already seen.
Snater in, D'Oliveira forward, pushes out on the offside.
And probably in the next half hour, Frank, I expect to see Critchley turn his arm.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm certain we'll see him before lunch. Interesting, Simon Harmer came on quite early. Ethan Brooks, a couple of excellently executed reverses. I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. I coached Ethan a fair bit in the past. He's what I call
about the reverse sweep?
He's what I call a modern cricketer. It's not a shot I can. Well, you can teach people to play it, can't you? It's not a shot I ever played in competitive cricket. D'Oliveira flicks us from away on the onside. But what I was going to say is, I think even I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago, if you were teaching kids, you'd probably think, well, they don't need to know that yet, etc. Now, it's a shot that I would say for Ethan Brooks, it's a shot he plays just as conventionally as he plays the ordinary sweep. Yeah. It's no greater risk. It's a shot he executes well. And seen 2 crackers. Well, he didn't know much about the one he edged through the slips, though, in that last over. Snater bowls, D'Oliveira drives, and he fields off his own bowling.
You're going to have an interesting conversation tomorrow. You are, tomorrow. Because my mate is popping in.
Right.
He loves his county cricket. He loves the area. He supports Warwickshire.
Yeah.
He was a schoolmaster like you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hawkley. He's going to be popping in, and he'll love a conversation with you, because he goes apoplectic about the reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, I don't anymore. Snater bowls. That is a magnificent cricket shot from D'Oliveira. A bit of width from Snater, just short of a length, and D'Oliveira a proper back cut, as we used to call it, back foot shot, slams it for 4 behind square on the offside. Super shot from Brett D'Oliveira. Last ball of the over, a little bit loose from Snater, and D'Oliveira capitalises. Every run vital for Worcestershire. These two have now put 33 on for this 6th wicket. It doesn't sound a lot, but in the context of 46 for 5, it's something of a recovery. But yeah, Ethan Brooks, as I say, I've said it before, people on the Worcestershire stream will have heard me say it, a modern cricketer. He will come in a white ball game and he will switch hit his first ball as confidently as he might play a forward defensive in a club game. It's just the way that he is. He's got a variety of skills. He's a Interesting white ball bowler as well. Takes the pace off. Not much pace, but lots of variations. I think Ravi Bopara, that sort of style of bowler. That's the kind of cricketer he is. Harmer just starts a new over.
Sorry.
And blocks it. No, what I was going to say is that sort of cricket he is. But as I was saying earlier, it's whether his technique will stand up to the red ball game and an examination like this that he needs to find out. Great opportunity.
Harmer, quicker, fuller, but equally Brooks comes forward, spots it, plays it with soft hands into the offside, no run. 3 men round the bat. Good education for Brooks this actually, facing Harmer. He bowls, gives it a bit of air, the driven, throws his hands at it, tries to play into the offside, might have opened the face. That's what Harmer wants it to do, because he wants to try and get him driving and then bringing it back through bat and pad. Harmer, this is lapped conventionally straight to the man at 45 where Porter is fielding. There is no run. A few Worcestershire supporters in today. Good morning to them, and good morning to Worcestershire fans back in that beautiful county of Pears, as this time that's a good delivery, played equally well by Brooks into the offside. He smothers the spin and in particular plays with soft hands. Yeah, there's a few Worcestershire supporters who are in. They're sitting beneath us. Perhaps they're listening in as Worcestershire finish that over on 83 for 5. And not forgetting, let's just quickly look at these partnerships. It was 7 for 1, 9 for 2, 10 for 3, and then Hose went when it was 10 for 4. It was perilous then, but then Ali and your skipper D'Oliveira put together 36 to get to 46 for 5. And let's be honest, these two have played quite nicely and have made it to 83. So listen, that's a little bit, maybe with the help of the Kookaburra ball that is less venomous, but nonetheless credit to Worcestershire, who have put 2 small partnerships together and have made it to 83 for 5.
Sam Cook coming back into the attack at the Graham Gooch end. Good move, I think. Only bowled 5 overs earlier, and his first ball is chopped down off a bottom edge by D'Oliveira. Not quite enough room for him to cut that. He wanted to, and he ends up just jamming it down into the ground. It pops up in the air and goes out on the offside to the gully / 5th slip. D'Oliveira 21, Brooks 28. The men out. Roderick without scoring on his birthday. Libby 7, Cachiavelli 24, Jones 1, and Hose without scoring. Cook one of those wickets. This one does give D'Oliveira a bit more room, and he drives it away on the offside off the back foot. Not a cut shot, more a back foot square drive with a straight bat. This one in front of square, really middle it, but he picks up 2. He's been busy between the wickets as ever, D'Oliveira. And he goes on to 23. That Critchley loosening up, I think, now at in that gully position. So we are going to see his leg spin fairly soon.
I'd expect him to come from the top end, funny enough. Not
he'll get some response, I think, from this pitch. It's quite dry at both ends. And I'm sure that Amor Verdi making his Worcestershire, well, it's not his debut, it's his second game. Cook bowls and D'Oliveira's forward, steering the set. Square on the offside, Snater fields, no run. Verdi, it's his second game, but he didn't bowl in the previous one because he was included at Durham. It turned out to be a seamer friendly pitch. Worcestershire won the game and he wasn't required to bowl.
So he was a batsman batting at 11.
Yeah, exactly. But in this game, I don't think there's much doubt he'll be doing some bowling. Watched him warming up this morning and having a little bowl in the nets yesterday. Good, looks nice, lovely classical off-spinning shape. As Cook bowls and D'Oliveira pushes out into the covers, Paul Walter does the fielding. and there's no run, and he'll have a part to play, I think, here.
What's your history with Essex? Have you done much commentary here? I think you were talking about
years
Colchester.
ago. Yeah, my commentary began in 1988 with Cricket Call.
Yes.
I was one of the original 17 Cricket Call commentators doing the job for Worcestershire.
And Bob Nixon did it for Essex.
Did it for Essex, and outside the off stump, this one from Cook, left alone. So I did a few games with Bob and with one or two of your other BBC colleagues in those days. I did every game for 4 years, certainly through to 92, and then it fell apart a little bit, Cricket Call, and eventually in the mid-90s I went back to my teaching and coaching career, which is what I'd done before that. And it was the one good thing was I started playing again, because I almost had to give up playing because of Cricket Call, and I played league cricket and
Who for?
Well, I'll just break off Cook bowls this one. D'Oliveira on the walk, steers out on the offside. No run, end of the over, 85 for 5. I played in the Birmingham League for Kidderminster and for Old Hill. I played in the Old Hill team. We won a couple of national knockouts at Lords in the mid-80s.
I remember them, really, because I was on the ground staff.
Yeah, and Keith Wilkinson was our captain in those days. Mushtaq Mohammed played. Greg Matthews, the Australian, opened the batting with him. So and then I went back into my teaching and coaching, which I did for.
What were you teaching?
English and PE and coaching cricket. I was cricket professional at Royal Grammar School Worcester. Then I went to Repton as master in charge of cricket.
So would you remember Tim Curtis?
Well, Tim's probably my best friend. Yeah,
is he really?
Probably might well be listening today. Yeah,
Hello, Tim.
We see a lot of each other. He might, if he's not listening, he'd be on the golf course today.
Oh,
Tim
really?
plays a lot of golf at the moment. But
Newport.
Phil Newport took my job when I went to Repton, and he's still there, still at RGS. Yeah,
I got to know Phil Newport quite well.
Yeah, still there.
Tim Curtis, obviously, I played against.
Yeah, and Tim taught at the Royal Grammar School for a long time as well. Yeah, until he retired just 3-4 years ago. He's now governor.
Harmer in bowls, outside off stump, it turns, gives it a lot of air. Harmer puts his hands to his head. That was a special bit of bowling, but alas, Brooks stays there. Brooks is facing a lot of Harmer here. Now, interesting, I don't know if it's by design or just by luck, but D'Oliveira seems to be watching from about 21 yards away. Harmer in again, slightly quicker. This is cut out to the man out for the reverse sweep. There is a deep backward point where it's Sam Cook, who's in the shade under the trees and adjacent to the Felsted stand, which is the only little bit of shade that we have today here on this county ground here at Chelmsford. Harmer waiting. It's now going to be, having got the single, Brooks is off strike. He's going to be watching his captain D'Oliveira, who's patiently playing a decent knock here, and he comes forward, plays his bat well in front of his pad. Hasn't got a long stride, but nonetheless very safely secures that delivery. Harmer turns. He's on his way in, couple of strides, bowls, gives it a bit of a turn, plays with a spin into the leg side, does D'Oliveira, straight along the floor into the hands of Das under the lid at forward short leg. Harmer turns, quick over I sense, bowls a little fuller. This is a game played with a spin into the leg side, no dangers, well played D'Oliveira, well bowled Harmer. No run, 86 for 5. Having opted to bat this morning, Worcestershire. Harmer gives it a lot of air, driven into the offside. He beats the man, Paul Water, at extra cover. It goes more towards cover, where D'Oliveira takes a single, keeps the strike, because it's the end of the 25th over. 86 for 5.
Yep. So
you had a bit of time away from teaching, and then went back.
Went back, and then I was cricket pro at RGS Worcester when Martin Horton retired, and I was doing that job.
I used to coach with Martin Horton
so did
at
I.
Lords. At Lords.
And then I went I went up to Repton, where I was master in charge of cricket and became a housemaster.
Who did Repton before you?
Nobody that you know, I don't think, really.
Okay.
And then after I left Repton, I was a bit disappointed that having done a great deal and put sort of 13 years of my life into it and got it up to a healthy state, had 4 boys that went on to play for Derbyshire. It dipped a little bit. I'll just break off as Sam Cook bowls. And that's a lovely shot by D'Oliveira. Back foot, square of the wicket, half stopped by a diving Snater, got a hand on it, taken just enough pace off it for it to pull up inside the rope. They get 3, but D'Oliveira capitalising on anything just slightly short and wide outside the off stump with that shot. He's played it 2 or 3 times now, and he picks up 3 more. So he goes on to 27, and it's 90 for 5. And now I'm pleased that they've got a master in charge who's Cameron Wake, whose father John used to run the cricket at Angle. And Martin Spate has come down from Sedbergh to be the head coach as well.
Where was Spate? He was
at
somewhere
Sedbergh
else.
That's where he produced Harry Brook and Jordan Thompson and so on. But he was at Sedbergh School. But Mark Semmons, the headmaster of Repton, played with Martin Spate at Sussex, and he's persuaded him now to come down to Repton. So Martin Spate's done 2 terms so far at Repton, and I think they've got a boy, Repton, was at school this year, who's may well have become Derbyshire's youngest ever championship player today, this morning, in their game. So it's cricket at Repton is thriving again, I'm pleased to say. Sam Cook from the gooch end, absolute beauty, just exactly where he wanted to get it. Had to play at Ethan Brooks, but neither really forward nor back. It was just in that perfect, on that perfect length. Didn't quite know whether to go forward or get back and across. In the end, it was a kind of indeterminate shot and could so easily have got a nick on it, but he didn't. He's still there on 29, the youngster, batting at 7. A real chance for him, ex-Warwickshire player. Really good opportunity. As Cook bowls again, and he's got 4 this time.
He's played for that.
To be honest, I
shot.
think it's a pretty good shot.
Yeah.
It looks like an edge, but he's actually hit it quite hard,
Yeah.
and it's kept it down, and it's a firm drive. And that's one of those where it goes down to third man. Everybody says, "Oh, the bowler's done him," but actually, as Don said, that I think he knew exactly what he was doing there. It was a good shot.
It was. He's played it so well because he's got on top of the bounce. He's made sure it's gone down. He was in control of that for the entire shot. So full credit to him. The bowler would be disappointed, but nonetheless, he's just bowled a Jaffa, and the next ball Cook has gone for 4.
He's in again now, bowls, and honours even, because he's done Brooks once. Brooks has got a 4, and that one on the spot, and Brooks plays it well forward, pushing it out on the offside. Doesn't get that far forward, to be honest. He's quite a tall man, Ethan Brooks.
Yeah.
But when he was under 15, under 16, which is when I coached him, I thought he had real potential as a batsman because he played with a full face, played in the V, made quite a lot of runs in county cricket at that age group level. And then as the white ball skills started to dominate, I just wondered whether his technique would hold up. But so far so good. Cook is in again, bowls, and he's forward to that, pushing out on the offside, and Cook does his own fielding. So good from Ethan Brooks. He's on 33, D'Oliveira's on 27, and these two are doing a decent job repairing some damage for Worcestershire as we approach the lunch interval.
Can I ask you, just go back on something you said? You said when you were at Repton, a number of Derbyshire cricketers or professional cricketers came through your hands and ranks. Who were they?
Right. First was a boy called Chris Paget, who played when he was 16, off spinner, who now isn't playing at all. He's a lawyer in London. Next was Paul Borrington, Tony's son, who had a decent career, and I think if they still had him, he'd be doing great things for Derbyshire now. But
in bowls gives it a lot of air, but it's negotiated by the skipper.
They sacked him because he didn't score quickly enough.
No run.
He's now a master in charge of cricket at Denston College in Utoxeter, and a run machine in the Derbyshire Premier League.
Right.
And then there were 2 more.
Harmer, Right arm over the wicket. It's only bowled one balled around the wicket. This is driven down the ground to Tom Westley, captain of Essex, fielding at long on beneath us on the river stand, and they take a single.
So Tom Poynton, wicket-keeper whose career was ended by injury, and then Ross Whiteley, who played for Derbyshire and then went to Worcester and then went to Hampshire and has now gone back to Derbyshire. So Ross Whiteley, who was one of my lads as well.
Bowls a little quicker, a little shorter, but it's played off the back foot by D'Oliveira out to Paul Water at extra cover. There is no run.
And one Premier League footballer who played a bit of cricket for me, Will Hughes, who plays for Crystal Palace. Blonde-headed midfielder, you might have seen. He's in the Palace side at the moment, sorry.
Harmer bowls and played into the leg side to Das, no run. It is Das, so who's under the lid at forward short leg?
Is that Snater?
I can't believe it's Snater. I can't believe that. This time it's a decent ball, played by Brooks, plays with soft hands, 47.
That's Das, yeah.
That is Das.
So it's Snater at mid-on, isn't it?
Snater at mid-on,
yeah.
is it? Right. As Harmer turns, been a good over. And a little bit of, not an outside edge, but that side of the bat to conclude the end of a good over on behalf of both. Well, Essex have bowled well there, Harmer's bowled well, and Brooks and D'Oliveira have negotiated him particularly well. And the score, and we're talking, it's getting close to 10-1, is 95 for 5.
Yeah, it's
a blonde football player.
Yeah, Will Hughes. I think many
him.
people who listen in will know him. He's regular. He plays central midfield for Crystal Palace, a regular starter in their Premier League side. Was at Watford before that and Derby County. But he played a fair bit of cricket at Repton as well as football, and it was a good little left arm spinner. But obviously, he's not allowed to play cricket anymore, I don't think, these days. I remember reading an interview with Paul Scholes, who was a very good cricketer apparently, as Sam Cook starts a new over and D'Oliveira on the walk pushes this to mid-on, and Gary Neville and Phil Neville obviously were very good. I think a lot of people know that, but Paul Scholes was a really good cricketer, but said that once he started to play for Manchester United in the first team, they wouldn't let him play any league cricket, but he was quite useful apparently. Steve Grizovic, of course, the goalkeeper for Coventry City when they won the FA Cup, was a very good cricketer, played in the Birmingham League and played for Shropshire, opening bowler. I was talking to him recently and he said they wouldn't let me play now, and D'Oliveira gets a run here that he probably shouldn't have got. He's edged it down to third slip and Matt Critchley unable to get his hands down to it, and they get through for a single, which brings up the 50 partnership between Brett D'Oliveira and Ethan Brooks. They shake hands in the middle, ripple of applause from the knowledgeable Worcestershire fans underneath our commentary box window here. What a picture it is here at Chelmsford today. Perfect cricket weather, perfect. Bright sunshine, not too hot, just perfect. Need a bit of sun cream on if you're not in the shade. It's a lovely intimate ground. Sam Cook in, bowls. Brooks pushes out on the onside. What I love about it, Don, I know I'm preaching to the converted here, and you know I love the over was wonderful. Lords is obviously magnificent. County grounds like Edgbaston, where I've played lots as a kid, great when it's full, I think, a bit soulless when it's empty. But these grounds, Chelmsford, Worcester, I used to like the old Hampshire ground at Northlands Road. I know that's now gone, but Northampton I even quite like because of its old character. There's Cook again bowls and Brooks edges. Critchley does save it this time, fifth slip, and there's no run. But these grounds, as you said earlier when I wasn't with you, but I heard you say it, a crowd of 2,000 at Lords or the Oval is lost. A crowd of 2,000 here gives you an atmosphere. We're looking out from third man, high up, not too high like you are on some grounds, perfect elevation. And you almost feel like you're out there. You can hear the ball hitting the bat, you can hear the players talking to each other. Absolutely magnificent.
Which is why Essex have got a bit of a name and a reputation for night cricket, T20.
Yeah, absolutely. Cook bowls short, Brooks swivels round. He only gets a single, but it's a well executed swivelling hook shot by Brooks, rolling his wrists on top of it.
I mean, T20 nights here.
Great.
It is.
Yeah.
It's noisy.
Yeah.
Not for the faint-hearted. You're on top of the action.
Yeah.
You can hear every ooh and ah. And of course, spectators all over Britain, when we look out to a county cricket ground, it always looks quite far away. But when you're in the middle,
Yeah.
you are so close to the
Yeah.
crowd. You see and hear everything.
Cook bowls outside the off stump. D'Oliveira leaves, taken by the keeper. End of the over. Yeah, I can well imagine what a T20 nights are like here, and it's a great buzz about those occasions. And I just think these grounds are just so special. And it was a joy. I got here yesterday and came in while the players were practicing, and I thought, I haven't been here for ages, but not really changed that much. A little bit of building around the edge, but it's still got that lovely feel, and it's what I just love about county cricket. 97 for 5, 1 over to go before lunch, I think, and Simon Harmer will bowl it. D'Oliveira's on 29, Brooks is on 34, the men out, Libby 7, Roderick without scoring, Jones 1, Hose for 0, and Kashif for 24.
Harmer in for his second ball around the wicket, and this is played into the offside. There is no run. Essex will desperately be pleased to get a wicket here. Worcestershire will happily go 5 down to lunch, as these two have rescued their team, played with, well, this time the full face of the bat, but the ball has hit the bat, not the bat hit the ball, which is something I hold dear to coaching, because I think youngsters often think that they have to hit the ball. There are many times we just allow the ball to hit the bat and play it softly. And again, plays it into the offside, looking for a quick single, but Paul Walter stops that. Ethan Brooke, to his credit, was looking for the single. D'Oliveira turned him down. Harmer coming back, changing a line again, coming over the wicket, messing with angles. This time again, the bat is played well in front of the pad and sees the full face of the bat and propels the ball back from Brooks back to Harmer, the bowler. Good cricket. Looking very much secure. Quicker ball from Harmer is spotted by Brooks. Brooks plays it back to Harmer yet again. These two are just playing a little game on their own just at the moment as we approach lunch on day one. Harmer gives it a little bit of air. Interesting shot. Probably had a little bit of width. It was spinning back in, but that is the over, and it was got through so quickly that the crowds and everyone throughout our great land, Frank, wants to hear another over from you.
And I think from Matt Critchley, by the look of it, which is an interesting one. Yeah, he gets through his overs really quickly, doesn't he, Simon Harmer, and particularly when he's just being blocked like that. And it was, well, if you look at the pavilion clock, actually, it's quite a bit behind what my watch is and what our computers and so on say, so maybe that's the one they're going to. They're always going to get another one in. I am actually.
Yeah, that's why you were looking forward to lunch, eh?
I'm not desperate. I always eat too much on away trips anyway. You have a breakfast, don't you, at the hotel, and then you think.
What did you have this morning?
Well, no, I didn't. I was actually quite good this morning. Just had a bowl of cereal and just a very small breakfast really. But it's just too dangerous to just indulge, isn't it? It's there in front of you, and you just tend to think, well, I'd be mad not to. Anyway, here's Matt Critchley with his leg breaks from the Graham Gooch end. His first ball's a Jaffa. Oh, he's landed that. What a treat for a legger to come on and get his first one. Absolutely spot on, and it pitched, it turned, it went past the outside edge. There's always a danger with a wrist spinner that you're going to take a while to settle, but that was some bang on from Critchley. Next one is quicker, and he's had a drop catch at slip. It's quicker. D'Oliveira on the back foot, cutting at it. It flew, to be fair. to Dean Elgar at slip. It would have been a magnificent catch if he'd held on to that. It absolutely flew at him, and he's quite close. He's not there for that. He's there for the one where D'Oliveira pushes forward, and instead he absolutely slashed at that one, as he does at this next one. This time he gets a middle on it and it's a bit wider, and he picks up 2 runs. Good fielding by Snater in front of the pavilion, but a let off and a great start for Critchley. But I don't think you'd attach much blame to Elgar there. It was absolutely flying at him, really. Critchley again is in, and D'Oliveira turning this on the leg side, off the pad, I think. Leg by, and the 100 is up for Worcestershire, hence the applause from the Worcestershire fans outside, and it's 100 for 5, which is something of a recovery for the visitors, with these two both in the 30s now. Critchley to bowl to Brooks. Started really well, Matt Critchley. He's in bowls, and Brooks is forward pushing this one back up the pitch. Good bowling from Critchley. Last over before lunch, turned his first one past the outside edge. Catch dropped on the third one. Slip and a short leg. Last ball before lunch. Critchley bowls. Brooks, outside edge, runs out on the offside, and that is lunch, even though the pavilion's clock not showing 1 o'clock. So lunch at Chelmsford. What a cracking morning's cricket that's been. Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bat. Outstanding opening bowling from Cook and Porter, particularly Porter. Picked up 3 of the first, 4 of the first 5 wickets to fall, Jamie Porter. Excellent figures, 4 for 30 from him, but something of a recovery fashioned by the 6th wicket pair. They've added 54 so far. Brett D'Oliveira on 31 and Ethan Brooks on 34. Don.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We're about to do an update, but having had a great morning's play, we wish you a short break of about 40 minutes before you join us for the afternoon session. But from Chelmsford for the moment, Worcestershire are 100 for 5, and we'll see you shortly.
Yeah.
During this match, Returning to the field, your Essex team led by captain Tom Westley.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Chelmsford, to the Cloud County ground, where play is about to get underway in the afternoon session of this game between Essex and Worcestershire. The news is that if you weren't with us this morning, Worcestershire 100 for 5 at the break, which doesn't sound great, but in fact represents quite a significant recovery from 10 for 4 and 46 for 5. So a good effort by this 6th wicket pair, the captain Brett D'Oliveira on 31 and Ethan Brooks on 34. 4 wickets for Jamie Porter this morning, 1 for Sam Cook. Simon Harmer, the off spinner, who's going to resume after lunch, bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 17. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and I'm delighted to say that alongside me for this game, Simon Harmer bowls the first ball after the break, blocked by D'Oliveira. I've got Don Topley from BBC Radio Essex, and Mash from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, who's alongside me. Good afternoon, Mash. Our first time working together. It's been a pleasure, I must say, as Harmer comes in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira is taken on the pad. This one pushed out, a combination of pad and maybe a little bit of bat on the offside. There's a slip in, there's a leg slip in, and there's a short leg in under the helmet, and it's a turning surface. Simon Harmer, the master of these conditions, is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is back and plays this off the pitch. The good thing, the one saving grace I think for the Worcestershire batters, Mash, at this stage is that there's no great pace in the pitch, so it's turning, but it's turning slowly at this stage, so they can watch it off the pitch, and that appears to be D'Oliveira's method against Harmer at the moment, although he uncharacteristically plays a little reverse here. D'Oliveira, it's not a shot that he plays that often, and he gets a single. He didn't really get hold of it, got a bottom edge on it, single pass slip, first run of the afternoon. Ethan Brooks, his partner, on the other hand, plays the reverse sweep quite frequently, and the field changes for him. The slip's gone out and a man's gone out to deep backward point in case he plays it as well as he did a couple of times before the break. Instead he's leaning forward to this full delivery from Harmer outside the off stump, pushing it out on the offside. 101 for 5. Lovely day and good crowd. Had a wander around at lunchtime, and quite a busy ground this, couple of thousand in probably, as Harmer bowls, and D'Oliveira, Brooks pushes up to mid-off Paul Waterfields. That's the end of the first over after lunch, and I think it's going to be attritional this afternoon, Mesh.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say that Essex definitely made use of the new ball in that first kind of 10-15 over period, and then when Brett D'Oliveira and Ethan Brooks got in, they looked to be positive. And that doesn't mean scoring boundaries only. That means you can be positive in defence, and you can be positive in looking for the ones. And as you'd asked for after the flurry of wickets, put some pressure back on the Essex bowlers and make Essex have to think about their tactics and their approach. And ultimately, alluding to what you're saying here, I think now it's going to be a game of patience.
Yeah.
If the Worcestershire remaining batters can show the requisite patience, there's still runs to be made out here.
Yeah, that's agree. And there's still batter to come. Logan Van Beek, Tom Taylor, Joe Leach, all reasonably capable. So yeah, they haven't given it up yet, that is for sure. 2 slips in place. Jamie Porter, this morning's hero from an Essex point of view, 4 for 30. He's going to bowl from the Graham Gooch end, and he comes in now.
And immediately Brett D'Oliveira is on the back foot and cuts down to a vacant third man region, and that's 4 runs. First ball of Jamie Porter's first spell after lunch, and D'Oliveira moves to 36. Jamie Porter, just to give those figures again, that 4 notwithstanding, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 30 in the first session this morning. In again to Brett D'Oliveira, and again D'Oliveira, who's moved his feet all morning to be fair, down the track, tries to turn that into the mid-wicket region, but there is a fielder there. I think it's Robin Das, and there is no run. I think something that Toppers was saying a lot in the first session is, given how D'Oliveira wants to move his feet and get down the wicket, Michael Pepper has not been put up to the stumps. I think there was 1 or 2 overs where he did go up to the stumps, not since. Porter again, and this is defended out into the covers, no run. Just looking at Brett D'Oliveira's figures for this season, yet to get a century actually in the season, averaging over 30, but
98 last week against Kent.
So came close.
Yeah, and just gave it away really. He was disappointed with himself, but it was a very important innings in the context of the game.
This one is defended by D'Oliveira, and there is no run.
Interesting cricketer, Brett D'Oliveira. I mean, obviously part of a hugely famous cricketing family. The first D'Oliveira, however, to be captain of Worcestershire. And his career over the last sort of 8-10 years has had various forms, if that makes sense. I'll try and explain as we go through this over.
Porter steams in once more, and this is again dabbed, defended to point where Shane Snater is, and there's no run.
He's been a leg spinner who bats a bit. He's been a brilliant fielder all his career.
The version of him I knew was the bowling all-rounder.
He's been a batter. He's been an opening batter. He's made a go of that for 2 or 3 years. Got a double 100 opening the innings, but has now become quite an important captain of the side in all formats, and different sort of periods in his career.
This one pushes D'Oliveira back a bit, but again defended, no run.
And what he's now grown into is a very mature cricketer, very thoughtful, and a good leader in a quiet sort of way, really. Very popular with his peers. And you mentioned that he hasn't got 100 this year. That's absolutely right. The innings he did play against Kent last week of 97 actually got before he was out to Matt Parkinson. A disappointing dismissal, but in a low-scoring game, it was a hugely influential innings, and could be equally important what he's doing out there today.
I have a question to ask you at some point in this over. Get to it shortly.
Harmer from the Alistair Cook end bowls, throws that one upside off stump, and Brooks onto the front foot and then doesn't play a shot.
So some counties like to bring back their overseas players because they become part of the fabric. I caught up with Jason Holder recently. I'll get back to that.
Harmer bowled, Brooks reverses, and he does it beautifully again. It was in the air, but it landed well short of the fielder at backward point and down to third man for 4. He does play it exceptionally well, and he goes to 38. Yeah,
so I was in Trinidad for the West Indies versus South Africa recent test match, a couple of weeks ago, and Holder scored a 50 in that test match. Anyways, I interviewed him after the game, and he spoke so highly of his time at Worcestershire that it made me feel that he'd come back in a heartbeat. If the offer was put to him. Yeah,
I think we know that. Harmer bowls, Brooks defends, and I don't mean that to sound in any way patronising. It would just be, we've got to find a way to make it work with the calendar and Jason's commitments and everything else, but it worked both ways, that relationship. Harmer bowls, quicker one, and on the back foot Brooks defends. He made a huge impression on everybody at Worcester as well. He never played at New Road, that's the other stupid thing, and he wants to. But what a man. He did an interview the night that he finished at Canterbury. That was his last game. Harmer bowls, given room, Brooks accepts the opportunity to drive. That's a really good shot, a big gap on the offside, thrown it up again, and Brooks hammers it through the covers for 4, goes to 42, 113 for 5, and is one of the most impressive interviews I've ever seen, just off the cuff, totally unprepared. Tell us how has it gone at Worcester, and he was extraordinary. It really was. And of course, during his time there, not only did we have to play 2 home games away at Kidderminster in horrible weather, but we also lost Josh Baker, one of the players, and that had a massive effect. And Jason just made a huge impression. One of the most impressive characters I can ever remember meeting in the game of cricket. Harmer quicker, and Brooks pushes back up the pitch to Simon Harmer. That's the end of the over, 113 for 5. So I think the feeling is mutual, and if it could be arranged one way or another, everybody at New Road would love to see Jason Holder back. It was a hugely pleasing period of time in his career. I think he said to us that it made him fall back in love with the red ball game.
Because there was a period before that stint where many in the Caribbean assumed that was kind of him done now with red ball cricket. But,
so, the other thing about him, and I went on a couple of trips that he was part of and sort of got to know him a little bit. So modest, unbelievably humble man for somebody who's done so much in the game. Just a joy to have.
Jamie Porter resumes again from the Graham and Gooch end, and Brett D'Oliveira just pushes that down the ground, needs to pitch the ball, puts his head to the sky, maybe thought he could have dispatched that for a boundary, but either way he's able to get 1 run from that.
Yeah, I think if an hour or 2 later, if he was still there, he might have hit it a bit harder. But it's important at the moment not to throw away the good work they've done, and I think that's foremost in his mind.
Interestingly, I'm just looking at the Cricinfo scorecard. They have Logan Van Beek to come in next. I don't know if that's right or wrong. Porter into Brooks. Brooks meets that with the full face of the bat.
I would imagine it'll be Tom Taylor, but it could be Van Beek. Leach will then be 10 and Verdi will be 11. I think that's pretty much how it'll be. It could be either of those 2 next.
I mean, given Van Beek's exploits with the bat, to have him coming in at 10 or 9 is that's a deep batting card.
Taylor's a useful batter as well. It's not that we're not into the bunnies yet.
Porter to Brooks. Brooks just skews the inner portion of the bat out down to mid-on. There'll be no run there.
In fact, I better say with Joe Leach due to come in that we haven't really got any bunnies, hadn't I? Otherwise I'll get in trouble. Because Joe Leach started as a batsman and has got a first-class 100 to his name, so he's also not an idiot with the bat, shall we say.
So Porter back in again to Brooks, and Brooks is on the back foot, stands tall, drives it in front of point. It's Snapener chasing it, and it does indeed reach the boundary first. That moves Ethan Brooks onto 46, 4 shy of a half century, and that shot in itself I think speaks to the innings that Ethan Brooks has been compiling since he came to the crease. If there is a scoring opportunity, conventional or not, he's taking it.
Yeah, that was a good shot, wasn't it? He's timed it nicely. Horrible one for Snater. Just kept him interested.
Southfield's quick though.
Beat him. It is
Once
quick.
It gets going,
it's
pretty much gone.
Yeah, it's a quick scoring crowd. It's not the biggest, is it, either? That's the other thing, even though that's the longest boundary.
Porter back to Brooks. And this one catches the outside edge. And Ethan Brooks has to go. Michael Pepper takes the catch behind the stumps. That one managed to just rise slightly on Ethan Brooks. It was a tentative prod outside the off stump, and after an enterprising 46 from 72 balls, Ethan Brooks has to depart. And Worcestershire 118 for 6, and that is in fact Jamie Porter's fifer. He now has 5 wickets for 39 runs. He's been the destructor in chief. And as I say, Worcestershire's 6th wicket has fallen, and they're only on 118.
Yeah, 72 added for that 6th wicket by Brooks and D'Oliveira. Easily the best partnership of the innings, but Brooks goes, having played that lovely shot square of the wicket to take him to 46. He is dismissed by the very next ball. Rips off his gloves in annoyance as he gets back to the pavilion. And the answer to our question about who will bat next is answered. It's Logan van Beek who's coming out to join Brett D'Oliveira. I've got a lovely piece of trivia here, which I've been saving for exactly this moment.
I've got some trivia. Is it about Logan van Beek?
Yeah.
Because I've got some as well, so we might be saying the same thing.
Well, I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think so. This is amazing.
Right.
This is amazing. Listen out, Worcestershire people. Logan told me last night, and he even wrote it all down for me. These two are related. Logan van Beek.
I am not surprised. So this is linked to the trivia that I was going to come into. Not the same thing, but I'm not surprised by what you're saying. I might even know how they're related.
I've got the details. I've got a full picture of the family tree. Basil D'Oliveira's brother.
Yes. Is it Sonny Gillen?
Was married to Elizabeth, and Elizabeth's first cousin is Logan's mum.
Oh, okay.
So by marriage, albeit, they are actually on the same family tree, which is amazing. Logan very proud of the fact that he's related loosely to Basil.
So Porter to Logan van Beek, and that first ball wraps him too high. A bit of interest, but it's way high. Wraps him up on the thigh pad above the pads, and that brings an end to another successful over by Jamie Porter. He's picked up his 5th wicket. Ethan Brooks had to go for a well-made 46 in that over. The ball kissing his outside edge and going through to Michael Pepper. And Worcestershire at the end of, I've momentarily lost my scorecard, at the end of the 34th over are 118 for 6.
Yeah, so I'll just repeat it. So Basil D'Oliveira, Brett's grandfather. Brett's dad was Damien, who played for Worcestershire in the 80s and 90s and then became a coach, sadly passed away a few years ago. Basil's brother married a lady called Elizabeth, and Elizabeth has a first cousin called Sally, who is actually Logan's mother. So there is a genuine, distant, albeit, relationship between these two batsmen out there at the moment, which is extraordinary and something I knew nothing about until last night. I don't even think Brett knew about it until Logan told him.
Interesting.
That turns that away on the offside for a single. D'Oliveira. Talking about overseas players returning as well, as you were, Mash, and Logan van Beek played last year for Worcestershire briefly, and he is another one who said when given the opportunity to return, just break off as he faces Harmer and plays us defensively out on the offside. No hesitation whatsoever. Worcestershire have had a good relationship with a number of Kiwis, and I'm not claiming that they're the only county that has overseas players who want to come back, but it is an environment that tends to be enjoyed by overseas players who come, and they don't take much persuading to have another go. Nathan Smith might well come back next year, we hope, as this one is turned by Van Beek. On the onside.
Where would an overseas stay if they're playing for Worcestershire? In Birmingham?
No, it's interesting. I can give a bit of insight. Harmer bowls, Van Beek is forward. James Hartshorn, for example, who's just very briefly over and played the last game, isn't playing this one. He's been in a hotel, but Nathan Smith, when he was here as a sort of permanent overseas at the start of the season, Harmer bowls again and pushed out by Van Beek. He's given an apartment quite close to the ground, actually, within walking distance of the ground. The club has access to one or two apartments that they use from time to time, and the sort of short-term lets and so on. Harmer bowls, and Van Beek on the back foot steers this out square on the offside. There's no run. End of the over. Just one run came from it. 38 to D'Oliveira. Van Beek not yet off the mark. One man out since lunch. Ethan Brooks for 46. Worcestershire at one time 10 for 4 are 119 for 6.
Yeah, I'm always intrigued by proximity to cricket grounds, and I mean, in the football world, I'm probably more familiar with proximities in terms of footballers, but in cricket, when you're even for the players who aren't overseas, actually, how far they would commute
quite a few
for depending on where some teams are, obviously.
Yeah, quite a few live in and around Worcester itself. It's a nice enough place to live if you're going to be a permanent member of staff. Adam Ho still lives in Birmingham, I think, having been with Warwickshire.
Brett de Oliveira is on strike. Jamie Porter continues from the Graham Gooch end. That one skews out into the leg side for no run.
Head coach Alan Richardson still lives in Birmingham, but it's not too.
It's not too far.
The thing about that is you can get stuck in traffic on the motorway, but if you travel at 7 o'clock in the morning, which is what they tend to do, or later at night, you're probably not going to. It's. And the players that have moved the other way and gone up to play for Warwickshire often still live in Worcester. And it's only sort of less than an hour.
Porter again. This one pushes Brett de Oliveira onto the back foot, defends, and there is no run. I was going to say, I'm trying to remember my Midlands geography.
Yeah.
What outside of Worcester? What would be your next big?
Well, the next big city, if you go southwest, is Bristol. But you've obviously got Gloucester between Worcester and Bristol, and then if you go further west, you've got Hereford going out into the sort of Welsh marches and so on.
Right. Porter again to de Oliveira, uses his feet but can only dab that back down the pitch to Jamie Porter. There'll be no run there.
But cricket-wise, you've got Cheltenham is very close, so if Gloucestershire play Worcestershire in the Championship, if they're in the same division, it's ideal if that game's at Cheltenham because it's very close for both sets of supporters.
Right, okay.
Commentary box is invaded by a big crowd of touring schoolboys, I think, having a look around the ground here. Don's showing them around.
I didn't have Worcestershire as that close to the west, you know.
Yeah.
See, this is how I knew my geography was skewed. That's why I had to ask the question.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there are stories, they say.
Porter to Brett de Oliveira and is able to push that down to mid-on, but there is no run there.
I mean, they say that Worcester itself is known as the loyal city because it stayed loyal to the king all through the Civil War. But if you turn back time further, I mean, there are rumours that say that at one time, and I mean back in before the Middle Ages, that the western side of the Severn, which is where the cricket ground is, just over there, that was actually the border between England and Wales.
The March at Earldoms, I'll get onto that. Porter to de Oliveira, and this time he is able to scamper through for one, just a quick dab into the point region.
But it's not far to Wales from Worcester. If you wanted, the straightest line between Worcester and the Welsh border wouldn't be as far away as you probably imagine. So it is quite west, but it's as I say, it's a West Midlands city regarded as really, I think.
Online, everything won't go out. So these guys are going to be doing.
So I was expecting you to say to me when I said, "Oh, what's the nearest?" Just as well I didn't talk.
Go on.
Because I was going to say, is it not near like West Bromwich or something?
Well, yeah, it is. No, it is really, in a sense.
Porter to Logan Van Beek and pushes him.
I mean, West Bromwich is if you go up the M5 from Worcester towards Birmingham, if you don't turn off slightly east to Birmingham, you would come to West Bromwich, and you would literally pass West Bromwich Albion's ground, and then Wolverhampton not much further up. So it's directly south of there, a little bit west of Birmingham, and sort of south about sort of 30 miles or so. But it doesn't take you long to get into Herefordshire and Wales and very rural areas, but equally it doesn't take you long to get into the city either, really. So I'm biased because I live there, but I think it's ideally placed, as will many of our listeners and viewers. Chelmsford, a bit more industrial and built up round here, as de Oliveira plays a reverse to Harmer's first ball and gets one. He's come back for two. Van Beek hesitated, gets in. De Oliveira wanted two all the time. He goes to 41, 122 for six. I was doing a bit of commentary on the Lions game against Sri Lanka recently, and on the last day there wasn't a huge amount happening as England Lions cruised towards victory. Harmer bowls and D'Oliveira defends. And I had the live chat on with the live stream, and there were several thousand people watching from Sri Lanka, and they started to send questions in about where is Worcester, and I ended up talking about where it is and the cathedral and the history, and yeah, it's great to reflect on the history of the city and on the history of the cricket club as D'Oliveira plays this one from Harmer out on the offside, and great that people who are watching from overseas could see pictures of the cathedral at the same time and see that view across the ground, which is so famous. Harmer from the Sir Alistair Cook end, a little bit slower. D'Oliveira on the back foot plays defensively down on the offside. It's fascinating cricket here at Chelmsford. It's been interesting cricket all day, challenging for the Worcestershire batters, but they've made a real good go of recovering after being 10 for 4. D'Oliveira defends away on the onside, but it's going to be testing, I think, for the whole game on this pitch.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever truly in necessarily on a pitch like this.
Harmer again is in, bowls. That one is a little bit loopier, slightly down the leg side, and D'Oliveira is able to get inside it and turn it away square of the wicket for a single, which means he will keep strike. Van Beek is not yet off the mark. D'Oliveira has 42 now, and at the end of that over, Harmer has figures of 12 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 30, and Worcestershire are 123 for 6 off 37.
Be interesting to see how long Essex persists with Simon Harmer. That's not to say that he's not bowling well, but just whether they'll decide to go back to pace at any point. Sam Cook has only bowled 8 overs.
Yeah.
So he certainly has some overs in his locker. But as things are right now, Essex obviously well on top, and Jamie Porter will continue from the Graham Gooch end to Brett D'Oliveira, who leans forwards, catches the inner half of his bat, and he's able to scamper through for 1, given that there is no short fielder. And Robin Das has to run in from the mid-wicket region or 2 to pick up that ball, which allows them to run through for 1. Given that point you made about Gloucestershire and playing at Cheltenham,
Yeah.
and for Worcestershire fans listening, could be some blasphemy about to be said. Porter into Logan Van Beek. That's driven down the ground. He looked like he wanted a quick single, but the fielder at mid-on is able to run round quickly and ensure that that wasn't an option. Warwickshire or Gloucestershire as the big, well, obviously Warwickshire,
Yeah,
but
definitely Warwickshire.
But is
Yeah.
Gloucestershire considered any kind of?
Not really,
Okay.
no. I mean, they're local rivals, but not in the same way that that Warwickshire are. The Bears v the Pears is always the big one, really. Very much so. Cheltenham is perfect.
Porter to Van Beek, and this one's driven again by Van Beek, but Jamie Porter was able to take the sting out of that shot.
I mean, Cheltenham's nearer to Worcester than it is to Bristol. So if Gloucestershire play there, which they do, obviously in the festival each year, but if it happens that it fits and they end up playing Worcestershire, then you get a really good crowd and it's fairly evenly split. But yeah, the Bears v the Pears is the real.
It's coming up, is it not?
Yep, it certainly is.
Van Beek wrapped again in front, looks too high from our angle.
Possibly going down as well, I think. Yeah, it's coming up at New Road. They've played already this year at Edgbaston. Worcestershire feeling a little bit hard done to on that occasion. The weather prevented them from winning. That was the first game. And then lost the T20 at New Road, but won at Edgbaston. So honours have been reasonably even
honours
this
even
year.
thus far.
Yeah.
Big game given the league table as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Porter in once more to Logan Van Beek. Van Beek is able to meet that one with the full face of the bat. There'll be no run driven out into the covers, where it is fielded by Paul Walter.
Yeah, quite like Paul Walter. He's the unmissable, isn't he? Tall Paul, as they call him. you really can't miss him.
Yeah, some
6
like
foot 8, I think.
when you do comms, some fielders you're like, who was that again? But him,
Yeah, no.
you know, it's definitely him.
It definitely helps, doesn't it? I always like it if you get to know your own team's fielders by the way they move and everything else, but it's always nice if the opposition fielders wear a big hat or orange boots or something.
This one pushes Van Beek back again. Can't
Get off the mark. Hey.
Can't work anything from that. And after 10 balls, I think Logan Van Beek has faced, he's yet to get off the mark. 12 balls, in fact, he's yet to get off the mark, and that's the end of another Jamie Porter over. Worcestershire 124 for 6, Brett D'Oliveira on 43, and Logan Van Beek, as I just said, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, and he's hit 3 or 4 really nicely as well, and fancied a run, and then they've been stopped by the bowler or been straight to the fielder. But he's experienced enough not to fret about that. It's not as if he's a debutant who's under pressure. I think it's just important. They've just had a chat. I think it's important they just keep playing these two. Don't try and force the issue. Loads of time left. Just about getting this score up to something of some magnitude. Nothing. Don't they'll be thinking too far ahead as Harmer bowls, and D'Oliveira lets that go outside the off stump. Really slowly bowled. That one floated up. D'Oliveira lifted his bat well clear of it. Through to keeper Michael Pepper, who's picked up 3 catches so far today. Harmer in quicker, and D'Oliveira punches this one with the spin up to mid-on. Tom Westley comes in from the long-on boundary to do the fielding, and they pick up a single. I'll just complete this over and then leave Mash with commentary, and Don Topley will be coming back in alongside him. Just a reminder that you can get in touch with all 3 of us via Twitter if you'd like to. I'm at Frank Watson 58. Harmer slow, turned by Van Beek on the leg side. Don is at Toppers Senior SNR, and Mash is at Mash MASH St Paddy ST Paddy. At Mash ST Paddy. Harmer again bowls slower again, and Van Beek, I should say, not Bake. Bake is the Dutch pronunciation. Van Beek is what Logan prefers when he's in England, and he just lets that go outside the off stump. Slip, short leg slip. Harmer in again, bowl slow again. He's off the mark now. Floated up outside the off stump. He accepts the invitation and he square drives it for 4. So he's taken a fair while to get his first runs, but brings them up with a boundary. And the total goes on to 129 for 6. In fact, I think it's probably going on to 130. No, that's right, 129 for 6. And Van Beek is 4. Harmer, sun just breaking through again. He's in and bowls, and that's nicely bowled. Just held that one back a little bit. Van Beek forward, blocks it out on the offside. End of a tidy over from Harmer. His figures 13 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 35. Pick of the bowlers, Jamie Porter 5 for 41. Worcestershire 129 for 6 off 39 overs.
So as Frank Watson goes for a well-deserved break, I'm going to give him some trivia to go and investigate. So earlier on he gave a connection between Logan Van Beek and Brett D'Oliveira, and I was about to say to Frank that Logan Van Beek has a West Indian connection as well. Now Frank may already know it, but when he returns, I hope he has found the answer for that piece of trivia. Jamie Porter continues at the Graham Gooch end to Brett D'Oliveira, who pushes it out into the covers for no run. So Worcestershire 129 for 6. Brett D'Oliveira's on 44. Logan Van Beek on 4. Brett D'Oliveira has now faced 100 balls, which is a feat in itself given how Essex have bowled to date. Porter in again to said Brett D'Oliveira, who is forward, and that's precisely why Brett D'Oliveira has done so well. He's looked to be positive in those now 101 balls that he's faced, pushes that one just behind point for 1 and moves on to 45.
Good afternoon, Mash.
Hello, hello. Are you definitely on? Yeah. Just make sure I could hear you from my mic. Yep. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. You've not had your lunch yet?
I was trying to make sure that I'm definitely hungry by the time I got to have it. Jamie Porter into Logan Beacon. He pushes that down to third man for 1, or guides that down to third man for 1.
I ventured over the other side of the ground, and thank you. You probably noticed we had a few youngsters in the box. Well, they actually are West Essex District.
Right, okay.
And they've got a full day here. There's 3 age groups. I think there's 11s, 13s, 15s, and maybe 17s. But they're with their parents. They're having a full day at the county cricket ground, which is great to see.
Yeah, I saw them out on the field at lunchtime.
Yes.
Porter to D'Oliveira, who's on the back foot and tucks that down to into the mid-wicket region for 1.
I know them pretty well because they annually come to my MCCF, hence the T-shirt, the festival that I put on every year. It's under 11s and under 12s. So over the years, I've got to know them. But you know, to have a day out, and Essex obviously entertaining them. And it's just great to see them here. They're having a little net in the indoor school.
Porter to Van Beek. Van Beek is forward.
Trying to inspire, well, infuse, excite, entice the next generation. And you know, we're very lucky. We're watching and commentating, but you know, I often argue with people that we're perhaps not the future. The youngsters.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
You know, we've got to inspire, because look, there's a healthy crowd here today, but the cricket cannot guarantee what the vista's going to be like in 10, 15, 20 years. We need the youth.
Van Beek positive forward, pushes down to mid-off and scampers a quick single. And actually the stumps are thrown down. Good piece of cricket again to 1 run that quick single, but then
Tom Wesley.
Tom Wesley, of course, Essex captain.
Stumps twice today.
It was him earlier on,
It was.
Wesley again knocking the stumps down, but obviously Logan Beek was well in. That brings an end to the over. Worcestershire 133 for 6. Brett D'Oliveira on 46. Logan Beek on 6.
Yeah, it was a really good piece of cricket actually all round. Goodish delivery, good shot, good running, good fielding, and you know, it was good cricket from Worcestershire because they got the single, rotate the strike. D'Oliveira won't be facing, but Harmer, well, you know, Harmer's still looking a little dangerous here. We've got a bit of cloud cover, which has reduced the temperature, which is pleasing.
I'm happy because that sun you warned me about, when I sat down in this seat after lunch, it was in my face. You were right.
Yeah, look at it now, yeah.
Oh,
and
gone.
he's got himself a wicket there. And I'm going to have a little look to see whether that was
Caught and bowled.
Caught and bowled, wasn't it? Quite low down.
Don't know if that one just held up. See if I can get a look at this replay here.
And it's, well, D'Oliveira's watching. Van Beek's going to have to go. And we're just trying to have a look again at the replay.
Looks like he didn't really hit it cleanly.
As Harmer bowls it, it's driven, and it's well, a regulation caught and bowled, to be honest, but it was on his follow-through, taken with both hands. And listen, if there's one cricketer that has buckets as hands, it's Harmer. I mean, they are like cornflake packets. They are enormous. They won't drop many.
The new batter for Worcestershire, Tom Taylor.
Tom Taylor, formerly of Derbyshire, is I think he might have played at Northampton as well.
And Leicester.
And Leicester, my word, he's got more clubs than Reece Topley. Sandy Lyle, is an old golfer.
Yes, yes, that name definitely rings a bell.
Tommy Taylor, tallish bowler, over the top, 12 o'clock bowler. And the 2 wickets to fall, which I haven't completed, the first one after lunch would have been Brooks, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so
What
Brooks
can I
caught
write down about him? Brooks was caught.
Caught Pepper, bowled Porter.
I missed that one because I was entertaining the children from
Bit of
West
extra lift from Jamie Porter and kiss the outside edge.
Right.
Ball before Brooks had deposited to the boundary. Good shot.
Brooks made.
46.
And the score at the time?
118.
For 6. And then we've just lost Logan Van Beek, who was caught and bowled by the very same man that is now looking to bowl his next delivery. 2 men round the park, round the bat. No, there's going to be 3 as a man under the lid goes at silly point on the offside. Critchley it is. So Harmer bowls, and this time it's driven into the offside. It's going to beat Walter at extra cover. It's gone for 1, 2. We look, and it's gone for beaten Walter for 4. So actually a very ambitious but calculated, smart shot there from Taylor, who used his feet to making sure he got to the pitch of the ball. Good shot. Harmer will be chuffed he's got into the wicket column. Harmer bowls again. This time it's sort of squeezed, it turns and hits the bat, goes into the leg side with the spin, and Taylor very happy to play into the leg side, and to be honest that's quite sensible. This time it's driven again. This time Walter falls to the floor, prevents the boundary. A bit of applause there for the big man who gets to the floor, dives and prevents any more runs than just the basic single. 1 more to Taylor, brings the captain on 46. The close fielders have spread out a little bit. He's reverse lapped it and he's going to get 1. He may get 2. No, he's happy just with the 1 as Cook does the fielding down at the 3rd man boundary. He wasn't placed as a 3rd man, he was down there for the reverse sweep, but it was executed well for just the single run by the skipper D'Oliveira, who moves to 47. Harmer over the wicket, 3 men round the bat against Taylor. It's driven and that's well fielded. I don't know if it was a drop, but Harmer has dived away from his follow through to the offside. I think it was just a decent stop by the bowler, and there is some very good applause for Harmer, who has now got his first wicket. But
it was a chance.
It was a chance.
But I mean, I say it was a chance. It would have been a worldie if Harmer had taken it. But it's kind of one of those ones which is inches off the ground. Like he's done well to stop it more rather than catch it, I should say.
Harmer's a very fine fielder. That's good reaction, catches, just a quality athlete. And he'll be devastated or disappointed.
Yeah, he'll think he should have taken. Given his fielding standards, he'll probably think he should have taken it, but it was a difficult chance.
Definitely. So Van Beek, who was the last to be dismissed, was 6, and the score now with that single has gone to 140 for 7.
So Jamie Porter will continue from the Graham Gooch end to Tom Taylor, who is forward in defence, pushes that down to mid-off, no run. Did I read, I think I may have got an email earlier today, is one of the games next year, I think the England women's game, is it here? Against maybe West Indies women?
Yeah, quite possibly.
I think I got an email about it, maybe yesterday. It seems to jog a memory of mine.
I've just had a quick text from Luca, who's in the office.
Defended again by Tom Taylor, no run.
We're hoping that my voice is being picked up properly. There's no background noise.
It might be that I can hear you better now, so maybe the mic was down. Maybe the mic was down a bit.
2 slips are waiting for Porter. I nearly started yours.
Sorry there. Yours. I was so concerned about you and the audio.
So that was a good ball from Porter. It's played into the offside. It came off the middle of the bat. made a thumpingly good sound.
I was waiting for you to talk again to check your mic, forgetting that I was supposed to be talking
Just
myself.
looking, everything seems to be on.
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's good now. Apologies, everyone.
Yeah.
But Jamie Porter will be back in to Tom Taylor. Taylor advances down the wicket, and there is no run fielded on the follow-through by Jamie Porter.
Having to cover up the QB box as the sun burst through. We suggested there was some wispy cloud around the county ground here at Chelmsford, but the sun has burst through, and you can certainly feel it. It's a gorgeous day. No wind, very little wind here in the southeast quarter of England.
Porter again. Wraps Tom Taylor on the thigh pad, runs through one, waiting the umpire's signal here. Leg by. And the score moves to 141 for 7. So one more ball remaining of Jamie Porter's over. Brett D'Oliveira is on strike. He is 3 away from a potential half century. And Oliveira again skips down the track, but then checks his shot, defends that into the cover region for no run, and that brings an end to another Jamie Porter over. Another maiden by Jamie Porter. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 45. And Worcestershire are 141 for 7. Brett D'Oliveira on 47, Tom Taylor on 6.
For Brett D'Oliveira, what's he faced? 104 balls, is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, he's been resolute. He's been tenacious. He's battled hard for his own team. He captains this Worcestershire side, who would have been immensely chuffed with their very fine 8-wicket victory over Kent last week. Meanwhile, Essex hardly got out of the pavilion down at Southampton. Made some runs, but it was going nowhere, was the game in Southampton, as Harmer bowls right arm over the wicket, slightly quicker. Taylor goes back and plays with a straight bat into the leg side for no run. Taylor facing, looks to sweeps, and it hits the man Das under the lid at forward short leg. He's taken a bit of pain there, but he's walking around and moving his arms and legs, trying to get the blood circulating.
Have you ever fielded in that position? Did you ever like being there?
I've nodded my head to say I did, and I didn't enjoy it. Oh, this is bounce, and I have to say Taylor played that with high hands and ensured the ball went down, and played it with soft hands, so very good. Yeah, I did. I fielded close to the wicket, and occasionally I was at bat pad, occasionally early doors, but as I got a bit older, into my 20s, I didn't field there. This is a slog sweep. It's going to go out. It bounces in front of Shane Snater, fielding at deep mid wicket in front of the pavilion balcony. Yeah, I did.
Is it a short straw position, or
Yeah.
is it a lack of seniority position, or do you believe specialists can field there?
Yeah, oh, definitely. As this is forced with the spin, it's a good-looking shot from D'Oliveira, who picks up a single. This time he plays with a straight bat and takes the single out to Snater at deep mid-wicket again. Okay, I'm going to give you one or two guys who fielded very well in that position years ago. So they did it professionally. And one of them was at Nottinghamshire. Harmer bowls it with slightly slower, and he had to wait, did Taylor. And I have to say, he's played quite nicely so far for a number 9. He really has. End of the over, 143 for 7. Basharat Hassan. He opened the batting in the top order at Nottinghamshire. I think he was Kenyan. I think he was. And he even fielded for England as an acting 12th man.
Yeah.
And he fielded at bat pad. He was brilliant. Brian Hardy, here of this shire.
Yeah.
Do you remember that name?
The name rings a bell, yes.
He used to open with Gooch for years. a Scotsman from Stenhousemuir, had a fantastic career in the game of cricket here at Essex. He fielded at bat pad and probably was the best in the business to seamers and spinners.
Okay.
Brian Hardy.
We have had a change in bowling. Sam Cook has come on to replace Jamie Porter at the Graham Gooch end. Sam Cook in the first session bowled 8 overs, 1 for 32, taking the wicket of Gareth Roderick, LBW. And he's in to Brett D'Oliveira, and that one rises sharply on Brett D'Oliveira, and he actually plays it well, is able to kind of dab it down to kind of short third man and scampers through for 1, but that one had a bit of lift. We haven't seen that in a while. Potentially Cook's extra pace, extra height, extracting a bit more out of the surface there.
That is the difference between Cook and Porter. Cook is a bit taller. Porter, I'm not suggesting he's round arm, but he's not as high as Cook, or fast.
Cook into Taylor. That one catches the inner half of the bat, skews out into the leg side, no run.
Taylor's happy to advance down the wicket like D'Oliveira did early in his innings. Nothing wrong with that.
You'd do it to Cook?
Yeah. Look, it's a gamble, but listen, he's comfortable doing it. You do know where, generally speaking, these two are likely to bowl. They are, metronomic, aren't they?
Cook in again, and Taylor does advance a few paces and defends that to mid-on for no
Are you
one.
a cricketer yourself?
My days of my cricketing career are long gone. I just played it. To be fair, I just played it. I was having this conversation last week.
Yep.
I played it at school, and then
Where was school?
Orpington in Kent.
Okay. Yep.
And I found that if I stopped playing at university, which is the mistake I made, that you kind of have to have a club, otherwise. Cook in again to Taylor, and he plays it into the covers for no run. Yeah, so I didn't have a club, and then essentially didn't lose interest in cricket, but just didn't play it recreationally.
Right,
and
because you had other things going on?
Yeah, it was university.
Busy?
I was just university. I was busy with other things. So by the time came after university to focus on sports, I decided to focus on playing football recreationally instead.
Tell me about your cricket. What did you do? What did you enjoy doing?
Come back to after this ball. Cook to Taylor. That one's left alone outside the off stump. No run. I liked, to be honest, I look back and realise that really all I was a specialist fielder or a specialist. When I look back at it now, that's really all I was doing. I was a number 8 who didn't bowl enough. Right. So yeah, I think specialist fielder is probably my captain.
Yep. Captaincy material?
Should have been.
He's been scone.
That one, I need to see the replay if that one actually hit.
Yep.
Yeah, well, it definitely did, because Tom Taylor's now looking at his helmet. I couldn't tell initially if Tom Taylor had got bat on that when he tried to pull it, but it looks like it's actually stung him on the helmet. Just watching the replay of this Cook delivery. Yeah, that's really hit him, in fact, on the helmet. There's no debate about that one. And they should be bringing, you would imagine a physio's got to come out here and they've got to do the concussion protocols here, because that was a sharp rising delivery that was on Taylor before he'd got through the shot.
It was a good bouncer because it got up to the right height. You often, he had to bang it in and it responded. It probably wasn't particularly quick. The ball's been checked by Steve O'Shaughnessy, who's been giving it to the Essex captain, Tom Wesley, who is shining it. Meantime, we're not losing any overs here. The physio is asking the batsman a few questions, Tom Taylor. He'll probably keep that in his memory bank one day when he bowls back to Sam Cook.
So I've got a theory on concussion protocols.
Okay.
I'm intrigued to see where you stand on it. I think players should be told they have to go off. for a
Interesting.
minimum amount of time.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be long, but I don't. Ever since they were introduced, and obviously other sports, so rugby union's a good example.
Yeah.
Have probably a better process of dealing with it, but I just don't know if you can make a clear judgment in 5 to however many minutes it is on the field, whether someone is
Not affected.
Yeah, because it could be a delayed onset and so on. But I don't know if you have to leave that to the player to work that out after that 5 minutes, or if you have to say that the player just has to come off. I don't know. It's a difficult one, obviously.
It is,
but
and it's been highlighted by rugby and highlighted in today's society, which is, hell, it's so different to 40 years ago. When I 35 years ago when I was playing. I think you've got to look after today. We know it is only acceptable to look after the sportsman and ensure that he is fine and okay. As Harmer comes in for the end of the over, and Harmer's bowled a ball which has been tickled round into the leg side where they take a single, and that applause is for the applause and rightly and richly rewarded to Brett D'Oliveira, who raises his bat for his 50. He jogs to see his mate. They punch gloves. He's made 50 runs and he's faced 107 balls. So it's been a really, you can only describe it as best as he's rescuing his side. As Harmer bowls, this is played in off the back foot into the leg side, no run. Well played, Brett D'Oliveira. They'll be cheering for him in Worcestershire. Pershore, all around those Vale of Evesham. This time it's lapped by Taylor, who's going to get 4. There's no man back. There's a man back at deep mid wicket, not at deep square leg or backward of square. There's a man at 45, so it's a really sensible, calculated shot. If he hit it in the air, he would have been safe too, because there's no fielder down there. So very well played. Great shot that. Mash.
Yeah, most definitely.
It was calculated.
No risk.
Yep. Harmer in again. Field stays the same. This time, I think it may have turned and it may have just missed off stump. Keeper's missed it, and I think it's gone for 4 buys, or
No, it says
it's an edge. Is that an edge?
I didn't think so, but now I'm going to have to watch a replay to see where.
That is an edge signalled
Yeah, it
by
was.
Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah, no, it was.
Wow, where's that gone? Because we're not in line. Where's that gone?
It's caught an inside edge. He's lucky that it's not played back onto his stumps, actually. I'm saying that on a replay. For all I know, my eyes have deceived me, and it's gone out of the rough.
Well, he's now
Yes, inside
added
edge.
a single off that delivery because he's played it off the back foot. It was very slow, slowly bowled, went back and punched it down the ground through the vacant mid on all the way to long on where Wesley does the fielding. 1 run. This time it's cut. He's seen the ball. It's been pitched a little short. He's looking for 2. D'Oliveira can't get back. Well fielded. Whoever that was on the opposite side of the ground. Stopped the 2. I think it might have been Sam Cook. No, it wasn't. Don't know who that fielding was. Well fielded nonetheless.
Just going back to that concussion point.
Yes.
Because you made a point there that I wanted to come on the back of there, which is that go back 35, however many years, 30, 40 years, 35 years. From your own perspective, what was happening when somebody was pinged on the helmet? Were there times that you remember where people were pinged on the helmet and you were looking at them going, they don't know what's going on out here?
Bearing in mind,
Yeah.
listen, back 35 years ago, everyone had 2 crackerjack overseas player bowlers.
Yeah.
And you got
good
pinned on
point.
the head a lot more.
Yeah, Cook into Brett D'Oliveira turns that back with a square for 1. In fact, 2. In fact, very good running there by Brett D'Oliveira, looking busy. He moves on to 54. Worcestershire 159 for 7.
It was an entirely different era, and I think well-being looking after the sportsman probably wasn't
I think.
a thing of great importance in those days. You fought hard for your county, you kept battling.
Cook again. This one zips past Brett Oliveira's outside edge. A rare moment where Brett Oliveira's been beaten outside his off stump there. Definitely left his bat hanging outside the off stump, and that one moves quicker than he probably realised, but there is no run. The score is actually 157 for 7. I got the score wrong. Brett Oliveira's on 53, Tom Taylor's on 16.
Bold.
This time left alone outside the off stump by Brett Oliveira.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought or a question you asked, which was good. It's only right that we look after the player and give them the best opportunity. You can't afford to take risks with concussion. But you're right. Yesteryear, there would have been certain individuals who would have said, "We need him back out there. Get out there.
Right,
Come
yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Pick yourself up. How many fingers have I got out? You're staying out here."
Cook Oliveira defended into cover, no run.
Which was the same in rugby, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. So we can't make this as if it's specific to
No.
to cricket, football, probably every single sport. To be fair. But then it goes back then to my question about how do we work it? How do we? And also, undoubtedly, some people would say, if somebody has to come off after they're hitting the helmet, Sam Cook to Oliveira forward defends, pushes that down to mid-off, no run. Would there be more short balls? That sounds cynical, but would there be?
Well,
I hope. It's difficult.
yeah.
It's difficult.
I think we're now talking of modern day era, and probably I'm not the best person to answer that question. But you want to look after the player and his well-being, so I'll happily go with the people from the medical profession to answer that question.
Sam Cook that time, Brett Oliveira defends, and it is fielded on his follow through by Sam Cook, and there is no run. That brings an end to the over. Worcestershire 157 for 7, Brett Oliveira on 53. He's faced now 114 balls, and Tom Taylor is 16. He has faced 23 and looked very positive upon coming to the crease, and I will now depart for about half an hour.
Many thanks, Mash. Hope you're enjoying your time at Chelmsford. You're listening to Mash St Paddy. That's his at Mash St Paddy. You've got at Frank Watson 58, at Toppers Senior, and then the email to ask anything you want to do about the game of cricket. Schools, we had West Essex District side pop in to learn about how radio, television or broadcasting, or indeed the YouTube, the streaming, Essex TV. We hope you're enjoying that opportunity as well. And if you want to write to us, you can email us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. So you've got various avenues to get in touch. Love to hear from you. And it's going to be Frank Watson to commentate on Matt Critchley. Welcome back, Frank.
Thanks, Don. Yeah, Matt Critchley starts with a ball which is just short of length, pushed away on the offside by Tom Taylor. Critchley, the leg spinner, bowls to Taylor, who cuts at this one, missed, taken by the keeper. Started very well this morning, just bowled one over before lunch. Critchley turned his first ball past the outside edge, had Oliveira dropped at slip, albeit a very tough chance to Dean Elgar. This next one is pushed out on the offside by Taylor. I wonder if these two might have played together a bit at Derbyshire. I think when Taylor started his career there, Critchley was there for a good few years.
Yeah,
they might well have played a bit together. This one is cut by Taylor, out for a single, out to the deep cover boundary. So he goes to 17. Oliveira is 53. Excellent from the captain. Just 4 fours, but he's held things together to some extent.
Batted really well. Can I ask you if you remember this? When did you start with Worcestershire?
88.
Yeah, okay.
Critchley in bowls and Oliveira pushes out on the onside.
D'Oliveira, when he first broke into, and I'm wondering whether his debut was against Essex or one of his first games, and it was the first time he made a 50.
Critchley bowls and he's on the back foot, steering it out behind square on the offside for a single. Brett D'Oliveira takes him on to 54.
Are you easy to find
I
out?
could find that out,
because
yeah.
he played at Worcester in one of his first games, if not his debut.
This D'Oliveira.
This D'Oliveira.
Yeah, I'll check.
And I think he got a very slow, patient, rescuing 50. Because I was on commentary and I was intrigued because I knew Dad, Grandad, and I was eager to watch him. And I think it was quite a staunch, it was a hard-working 50 that he got. And I don't know if it was his first game, if not, it was his second game.
Right.
But I remember the media or the attention it was awarded. Good crowd at Worcester against Essex.
I'll check it.
I don't know why. I thought it might. He might have got 50, 52 or something in his second innings. In comes Cook, 2 slips awaiting. Cook bowls outside off stump, left alone by that man, Brett D'Oliveira. Or it was his first ever half century, and it was against Essex at New Road.
We'll find it. We have the technology.
My able research assistant. Hey?
You're good at this, Don. You set people these targets. I heard you asking somebody in the studio this morning to sort one out, didn't you?
Cook in, bowl straight, it's played into the leg side. D'Oliveira, ever watchful, but clearly good cricket there because he's called his partner through for a quick single. Porter, who's bowled a few overs, taken some wickets today. He's got himself a 5-fer, has Jamie Porter, and he'll be chuffed with that because he's found a bit of form just lately, but he's just come back in having been injured. He missed the early part of the white ball and then came back towards the end in the one-day cup. This time Taylor comes down the wicket, plays with rather a long stick there. He played very straight as he marched down the wicket, and there is no run. Let's have a look at Essex's bowling in terms of bowling stats. As Cook is on his way in at the crease, this time it's driven straight up to Porter at mid-on. So Cook is in the middle of his 11th over. He's got 1 for 35. Jamie Porter 14 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 45. Snater 5 overs, 0 for 18. Harmer 16 overs, 1 for 55. Critchley just the 2 overs. So in terms of wickets for the season, let me have a look at those as well. This time's played nice and straight, and there is no run. And if I look at the bowling, so Essex's bowling, Cook was the leading wicket taker. No, he's not. It was Porter with 34. Well, he has 39 now. Cook has 30. Snater, Critchley has 32 each, and Harmer 28. So they're all fairly similar, but Porter out on his own with 39. This is hooked fairly sensibly under control. Out for 1 run to Paul Water, who's fielding towards the boundary. There is just the 1 run. End of the over. 160, it might be 161, as we wait to see if the scoreboard ticks over. No, 160 for 7. Brett D'Oliveira 55, and with him Taylor on 18. What have you found?
I haven't found it yet. You're going to have to give me more time. No, I've searched it twice, but the Cricket Archive Player Oracle, which never usually lets us down, doesn't like the name Brett D'Oliveira. So whether we've just got to put him in with his initials or not, I don't know. But it's not keen at the moment. So bear with me. Just give me a bit longer.
You know, bowlers have fairly long memories, and they, remember all your dismissals and things like that. But I certainly seem to remember Brett D'Oliveira making 50 odd, whether it was the first 50, whether it was on dirt.
I'll find it.
On debut or what.
Critchley in, starts a new over, bowling to Taylor. He's on the back foot playing defensively up the pitch. Both Harmer and Critchley have got a fair bit of turn on this pitch, but it's been slowish, so the batsmen have been able to, if they're given any kind of shortness of length, they've been able to go on the back foot and watch the ball off the pitch. This one is fuller and just driven by Taylor, pushed really up to Walter at deepish mid-off, halfway back, and they take a single.
Looking at the bowling stats for Worcestershire, Jack Leach is out on his own at 46.
This one edged by D'Oliveira with the spin, to proper outside edge for a leg spinner, and skidded away down towards third man just for a single.
Didn't see the lad Smith bowl.
Good.
36 wickets, so 10 behind Leach, and then comes Matthew Waite.
Yeah, he's injured, he's here, but not playing, might well play in the next game. This one a little bit shorter, hammered off the back foot by Taylor, and they take a single. Yeah, Joe Leach has had a season beset by injury, had an operation on his knee in February, wasn't going to start the season, and then kind of had to because Taylor and Ben Gibbon collided with each other in a pre-season friendly and were both out injured. Another run off the edge. D'Oliveira down to third man. Critchley stands with hands on hips, obviously getting quite a bit of turn. So Leach started and then injured again and was out, and then made the comeback last week against Kent and picked up a 6 foot, which was a good effort. Taylor's injured at the start, playing now. But Nathan Smith, the pick of the bowlers in the first part of the season. Yorker from Critchley, dug out by Taylor, and they pick up a single. He was quick, Nathan Smith, really quite slippery, not express pace, but skiddy quick. I think, Neil Radford type thing, if you think back to your sort of era. Yeah. And made a great impression and would still be playing now had it not been for tearing a hamstring quite badly in the T20 game at Edgbaston. End of the over. They're still there, these two. 166 for 7.
Where exactly did he come from?
Wellington. Yeah.
Okay, so
it was a good pick-up by Worcester because he was the MVP in the Plunket Shield last winter, and Worcestershire got him signed up quite early.
Yes.
And hoping to possibly get him back in the future. So yeah, it was a very, very good signing. Right, back to my research briefly, if I can.
It's going to be
it's not playing.
Cook to continue from the Graham Gooch end, which we all remember as the Hayes Close end here in Chelmsford. It's the top of the slope. You run away with yourself down the slope here at Chelmsford. A couple of birthdays to mention, actually. A couple of people listening in. Peter Topley from Broadstairs, it's his birthday. Happy birthday there. And to Dave Morgan, who's here in the ground today, part of the West Essex District. Well, he's part of the parents group that are here. Sam Cook in. This time Taylor gets squared up a little bit, but he safely secures and survives that delivery. Well played. Yeah, West Essex, thank you, Frank, for allowing them to come in. Sorry I didn't seek permission before, but you had an audience. So I introduced, it was quite funny, I said, look, this gentleman here used to be a teacher. And that you could hear the kids going,
Oh, no.
But, no, it was great for them to listen to see where the magic happens. And this magic hasn't happened because it's a leg bye that's gone into the leg side, signalled by David Milnes, formerly of Leicestershire and Derbyshire, I think he was. And,
Notts.
Notts, that's
Yeah.
right, Notts. A bullish kind of fast bowler. He's plenty of heart. Now, concentrates on umpiring, enjoys it. He's got the best seat in the house, he reckons. D'Oliveira to face Cook. One slip, Dean Elgar. Driven up to mid-off where there is no run. Tom Wesley does the fielding. Are you getting close?
I might be, yeah, I think so. I had to go a roundabout route to get there.
Did you?
Yeah.
But I'm sure it was in
Yeah.
his first season.
So we're probably talking about 10 years ago, I would think.
Yeah. What age would he be?
He's 32 now.
Is he? In he comes. Cook bowls nicely, that's well played. They'll be looking for two, but sensibly they turn it down. D'Oliveira's played with an open face bat,
not that
sensibly to backward point, and there is just the one run. 168 for 7. D'Oliveira moves to 58. It's been a patient knock, and he's basically faced. Is that 130? I'm going to stick my head out. 121 balls for 58, and Taylor 38 balls for 22. It's been a good partnership, this. There's an LBW shout. He might be interested. Cook is disappointed as Milnes has said not out. Well bowled.
Got 100
Against Essex.
opening the batting against Essex in 2016.
So 8 years ago.
With Daryl Mitchell, they put 179 on for the first wicket, and that might well have been, that's quite early on.
Is it? Did he play against Essex any earlier than that?
Well, not at Worcester.
I seem to think of.
He didn't
He got
play.
a
They
second
played at
innings
Worcester in
50.
2013.
Yeah, what
They
did
played
he
at
get?
Wo-
What did he get in the second innings there?
What, when he got that 100?
No, in that game at 2013. This
didn't
is a
play.
bouncer.
He didn't play. No,
So why has it
And
come
he-
up on his timeline?
because I've moved on to the next game in 2016. So Worcestershire didn't play Essex at home in the Championship between 2014 and 2016, and he didn't play in 2014. So it must be that 2016.
Okay, well, I just didn't remember the 100, but I do remember the 50. Yeah.
Unless it was here.
No, it was
No.
away.
Anyway,
Yeah.
well, I'll maybe have another look when I've got a bit more time, but it's a crucial innings that he's playing here today.
Cool,
I think
isn't
that's
it?
a absolute
There are
short.
two ways of looking at it. From your perspective as a Worcester man through and through, you're thinking, keep battling, keep going on. As a Essex man, I'm just thinking, we did drop him. I know it was a sharp chance, but
yeah.
it was in the breadbasket.
Yeah.
But Elgar didn't hang on to it. And, you know, it was a sharp chance. But you don't stand at slip because you got a good conversation.
It was a really sharp one, to be fair. I think he was on 30, or 31 actually at the time. It was just before lunch, but you're a hard man, Don. You're a hard man.
He
Let's
was
speak
on
to bowler
29.
29. Critchley bowls, and this one is pushed out on the onside by Taylor. And well, it was a tough one. They haven't needed any catches other than the keeper, and Simon Harmer picking one up off his own bowling, as this one's a little bit shorter. Pushed out, cut by Taylor on the offside for a single, takes him on to 23. Good little knock coming together by Tom Taylor here at number 9. Joe Leach still to come, and then we've got 30 bringing up the rear at number 11. Critchley, the leg spinner, formerly of Derbyshire, in bowls, a little bit quicker, flatter, swept by D'Oliveira, slightly uppish, bounces into the hands of Snater as he comes in off the square leg boundary. Another single for D'Oliveira, 59 now to him. Crucial innings. Critchley in again, bowls short to Taylor, who slaps it away on the offside, but only a single, picks out the man on the offside boundary. Runs coming reasonably steadily at the moment for Worcestershire in this afternoon session. Just the 2 men out since lunch. Ethan Brooks caught behind by Michael Pepper off Jamie Porter for 46, Porter's 5th wicket of the innings, and Logan Van Beek caught and bowled by Simon Harmer for 6. Well, D'Oliveira's had enough of Critchley, and he's come down the pitch to this one, and he's whacked it straight down the ground for 6. First 6 of the innings takes D'Oliveira on to 65, and it might well mean that man at mid-off is sent back to long off, or is he staying in? D'Oliveira, it was a fairly low risk shot with mid-on up. Hit it pretty straight down the ground. No change to the field. Critchley bowls, nicely flighted leg spinner, which goes right into the block hole, and D'Oliveira just squeezes the bat down on it, and the ball runs out on the offside. End of the over from Matt Critchley. D'Oliveira has 65, Taylor has 24. Worcestershire making a fight of it after being 10 for 4, remember, and now 178 for 7.
Yeah. You're listening to Frank Watson, Don Topley and Mash St Patrick here on day 1 in glorious sunshine at Chelmsford for the county championship match between Essex and Worcestershire. Worcestershire came here having beaten Kent quite easily last week, a great victory. But unfortunately, there's been a bit of reality. Once they won the toss and batted, Essex reduced them to 10 for 4. Cook on his way in, solitary man at slip. Armour played into the offside by Taylor. On the front foot, there is no run. Fair bit of whispery cloud. There's plenty of blue sky to our left, and I think we're going to have a gorgeous evening here in Chelmsford. It's just coming up to 3 o'clock. Wherever you're listening to this broadcast from BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, we wish you a very, very good afternoon. Hope you're enjoying our commentary, and whatever you're doing. This time it's played into the leg side. Cook's bowled straight. Elgar has done the fielding at short mid wicket, threatened to throw the stumps down, and there is no run. I believe only 7,000 tickets have been sold at Lord's. Later in the week, they're a bit concerned about the, I think it was the day 4 ticket sales. It was, this is driven nicely, but he's found the fielder, Wesley, at mid-off. Little bit of a worry, I suppose. The Manchester test last week against Sri Lanka wasn't particularly healthy crowds. It has to be said, you know, I can romantically say how much we enjoy test cricket, but maybe Sri Lanka and the West Indies are not the greatest pull, just present in test match cricket. This is for 4, that's been pulled. That's a fantastic shot, because I was looking to see if initially it may have been caught, but it's gone like a tracer bullet across the netting area, and it's gone out to deep mid-wicket, quite squarish, and it's beaten the man who's deep square leg. So that's gone like a tracer bullet. Great shot from Taylor. Must say, Frank, He's got 28. I think Taylor's looked quite impressive here. Cook in. This is off his hips this time. Goes down to fine leg for 1 run. Some of the shot selection's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's a very capable lower middle order batter, Tom Taylor. White ball cricketer of some capability as well. Got 100 against Worcestershire last year at Northampton in the white ball game when we already knew that he was coming to Worcester, so it was quite a bittersweet one really. But struggled a bit at the start of this year, as I say. Got very seriously injured pre-season.
Yeah. He had some injuries at Derby, didn't he?
Yeah, just had a few problems, but he's a very, very good all-round cricketer. Came through the academy at Derbyshire in the first place.
Short cut straight to backward point. Snater does the fielding. No run. No. Today, he looks... Well, he's coming in at 9, isn't he? He looks quite organised.
Yeah.
No, tallish fella. I think I can remember him getting wickets at Chesterfield against Essex. I think he got a fifer, or he may have even got 2 fifers. I'm sure it was Chesterfield.
Well, he started with Derbyshire, then he went to Leicestershire, then he decided to complete the East Midlands tour. He went to Northamptonshire, and he's from Stoke originally, and then decided to come to Worcestershire. And
so is he one of these lads?
His brother plays for Surrey. Yeah.
As in seamer. He's a seamer.
Yeah. James
Taylor. Yeah.
Simon Harmer's back into the attack.
Didn't know that they were brothers.
Yeah. Simon Harmer back into the attack to replace Matt Critchley at the Alistair Cook end, and this one is left alone outside the off stump.
So when you say Stoke,
Stoke-on-Trent,
Staffordshire.
Yes.
So was he one of these Derbyshire players that had a connection with Staffordshire?
That's exactly
Quite
right.
a lot of them did.
That's exactly right. Dominic Cork would be another one.
Kim
for
Barnett?
example. Yep. And this is hammered away by Taylor. Slog sweep on the onside. Put away very efficiently for 4. That's absolutely right. And he came through the academy at Derby when Carl Cricken, who you all know, ex-wicket keeper at Derbyshire, who now runs the academy at Lancashire, was doing the academy, and they had a good crop of young players. That's when I was at Repton, which is very close to Derby, so I was quite closely sort of associated with them. They used to use our facilities quite a lot for practice. Pushed out on the offside, this one by Taylor for a single. And as you absolutely rightly say, Staffordshire has been a fairly productive link for Derbyshire over the years. And I should have said earlier, and somebody did pick me up on it, that Shropshire, of course, when I was talking with Mash about Worcestershire and surrounding areas, Shropshire's been a very productive nursery for Worcestershire players over the years as well. This one pushed out on the offside by Brett D'Oliveira. You think of Ed Barnard and Joe Clark and Dylan Pennington's another one who's come from Shropshire. Ed Barnard, I said. Joe Leach, although Joe Leach initially is a Staffordshire cricketer from club level who went to school at Shrewsbury. This one played down on the onside by D'Oliveira, nicely fielded at short leg.
I remember both Leaches, Stephen and Joe, at the age of 11, 12, 13.
Harmer bowls, this one quicker but nicely played. D'Oliveira is quite light on his feet, and he gets back and inside this one and cuts it away down to deep backward point for a single. Means he keeps the strike. He's now gone to 66. Taylor's on 34. And this partnership is now added 55 for the 8th wicket, 56 now. It's 189 for 7.
Significant. So was the drop catch. Not only you take the runs off, D'Oliveira was on 29 when he was dropped, so he's added a few since then, but it's the time that he's kept Essex out there. They, if they lost D'Oliveira at lunch, it would have allowed Essex to open up the door for Essex to jump inside as D'Oliveira plays off the back foot. He turns Cook into backward point where he takes a quick single. Backward point is on the boundary for D'Oliveira. As we've seen, he's been very effective in his cut shots when there's been any element of width against the Essex bowlers. But Snater comes up when Taylor faces. We can hear the emergency sirens going down Parkway, which is behind us, the dual carriageway, which back in the 70s housed the entrance to the ground. Cook in. This is an inside edge. It goes down to fine leg, where Taylor takes a single. Score moves to 191 for 7.
It couldn't have been a one-day game that you're remembering, could it? Well,
no, it definitely wasn't.
It isn't playing. It isn't playing ball. He played here in 2014.
Yep.
He did not play in the home game in 2016.
No, he definitely. It must have been that 100.
Yeah, it must have been. That's the only way I can work it out. Anyway, he's had a good day today so far.
Bowled, well left as D'Oliveira watches and being watchful. Like you just said, he scored 100. He opened the batting.
Yeah, he did.
What I remember, and today we've seen him drop anchor and be watchful and careful. What I do remember in that innings where I said he was perhaps overnight 50 odd, because you've noticed that we do 2 days at a time. It may be that I did one day 2, and at the night D'Oliveira was 50 odd not out overnight, and then on day 3 when I was back at home,
100. Yeah.
he went on to get 100.
Yeah.
But I remember a similar anchor innings. This time it's driven
that
up
must
to
be the
mid-off.
one, mustn't it? That was well, it has to be, because he hasn't made a significant score in a home game against Essex in the Championship other than that one in those years, so it has to be. But he won't have played many more important innings in terms of the context of the game than this one, I wouldn't have thought, in his time against Essex. He's only got 100, and he's only got 150 against them before this in Championship cricket. He's 67 now, as the sun makes another strong break through the clouds. 68 now as he runs this one down behind square on the offside.
Good cricket.
192 for 7. This is, you start to wonder about what you'd regard as a decent total, don't you? When you win the toss and choose to bat, you're probably thinking you've got to get 300. But when you're 10 for 4, you're thinking if we can get something respectable, even 200, then we'll be pretty happy. But that said, this one's dug out by Taylor. That said, if you've got 2 men in now like this, Don, and one of them's gone past 50 and the other ones look pretty solid, you might start having aspirations of something more like 230, 240.
Yeah.
The trouble is, you only need to lose one and it could all change. But it's been a good recovery.
Oh, brilliant, really. 10 for 4, 192 for 7. I'm not going to suggest Essex have gone lacklustre, but with the ball, the Kookaburra ball in this contest, just a little bit quiet. Nothing's really happening. The partnership is now worth 59 if I take my shoes and socks off. So that's pretty good. That's pretty healthy. From a number 9 has contributed 35 of those 59. As the sun is even stronger. Eh? Gosh, we're both dressed in navy blue shorts. What are you wearing there? What's that?
It's just a shirt.
Yeah, very nice
Not
shirt.
a team shirt. Harmer bowls, D'Oliveira defends. I'll try and remember the pink one for tomorrow, Dom. I didn't get the email, as they say. I've got one that might do. Harmer in. Over the wicket, D'Oliveira forward, pushes out on the offside. And again,
it's quite funny.
no
People
run.
often say, "Why do you wear it?" I've got my corporate colour is the pink shirt with the minor counties, with tours, with everything associated with cricket, and it's quite interesting. And I'll tell you why after this ball.
Harmer again in. Ooh, taking
That's
on the
close.
pad. D'Oliveira's got him. LBW. D'Oliveira went back to that one and it turned. And there's a big shout. And Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, says yes. On this occasion, you have got your man, and Brett D'Oliveira goes. It's been an outstanding innings of 68, but Simon Harmer, who is nothing if not patient, wheeling away with his off spin at the Alistair Cook end, and this time D'Oliveira going back, and it maybe just hurried onto him. It's a little bit more than the ones that he's been playing off the back foot, watching them off the pitch, and that excellent partnership of 59 comes to an end. And Worcestershire are 192 for 8, and they've lost their captain for 60-80. He hit 4 fours and a 6, faced 136 deliveries, but he's gone in the 55th over, and Joe Leach will come out to join Tom Taylor.
Yeah, very good innings, as there's a continued applause as he crosses the boundary and heads up the stairs into the pavilion here at Chelmsford. Well, we were just talking about it. The 59-run partnership, which was very worthy, has now finished, and Essex need to try and polish Worcestershire off here. Leach coming in at number 10. He's going to be batting with Taylor. Taylor's on 35. He's going to be watching Leach, who is a past captain in his year of benefit, is taking guard. Essex are all taking a drink.
I just need to do a very quick update, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you do that. We're fine.
It.
We're fine. Well, it's going to be a good update, really, because 192 for 8 does represent some degree of rescue for his team. Brett D'Oliveira, 68 before he was LBW to Simon Harmer. Harmer and Wesley now talking. There's 2 men round the bat. There's a man at 45 that is saving one, but not for Leach. They're going to put a man at 45, and the man who was at 45 has gone down to deep backward square. So they obviously know Leach is happy to sweep. There's a man at deep cow, which is 10 yards in. In comes Harmer. Harmer bowls. This is driven into the offside. That could be a boundary for the first ball. That's a good looking shot, and Walter can't stop it, and it's driven out to extra cover. Just slightly full, and Leach was very good in picking up the length and drove it with an open face bat through extra cover. Good looking shot. Harmer, he won't want to do that again. In he comes, he bowls it, gives it a bit of air, and there's a play and a miss. This has gone, and I think it's turned and beaten the keeper as well, as it's gone out to the man at short fine leg, or closer to 45. He stops any runs. Well bowled. Sun very strong now in our commentary box. Very strong indeed. Harmer in bowls. This is played nicely back to Harmer to complete his over. He's picked up his second wicket also since lunch, as we look at his figures now. In the beautiful sunshine, Harmer 18 overs, 2 for 65. Cook has 1 for 47, and Porter 14 overs, 5 for 45. We're still a long way off from the new ball, so Essex need to work hard in getting these 2 players out to, represent, if it was 210, something like that. Stop Worcestershire getting a bonus point, maybe. That'll always help our friends over the Thames.
Yeah, thanks for that.
They've had a bad day, they have. Have you had a look?
No, not for a while.
Do you want to do this over?
Yeah, I'll do this over, and then
I'll just tell you about a couple of scores in between
a couple of
balls.
other scores, yeah. Brett D'Oliveira's innings coming to a close, but he's held things together very nicely for his side here, and as we were saying just a few minutes before he was out, if you'd have said to Worcestershire, well, you're 10 for 4, but we're going to let you have 200, they may well have said, yeah, we'll settle for that. And they're going to get close to that, if not past that, aren't they? Tom Taylor is on strike. and he's on the walk, and that's 4 runs as he's climbed into that one from Sam Cook. Cook perhaps saw him coming but wasn't able to really do anything about it. Taylor walking into it, whacking it down the ground. I think you're going to see these two playing like this, especially against the seamers. I would be tempted, if I were the captain, to bring Critchley on at the other end and just let these two have a go until they miss-hit one. Could be expensive. Taylor on the walk again, drives up to mid-on, takes a single this time. Shy at the stumps, he would have been in anyway. But another one for Tom Taylor, takes him to 40. Joe Leach, who got off the mark with that glorious cover drive off Harmer, is on 4, and he'll be facing Cook for the first time.
Elsewhere in Division 1, Warwickshire are now 42 for no wicket, having bowled Kent out for 156. There's an interesting score here. Surrey against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Surrey 190 for 1. Nottinghamshire having a very poor season. Hampshire 167 for 3 up at Old Trafford.
As Cook is in to Leach, who drives up to mid-on. No run.
Second place Surrey are 234 for 3 down in Taunton against Durham. And England were 187 for 4. In Division 2, I noticed Gloucestershire were bowled out for 125, Northampton 58 for 1 in reply. Sussex are batting nicely, 261 for 2 against Derbyshire. And in the top of the table clash really, Yorkshire and Middlesex Yorkshire are 202 for 4.
Cook in again, bowls. Leach drives on the onside. Again, no run. I wonder if Derbyshire are regretting asking Sussex to bat at Hove. You do wonder. The decision backfired. Massive first wicket partnership there. Sussex going well. Derbyshire not going so well this season. Although they did win a game in the Championship the other day, I think. Meanwhile, here in the sunshine, Worcestershire attempting to make a bit more of a recovery after the disastrous morning they had. They've reached 200. Leach plays this one up to mid-on. There's no run. And welcome back to MASH from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. Always worth a listen if you are at a loose end. Always great to get different. I love getting there, listening to quite a few podcasts, get different angles on the game from different parts of the world, and I think it's great. And I know Santoki's going to be here for the last 2 days. Mash, is that right?
He is indeed.
Met him at,
although he messaged me earlier thinking the game was going to be done by the time he turns up.
Nearly another wicket there. Cook gets the Yorker in, but Leach just jams the bat down on it and plays it out on the offside, and keeps the strike, because that's the end of the over. So Joe Leach will be on 5, Taylor will be on 40. Worcestershire struggling along, 202 for 8 after 56 overs.
So in front of us there is out of the window, there's a healthy Worcestershire travelling contingent, and it got me thinking the last time I was on air that I wonder which clubs in the county championship have the best away following. That sounds like football speak, but you know what I mean.
No, I do. I know exactly what you mean.
Because this is a healthy contingent. It's not like
there's a group.
It's not like Essex is round the corner.
Yeah, there's a group of out in front of us, and they go to nearly every game. These guys, not absolutely every game, but almost every game, and they love the red ball particularly. These are the ones that they particularly follow.
Simon Harmer back in, and he thinks he's trapped him in front, and it's another wicket. It is another wicket, and Joe Leach is going to have to walk. Harmer twirling away from the Sir Alistair Cook end. He's pretty much been on change from this end since we came back after lunch, and Joe Leach departs 4-5, and Worcestershire are 202 for 9.
Yeah, when Leach got that single off the previous over, the last ball, I did wonder whether it might be a blessing in disguise, as it were. Whatever the opposite of a blessing in disguise is, because he kept the strike, and always a little bit fragile early on against the spinners, Leach. went for the sweep, didn't execute properly, missed it, and Harmer's appeal was a very confident one. Umpire O'Shaughnessy didn't take long to give it out. But going back to your idea about the travelling contingents, I don't know. I mean, Yorkshire always seem to be pretty well followed by me. When I see them play at New Road, there's always a few from every county. But as you say, these Worcestershire diehards out here, there's a good few of them that do go to pretty much every game, certainly in red ball cricket. I don't think they necessarily travel. You know, it's a long way to Durham, isn't it, for a white ball game, or to wherever. But if you go, you get your hotel booked early and you go for 4 days, you can have a really nice time. And
of course,
I see a lot of these people on away trips, and they love it. They absolutely love it. And what better way to spend your retirement, and it is in most cases retirement, when these people are able to do that. It's a joy for them to travel and see these grounds and support the lads, and I know the players really appreciate it. Players are well aware of the fans that follow them all over the place. So 9 down, each gone, and Harmer 3 for 65. He's had to work for it today.
Verdi on strike to Harmer, and he defends that first ball that he's faced since coming out. Yes, it's interesting, because I wouldn't say that Simon Harmer has bowled brilliantly, but he's been patient.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
reaped the rewards for it.
Yeah.
This one's a bit quicker, and Harmer just tucks that to short leg.
He's a master of his craft, isn't he, and has been for a good number of years. There hasn't been a better finger spinner in county cricket for over a decade than Simon Harmer.
Harmer again, and Verdi is forward and smothers the ball. No run.
And it's off spinner to off spinner at the moment, and Verdi, I'm sure, will have a significant role to play when it comes to the Essex innings.
This one again defended by Amo Verdi, and there's a no run there as well.
And will presumably be quite happy just to block Harmer out and see if Tom Taylor can do some damage at the other end.
This one again dropped into the offside for no run, and Verdi does see out the over. It's a wicket maiden over by Simon Harmer. He's now bowled 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 65. Joe Leach, the man to fall in this over, LBW to Simon Harmer, going for a sweep shot and being trapped in front. Worcestershire 202 for 9. Tom Taylor is still there on 40 not out, and it's pretty evident that the plan from now surely will be for Tom Taylor to see how many he can add before we have a change of innings.
Yeah, but we are going to have a change of bowling, and that's the change of bowling that I called for a few minutes ago. I said I would definitely have done this when Leach and Taylor were in. I would have had spin at both ends. Taylor will chance his arm. He might clear the ropes 2 or 3 times. He's perfectly capable of doing that. It's not a very big boundary out towards long on, but Critchley will be turning the ball away from the right-hander, and Taylor will, if he goes for the short boundary, be hitting against the spin. It's well within his capabilities, but it's an intriguing little challenge that's being set up by Tom Westley here. Field is fairly well spread. They're quite happy for him to have a single, but there are catches out in the deep all over the place. Critchley just slightly moving one of them at deep mid-wicket. We've got a slip in as well, which is sensible because he's going to turn the ball quite sharply. What will Taylor do? Here's Critchley, bowls, and Taylor drives with the spin for a single. So he's got confidence enough in Amar Verdi to take the one off just the first ball of the over, and that prompts wholesale field changes now, as all the men come in off the boundary, and we're going to have a much more conventional field for the leg spinner. 2 slips, man on the drive at short extra and a man at closest mid-wicket. Pretty much a straightforward leg spinner's field, and the challenge for Verdi is to see if he can get off strike and give Taylor a chance to improve on his excellent 40. Standout scores in the Worcestershire innings. Verdi blocks this one. Standout scores in the Worcestershire innings. D'Oliveira 68, Brooks 46 and Taylor 40. As Critchley turns again. And bowls quicker to Verdi, who tucks it away past short leg, but wants a single, unable to get one as Paul Walter comes in quickly from square leg. 203 for 9. Short from Critchley. Verdi on the back foot, looks to cut. Can't get enough on it to pick up a single. Just steers it out square. Still not off the mark. The on loan Surrey off spinner Amar Verdi will have a part to play with the ball. I am absolutely sure as this game progresses. Critchley in. Next one is a little bit slower and he's on the front foot, dropping it down on the onside. Robin Das under the helmet.
What was the thinking behind getting Verdi?
Well, the fact that Worcester haven't really got a frontline finger spinner. Josh Baker obviously passed away tragically, and they haven't really got any other finger spinner on the staff. It's Critchley bowls and Verdi drives up to mid on and there's no run. So Verdi came in, and you can't really, at end of the over, you can't really play in Division 1 without a decent spinner, I think, and Worcester have got D'Oliveira bowls a few leg breaks, and Baker was the hope. He was learning his trade, obviously. They signed Fateh Singh from Notts, left arm spinner, for the white ball cricket, and he did really well, and I think they asked Notts if they could loan him for these games, but they said no, which is understandable because they are a sort of competitor, even though he's not playing in their side. They've got another left arm spinner, Tom Hinley, is a wrist spinner, a bit like Jake Lintott, that kind of bowler, less experienced, who might play a part in the future.
Harmer continues, quicker one. Taylor turns that off his legs, wants to, will get to. There's a misfield there by Snaitner.
Hinley, who's in the second team at the moment, played in the white ball games, and he's at Loughborough University, and I don't think they think he's ready for red ball cricket, but it's possible that he might join the staff over the winter. Remains to be seen, but they haven't got a senior spinner, so it made a lot of sense to get Verdi.
Harmer in again to Taylor on the back foot, punches that down the ground. Tom Wesley will come in from long on and restricts Tom Taylor to 1. That will bring Amar Verdi on strike.
And Verdi, of course, it's his second game. He played at Durham in a game the round before last, but he didn't bowl because it was a seamer friendly pitch.
Verdi forward, smothers the ball.
And Worcestershire won the game, but he wasn't actually required to bowl.
Round the wicket this time, Harmer to Verdi. And that one, Verdi goes on the back foot too. He's able to defend that in front of his stumps. And there's no run. Again, Verdi forward, smothers it, no run. Happy to essentially block the ball and allow Tom Taylor to do his business when he gets back on the strike.
Yeah, I think they're probably thinking if they can eke out another 10 or 20 here just doing this, then that will be satisfactory.
Back over the wicket for the final ball of the over, Harmer. And again, Verdi's forward and smothers that down to a sprawling short leg, and there is no run there, and that's the end of another over. just hearing, if you can, on the effects mic, that the attendance is 2,041. Very healthy. Very healthy. I think Essex, the kind of configuration of the ground, you can have some grounds where you have 2,000 and it feels like there's no one here. But this feels like an attendance in the ground.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you on that, Mash. And it's a decent atmosphere. This is county cricket of high order, first division stuff. Essex third in the table, and you know, for me, that's probably about right. They're probably the third best side in the country. Some would argue they're the second best. I think Surrey are unquestionably the best from what I've seen this year. Critchley is in and bowls, and this is pushed back to him by Taylor. And Worcestershire battling to stay up, which for them would be a huge achievement. Critchley bowls, Taylor cuts off the back foot, only going to be a single, so single taken off the second ball. Will Verdi be able to open his account? He's faced 14 deliveries so far, but he's doing a decent job, and they're just nurdling it along, and they've added just 4 runs, but they're happy to do so. Just keep Essex waiting for this last wicket. Robin Duss has gone much straighter at short leg. Critchley bowls, and Verdi decides he's had enough and goes for a big hit over the leg side and gets an edge, flies over second slip, down to third man. Proper tail-enders cricket that was. Crowd the batter, put the short leg a bit straighter, put him under a bit of pressure, and he thinks, I've had enough, and goes for a bottom-handed wipe over mid-on and misses it and edges it over second slip and down to third man. Proper tail-enders cricket. Good for him. 211 for Worcestershire now, and he's gone for it again this time, and this time he's got the ball away over wide mid-on for 4. Thank you very much to Don Topley, just brought us a much needed cup of tea. And Verdi, having blocked it for 14 deliveries, hits the next 2 for 4, albeit in very different style, and takes the score up to 215 for 9. Critchley in again, and Verdi is back into defensive mode on the back foot, this time pushing out on the offside and Snater field. So good from Verdi, I think. Decided to chance his arm, but knew what he was doing. Now, last ball of the over. Will he take a single if it's on offer, or will he just push it back? The answer is he drives it straight back to Critchley, who fields off his own bowling, and that is the end of the over. 215 for 9 after 60 overs. Worcestershire, the men out, if you're just joining us. Roderick without scoring, Libby for 7, Jones for 1, Hose without scoring, Kashif Ali for a bright 24, Ethan Brooks for a very nicely constructed 46, Van Beek for 6, D'Oliveira for a very patient and valuable 68, and Joe Leach for 5. The last 4 of those falling since lunch, but Worcestershire, after being 10 for 4, still clinging on at 215 for 9.
So Simon Harmer will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that's a big shout. That's a big shout, and there will be a nothing given there. Tom Taylor got down on one knee, wanted to swipe that in front of square, missed it. I don't know if it was going down leg. I'd need to see a replay. But the umpire was not interested. So Harmer twirls away again. This one a bit more loop. Tom Taylor punches that down to long off for 1. And that brings Amar Verdi back on strike.
Sorry, I was going to say, Mash, it must be fun being Simon Harmer. You just turn up, you know what you're going to do, you know you can do it, and you just know that if you stay patient, wheel away, you'll get your rewards.
Amar Verdi decides to take Harmer on, and I think it has. It's a straight 6. Well, Frank told me that Amar Verdi was a proper number 11, but it looks like he should be opening the bat in here because he's taken on Harmer.
There was a fair bit of bottom hand in that match.
Dispatched him over long on.
There wasn't much of a pointed left elbow there, was there?
Harmer in again. Birdie onto the back foot, and that was a tennis shot.
It was.
That was a back foot forehand smash straight to mid-off.
Entertaining.
Harmer in again. This time, Verdi turns it round the corner. Picked up by backward square there for 1, and that brings Tom Taylor back on strike for the final ball of the over.
Well, we were musing, weren't we, about what you would take. I said if 10 for 4 and somebody says we'll give you 200, you'd probably take it. But then you might dream of getting a bit more, given where Worcestershire got to at one stage.
That final ball's tucked into the mid-wicket region by Tom Taylor. He'll retain the strike, and that moves Worcestershire to 224 for 9. It's 20 minutes to 4. We are on the final wicket.
Yeah, they keep going anyway.
Yeah. Amar Verdi is on 15, and Tom Taylor is actually 3 shy of a half century. He's on 47.
Yeah, good stuff. And so I was going to say, and then you start dreaming maybe when D'Oliveira and Brooks were there of 230, 240, and then you lose those 2 quick wickets, 202 for 9. These two thinking, well, we'll just see if we can get another 10 or 20. And they've got them up to 223 for 9, 224 now, so a couple of lusty blows and you could be looking at 240, something like that. As Critchley is going to start a new over, bowling to Taylor, who's on 47. Matt Critchley, leg spinner from the gooch end, bowls, pushes it through, and Taylor turns down the single. Well, he kind of pushed it away on the onside, and Critchley jogged after it. Might have got a single, but decided he wasn't going to bother. Well, is he looking to go big? As Critchley is in and bowls, he's not. He's defending forward, pushed out on the offside.
Well, Essex have 5 men essentially on the boundary, and they're offering Tom Taylor the whole field for a single, but so far he has resisted the temptation.
He waits. Critchley is in and bowls, and he gets a single this time. Goes back to a slightly flatter, quicker ball and cuts it away on the offside. Good from Taylor, 48 to him. Verdi, 2 4s and a 6, didn't get off the mark till his 12th or 13th delivery, I think, and he's since moved on to 15 off 21. And, well, you fancy getting him if you're Critchley. You've got 2 slips, you've got a man on the drive, you've got 2 men at long off and long on, 2/3 of the way back. And Verdi just pushes it out behind square on the offside, and there's no run. Good stuff. 2 balls left in the over. Critchley again in, bowls. Verdi is forward, blocking this one back up the pitch. It's been an entertaining day, if nothing else. I think it's been really good cricket, really enjoyable. That crowd of just over 2,000 have been kept very interested. Mainly, they've enjoyed what they've seen because mainly they're Essex supporters. Critchley in, bowls. Verdi on the back foot, cuts, but doesn't get a single as Snater fields in the covers. End of another over. So 62 overs completed now, and Worcestershire 225 for 9.
I wonder if Essex will go back to pace, whether replacing Critchley or Harmer. I doubt Harmer will be replaced, but Verdi's not looking uncomfortable.
Harmer, I think, was a bit disgruntled when he didn't get that LBW, that sweep from Taylor in the last over. He really fancied that one. O'Shaughnessy, who's upheld 2 shouts for his last 2 wickets, turned that one down, and this one is blocked out on the offside by Taylor. Is it me or you? It's you, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's... Do you know what?
It's you.
Sorry, so Simon Harmer bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook end. I was just sunbathing in truth.
Yeah.
So Tom Taylor defends that back down the track, or pushes it back down the track to a diving Harmer. No run. So Harmer twirling away again from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and this time Taylor is down on one knee. Plays that to backward square leg for one. Now I know what the sun does in this commentary booth. Tomorrow I will be coming prepared with shorts and the suitable wear for this heat.
Well, we complain when it's not like this, so we can't really complain when it is, can we?
It's always like this.
Yeah.
Harmer to Verdi. Verdi comes down the track and is wrapped on the pad, but not enough for any leg before wicket shout, but didn't get to the pitch of the ball at all. Wonder if Harmer will try and loop this one or float this one up, get under Verdi's eye line. Goes a bit flatter actually, and Hammer Verdi defends, no run.
It's nice. It's lovely to watch Simon Harmer because he's quite an old-fashioned off-spinner, isn't he? He really is. The variations of pace, not afraid to bowl quite slowly at times.
Again, Verdi back in his crease, defends, no run, and that brings an end to the over. One off that over. Worcestershire 226 for 9.
If you half close your eyes, you could be watching an off-spinner from a bygone age. I mean, genuinely, not that. I'd go as far as to say not that dissimilar from Fred Titmus or somebody like that, really, in what he actually bowls, railing with, doesn't fire it through, gets it up over there. Just the little variations of pace. It's beautiful to watch, and it still has a place in the modern game. That's what's so great about it. And what a player he's been for Essex over the last decade. I mean, the envy, I would say, if you talk around the counties to other teams and say, in terms of finger spinners, who would you have? He'd be top of the list every time. And he's been great to watch him today. 22 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 78. Excuse me if you're not old enough to remember the names that Don and I have just mentioned, Railingworth and Fred Titmus, but great bowlers both, as Critchley starts a new over, pushed out on the offside, this one by Taylor. Fred Titmus, who played county championship cricket MASH in 5 separate decades. Absolutely incredible. Mike Brearley bringing him back into the side at Middlesex when he was in his 50s, when he was on the coaching staff, because there was a shortage of spinners. Taylor blocks this one, and he came back in, and I think he got a 4 for something like that. It was absolutely fantastic. Great, wonderful man. Lost 3 toes, I think, in an accident on the beach on an England tour. Taylor cuts this away on the offside and brings up his 50. 6 fours in it, 70 deliveries, and an excellent innings from Tom Taylor, who has been a superb acquisition for Worcestershire this year in a troubled season. He's played a lot of cricket since recovering from an injury at the beginning of the season in white and red ball, and a really good innings he's played here today. So yeah, Fred Titmus lost 3 toes, I think it was Barbados, and he was in collision with a boat or something on the beach when swimming, but came back from that to continue for another couple of decades, I would think, bowling his off spin. Brilliant cricketer for Middlesex and Surrey. Critchley waits as the short leg goes in for Verdi. Taylor having gone to that 50. Verdi is using his feet this time, just pushing it out on the offside, and there's no run. I once went to a coaching seminar at Lord's in the indoor school when Fred Titmus was demonstrating the art of off-spin. As Verdi hits this one straight down the ground for 4, over pitch from Critchley, and nice from Verdi. And this is now getting a bit frustrating for Essex as Worcestershire go to 231 for 9, and there was an array of coaches standing at the back, well, some more experienced than others, and Fred Titmus said, right, off spin, this is how you hold it, blah blah blah, and he walked up and he bowled this ball down the net, and all these people stood watching. Critchley bowls, Verdi kicks this one away on the offside. no run, end of the over, 2:31 for 9. And one of the wags at the back looked up and said, well, that didn't turn. And Fred Titmus turned to the crowd and he said, I got 1,000 wickets. He said 900 of them didn't turn. But the batsman thought they might, he said. Which I thought was a great response. But yeah, absolutely wonderful man. And genuinely, seriously, Simon Harmer's bowling is not hugely dissimilar, I think. Railing with Fred Titmus, Pat Pocock, the other off-spinners of my childhood. And I go back to them because there haven't really been that many since. And in the modern game, it's so rare to see an off-spinner of Harmer's type, really.
And Zed Harmer is back on again. That first one is defended by Tom Taylor and Harmer Fields off his own bowling, and there's no run there. Worcestershire 231 for 9, Verdi 19, and Taylor 50. This time Taylor tries to bring out the reverse sweep, can't connect with it properly, and there is no run. Harmer in again. This one is slapped off the back foot to a long on for 1, and that will bring Amar Verdi on strike for the final 3 balls of the over. Field will come in again. You would assume, well, some do, not everyone, but obviously more of an attacking field for the number 11. One slip, short leg, shortish mid wicket. Mad on the 45, backward square. Harmer to Verdi, and Verdi allows that one to go through to the wicket keeper.
Don's asked me to say a big shout out, hello to Dale Clark of Poringland near Norwich, who's listening in. Hope you're enjoying it, Dale, and I hope you like me, you're a Canaries fan.
And Verdi does take on Harmer, and this one just clears Tom Wesley at long on, and it's another 6 for Amar Verdi.
So yeah, Dale Clark, Poringland in Norwich. He's got to be a Canaries fan, hasn't he, Don? If he's living in he's living in Norwich, might be an Essex fan.
Did you ever think you'd see the day again where Ipswich were better than?
Well, do you know what? You might say that they're better.
Harmer into Verdi, and Verdi goes forward, wraps him on his thigh. There's no run, and that brings an end to the over.
But they still haven't beaten Norwich in living memory.
Worcestershire 238 for 9, Verdi on 25, and Tom Taylor on 51.
I think it's about 14 years since they beat Norwich and managed to get a draw last year. And so yeah, but no, I'm not one of those Norwich fans. I've said this before on air. I'm not one of those Norwich fans who really hates Ipswich, and I think what they've done in recent years has been fantastic, because they were really in a bad place a few years ago, and Kieran McKenna's done a magnificent job. I was working alongside an Ipswich fan, of course, when Matt Cole of Kent, BBC Kent, was with me up at New Road, so we had to a bit of banter over the 3 days. But yeah, he's Kieran McKenna's done a great job, although they did get beaten by Wimbledon last night in the League Cup. Sorry if Ipswich fans are listening, I have to get that in. Critchley starts a new over and pushed out on the onside by Taylor. This partnership now is worth 36 for this last wicket, and that's quite irritating when you're the fielding side. And Verdi has made 25, 3 4s, 2 6s and lots of blocks. Taylor turns this one on the onside for a single. He's made 52 now.
Yeah, and a sign of how good this partnership has been is the fact that Taylor's just happy to just give the strike to Verdi now. Yeah. There's no attempt to.
Well, it's interesting. He's hit 24 of his 25 runs in boundaries, and he faced 33 balls. So he's actually scored off 6 of those, and he's not scored off 27 of them. Slip and a short leg in for him now, though, as in comes Critchley, and this one is a little bit short of a length and just dropped down on the onside by Verdi. So it's a good effort from Amalverdi. 25 not out. Cuts this one into the covers. Can't get it through the ring. So yeah, Worcestershire not rolling over after being in disarray this morning. Pushed out this one on the offside. 10 for 4 in the 5th over. Jamie Porter having stuck 3 times with the new ball, but real determination since then. Robin Dust being asked to go across to the offside. Very close in, very close in on the offside. And this Critchley bowls short, and he's pulled by Verdi out to long on for a single. He'll keep the strike. That's how confident he's getting now. Goes to 26, and the total to 240 for 9.
I think
Worcestershire just dreaming of a bonus point now.
Yeah, if Harmer doesn't get a wicket in this over, I think they have to go back to pace. I think you have to take Critchley. You have to take Critchley off and bank on one of Porter or Cook to snare out this last wicket. But it will be Harmer from the Sir Asda Cook end. He has had a bowl at Verdi, but he's not started with Verdi on strike for a while.
Don't panic, yeah.
And that one,
When's tea? How long's tea?
that one is fielded by Harmer by his feet. I don't think he knew where the ball was going, but his feet deflected the ball, and there's no run off that first delivery. Harmer in again to Verdi. Verdi on the back foot, and that one's aerial, but there is no fielder in close or a kind of short point as such, and Verdi will get 1 run, and that brings Tom Taylor onto strike. Harmer into Taylor. This one's a bit loopier, and Taylor's able to just push that all the way down to long off for 1. Rotating the strike here, Worcestershire very comfortable for them at the moment. Don Topley joins me to my right.
Hello, Mash. It's still pretty warm in this commentary box, isn't it?
Very warm.
Hey?
Harmer to Verdi. Verdi backs away to his leg stump, and in fact, not only did he back away, he's able to slap it. There is no long off in position there, and that's another 4 for Amir Verdi, and that moves him on to 31.
Important runs this for Amir Verdi. Really is, batting at number 11. Yeah. It's quite annoying for Essex, this, isn't
definitely.
it?
It's gone past frustration now to actual annoyance.
Yeah,
Worcestershire
absolutely.
246 for 9, 4 short of that 250 mark. Verdi forward defends. Are you surprised they haven't turned to pace?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, we didn't bowl too much in Southampton last week, but they've all obviously come off white ball cricket, so they still need to get some overs into their legs, and they want to try and look after the bowlers as best be. But yeah,
Harmer to Verdi, flatter, and that one goes through Verdi, in fact, and it's taken by Michael Pepper, and there is no run there. That brings an end to the over. Worcestershire 246 for 9, and Verdi's on 31 of 42 balls. Tom Taylor's there on 53, happy to give Verdi the strike, who's just getting on with it.
Yeah. Frustrating, absolutely right to suggest that. Another, you just gave it a lovely little shout out to Dale Clark up in Poor England, who goes to watch a lot of Norwich football, but quietly, secretly, he supports Ipswich Town. He is a Blues, he's a tractor boy, really. A shout out, well, staying with football, last night I went into the northern tip of Essex. I went to Little Oakley, and I must mention, I forgot to mention it to Nick Ainsley last night, who couldn't believe that there I was in Little Oakley, which is near Harwich, where I was watching the under-18s, Little Oakley versus Hadley United. Little Oakley played quite nicely. They did win 2-1, which was probably a fair result. But it was under 18 football, and I quite enjoyed going to the tip of Essex to watch it. In comes Jamie Porter, bowls a length ball which is driven out into the leg side no run.
When you say the tip of Essex,
Yeah,
do you mean like as if you're about to get into Norfolk or
Suffolk, yeah.
Suffolk?
Okay,
Sorry, not
so
Suffolk. Sorry.
I don't know if you've ever been. There's a Stour River Valley, which is the border between Suffolk and Essex, and you've got the two rivers. You've got River Orwell, and you've got the River Stour, and you've got the Shotley Peninsula, and then on the other side in Essex you've got Harwich.
Right. Okay.
And there's a little tip there, or Tendring Peninsula. And this time Porter bowls, and it's played out to extra cover. There
Am I
is no
thinking of
run.
the right place? I'm thinking of places like Leiston. Are we thinking?
Leiston?
Yeah.
That
are we thinking out
Leiston
there?
is Suffolk.
Right. Okay. So
That's-
is it just the
That's
other side?
not far from
Right.
Aldborough and Southwold.
Right, okay.
So actually, the Suffolk coastal area is quite big.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Essex actually is quite a big county. It really is geographically, from east to west. And we have an update in a moment on BBC Essex. Porter bowls played into the offside again. No run. Yeah. The parish of Essex will want to know what's going on here. Hey? It's been a good day, generally speaking. Taylor still there, 53 not out. Verdi on 31, being frustrated of Essex. Porter in, bowls. This is driven into the offside. They're looking for two, but they'll only get one out at long off. Sunny, shadows are starting to lengthen as the sun goes westwards. Terrific day's play here at Chelsea.
Yeah, good county cricket. This, I think, everyone's got their full money's worth in
They have,
terms
haven't
of
they?
wickets, runs, competitive cricket.
Worcester would have been worried at 10 for 4, wouldn't they? Eh? I'll tell you another little story in a minute after the news update. Porter in, short of a length. Verdi goes back and across into the leg side, but there is no run. Trying to be venomous is Jamie Porter.
Essex scored. It's day one of Essex's latest county championship match. Worcestershire has been county ground in Chelmsford. Essex's Don Top is watching.
Yes, welcome back here. Essex are being held up just at this moment. Lunch, Worcestershire were 100 for 5, but they moved on to 247 for 9. But this last wicket is currently costing Essex 45 runs. And I have to say, Verdi and indeed Taylor are playing beautifully well. But Essex, well, they've sort of shared the wickets, but Porter is the main man with a 5-wicket haul. But as we're getting towards tea, but this last wicket is really frustrating Essex. Worcestershire are 247 for 9. D'Oliveira played really well with his 68. He was the 8th man out at 192. But at 247, I do think Worcestershire will be reasonably pleased, having been 10 for 4.
So Simon Harmer will continue from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Tom Taylor is on strike, and Taylor is happy to punch that down to long on for 1 to bring the free scoring Amar Verdi back onto strike. Verdi 31 not out from 44 balls.
Actually, I didn't realise he'd faced 44 balls. You're involved with the Caribbean podcast, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's interesting. You won't be aware of this, but I have an affiliation with North Stars Cricket Club in Barbados.
Oh, okay. I was not aware.
Who are looking to tour here next summer.
That one's defended by Verdi. What age group, sorry?
Under 18s and adults.
Right, okay.
And they're probably looking to play some cricket around East Anglia and around London. They annually visit the Notting Hill Carnival, but they are also looking to venture up into Suffolk and Norfolk, where there's a lot of cricket played.
That one's turned round the corner by Amir Verdi for 1 run, brings Tom Taylor back onto strike.
I know a good number of the Bayesian cricket clubs over there. I visit quite often, and very honoured to take a group there in November.
November coming or last?
Yeah, this coming November. I mean, England have toured the West Indies 3 times in 11 months.
Yeah, well, that one's defended by Tom Taylor into the offside, no run. Yeah, and then obviously they're back there again this
the third time.
October.
Yeah, they were out there for a white ball series T20 ODIs in December when they played Grenada, Barbados and Antigua.
Palmer again and Taylor defence.
And then they were there for the World Cup where they did Barbados, Antigua and St Lucia, and those are the 3 islands they're visiting in late October and November.
Are you out there for all of it or just some?
I shall be there for all of it, I think, as this is driven. A bonus point.
Do you know what? I was trying to work out what. So I'm sure you can all hear on the effects mic the huge applause in front of us, and it is of course Kevin's fan club. The Worcestershire fans, as Worcestershire reached 250.
It must have been a great atmosphere last week when they played Kent. Sorry for Kent, but it was an important victory for them, and they've brought a few in. They've brought possibly 50 people here. The crowd today is 2,040, I think they said.
Yes, yeah. I think it's very impressive.
Yeah, I do.
Personally,
I do. Great support. Even going back, into the 80s when Essex got the double, they won their first. 1979 was when they won their first trophy. They were trophyless for years, but under Keith Fletcher and then latter Graham Gooch, and then the modern day Ryan Tender-Scarter, Essex have been a force, and they've often played punched above their weight, to be honest. So it's good to see, but
it's interesting that you say punch above weight, because I had this conversation recently. I'll let you take this ball first.
Porter on his way in, slip there. Harmer on his own. This is played nice and straight off the back foot. It's driven on the back foot up to mid-on where there is a single.
So the question I posed to, I can't remember who it was I posed it to, but I was definitely on comms at a game, and I said, who are the traditional big clubs in county cricket? And I said Essex, and there was umming and ahhing about whether Essex were or weren't.
Can I ask you how old you are?
40.
40?
Yeah.
Can I say you look younger?
Thank you, but when I grew up I thought Essex were a big club.
Yeah, exactly.
That's sense,
your
right?
that
might,
is
in terms of my era.
your perception because of their success.
Yeah.
But I think you're right to suggest that. Porter in. This is played on the back foot. Should have come forward, but Verdi survives as he drives it to
maybe
mid-on.
Successful is a better word than big.
Yeah. I mean, may I suggest, and I'm going to be crucified for this, as I frequently are on social media, big clubs is normally a financial description.
Fair enough. Right, yeah.
Your test grounds probably would be viewed as big clubs.
Right.
Successful clubs, you've got to acknowledge, but I'll only ever do this quietly. Somerset are very successful.
Okay.
They do pick up some trophies, and they're always competitive. This is played out to backward point off the back foot. There is no run. But your Leicesters, your Derbys. Derbyshire, Northampton's got the lowest membership. I think it's 6,000. Derbyshire 8, maybe Leicester 8.5. Surrey have 20,000 all alone, and there's only about 40,000 members of county cricket. Porter in. This is driven straight up the ground, and that's going to beat mid-on, and Averdi is going to get another boundary, which takes him to 36. Gosh, this is frustrating. Maybe it's the Kookaburra ball in his 70th over, but Essex would like to take a new ball to dominate this tail end here, where Taylor has 57, Verdi 32, and the score has gone on to 255 for 9.
We're reaching that point of Verdi's innings where I had to look at what's his highest score. I'll let you know in a minute.
I think he's got a 50, as this is played into the offside.
So his highest first-class score is 47.
Wow.
So we're definitely in the territory now where, if he's thinking about it,
Yeah. Not a Worcestershire player. He's on loan, I believe, from Surrey. And Surrey, where he's played a lot of first-class cricket, but at the moment, Surrey is sort of going towards Will Jackson, people like that, and Steele,
an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, and he can't get a game. This is tickled round the corner. That's going to be one more to Verdi as it goes down to fine leg. And that's going to be end of Porter's over. So Essex are being frustrated here. 255 for 9. And it has been their day, but really Essex don't want any more runs going towards Worcestershire.
Yeah, just building on that point about he can't get games. So Amir Verdi has played 42 first-class matches. He has 123 wickets at 30 apiece.
That's all right for a spinner.
Exactly,
That's
can't get
all
a game. It really shows you the strength in depth
Who
that
am I
Surrey has.
missing? There's somebody else bowling spinners. Jacks does. Not Sibley. Steele
Cameron
does.
Steele, yeah.
He was the leading wicket taker in the spring. A leggy.
Yeah.
That's unheard of. But they are, Worrell. You got my favourite cricketer at Surrey is Jordan Clark.
Yes.
Very unglamorous.
Harmer in to Verdi. Verdi on the back foot cuts that, and he may even pick up another boundary. No, in fact he doesn't, because that is cut off by Paul Walter. The extra cover region, or deep extra cover region, and Verdi comes back for 2. Surrey have just announced that Kemal Roach is coming back for the final 4 games of the season, so...
They play here, the final game of the season.
Oh, is it here? Okay.
It is.
Okay, interesting. Harmer to Verdi. Verdi turns that, tucks that into leg side, runs through for 1, and he moves on to 40. So I told you his highest score is 47. He could well be setting a record, individual record for himself today. But Simon Harmer might have something to say to that, as Tom Taylor is on strike. This one's a bit quicker, and Taylor defends.
Mash, tell me a bowler that doesn't think he can bat. There aren't many of these.
Well, there aren't actually. That's a good point. Yeah.
And bowlers do enjoy batting.
Harmer, Taylor, back foot.
Fielded.
But that's fielded, well fielded, in fact.
Das.
Yes, by Robin Das in a kind of short extra cover position. Harmer again to Taylor, defended, no run.
You just have to look in the crowd beneath us here today, at the top of the river stand. Most are wearing a hat of some description, aren't they? And they need it today.
I wish I realised. I will have a hat tomorrow. Don't worry. Well, Taylor just kind of shoulder arms, sticks his pad out. An obligatory arts from Harmer and Michael Pepper behind the stumps, but there's nothing doing there. And that's the end of the over. Worcestershire 259 for 9. Amir Verdi is on 40 and Tom Taylor is on 57.
Bathed in sunshine. A few fluffy clouds, quite high. Gorgeous day. The Essex Riviera, Southend, Westcliff, Leigh-on-Sea. Have you ever been there?
Do you know what? I've been to Essex a lot, mainly for non-league football purposes. So when you were talking about that game you went to, the first thing that went through my head was, have I been there? And I couldn't.
Right.
It didn't cross my mind. But well, I've been around Essex a lot.
Little Oakley is next door, adjacent to Harwich, and Harwich has local football up there. Harwich and Dovercourt.
Yes.
Yes.
by Worcestershire.
But,
Chelmsford on day one against Essex.
Yeah, very enjoyable last night. It was a balmy evening. 21 degrees when we got back into the car at about 9, half 9.
Which, if you want to disclose, which part of Essex are you?
I actually live just inside Suffolk.
Right, okay, so
So
you're
the
just
River
over the boundary.
Stour, remember I mentioned
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
River Stour? That borders Essex. It's a very Constable country where John Constable painted all his paintings. This is a bouncer at Verdi, and Verdi saw it very early because it was extremely short, and he ducked under and it went through to the keeper Pepper, and there is no run. So very beautiful. John Constable, the Haywain, Willie Lott's cottage, just Dedham, Flatford Mill, that's
Right,
all very
yeah.
famous. Anyone associated with Essex will know those areas. It gets very busy in the summer. One slip waiting. This is short again, not allowing Verdi any room or any opportunity to hit the ball straight. He's bowling shorter at him here. Good ploy for the moment. Yeah, very enjoyable. And then at the other, Metropolitan Essex, Leighton, what we call the hub, and Ilford and Romford, Walthamstow, another football place there. Very famous over the years.
Are we throwing Chingford in there?
Chingford, absolutely.
No.
Yeah. And then you can go down the Riviera, the corridor, the South End or A127 corridor, Basildon, Billericay, out that way towards Southend, Westcliff. Great Wakering
Yes.
as Porter bowls. Bouncer again, yes. I'm quite happy with this, as long as Jamie Porter is very happy to pepper him. Pardon the pun there, pepper the keeper, I mean. And pepper him as in bowl him a bouncer. There'll be some people saying don't bowl that short at number 11, but he's out there, he's got 40. He's, as you highlighted, Mash, he's getting closer to his career best. And number 11, having a career best. Porter in, bowls short, it's tickled round the corner. But, is that Jordan Cox? He's back on the park. Yes, it is, from Lords. Gosh, with his ginger hair, his hat, got a bit of a 1980s mullet.
I think you were right then, he must have wanted that Lord's lunch.
Yeah,
Before.
before driving the North Circular, or indeed out the Finchley Road out to the A1M and M25 around to Brentwood, and then the A12 into Chelmsford. This is short. We've seen the ploy. Every ball this over has been nearer Jamie Porter's toes than Amir Verdi's toes.
But then if that's the ploy,
Yeah, fine.
I'd bring on Cox at the other end to do it as well.
Cook or Cox?
Cox. But you might try Cox as well, but Cook.
Yeah, don't try Cox. Have you seen him bowl? No. Felstead boy, but no. Round the wicket now. In comes Porter, he bowls, he's there. Another short ball, but Verdi comfortably ducks it. Listen, it's not about just the one ball. What he's trying to do, Porter, is shove it up his nose and try and push him back. And in a moment, one of those seamers will pitch it up.
Yeah.
And hopefully, if it's Porter, then the batting skills of Amir Verdi will go, I won't come forward.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't come forward. It's pitched up, it hits him on the pad, or he nicks it.
Yeah.
So the mode of dismissal isn't necessarily for, it's a build-up of the balls previous to get that wicket. I don't mind him. Look, he's not going to get sconed, he's not going to get pinned, he's not in danger of being hit because he's very comfortable facing him. But it's all about Essex trying to get his wicket.
Harmer in to Taylor from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and that first one is pushed into the cover region for no run, fielded by Robin Das.
It's your debut here tomorrow. Would you like to go and have a visit of the wicket in the morning?
Oh, most definitely. Harmer in again to Taylor, and again pushed out to Robin Das, and there's no run there as well.
People won't believe this I think you'll be surprised tomorrow. If we went out there, you would be so surprised about the slopes at either end.
Palmer again, Taylor back and across. Pushes that leg side. It looked like he kind of wanted to, but he's only going to be restricted to 1. That brings Amar Verdi on strike for the final 3 balls of the over. Whereabouts is the slope?
Well,
In the straight
first of
down
all,
there?
from the Graham Gooch end or the old Hayes Close end, you run away with yourself as a bowler because it is quite steep.
Palmer, that one was fuller to Verdi and feels off his own bowling.
And as you get to the crease, it goes up like Crown Green
Right.
bowls. But at this end, I quite enjoyed bowling this end because you used to get a little bit more bounce, but there is a steady incline.
Palmer again, and that's dabbed. Umpire may say that's just waiting for a signal. No, there's no signal. That's dabbed into the leg side, and Verdi comes through for 1. Final ball of the over will be to Tom Taylor. Worcestershire 26149. What time is it? I know we're supposed to play on, but
It is
It's 20 past 4.
4. Yeah.
Palmer again to Taylor. Taylor
Good
down on
shot.
1 knee.
That's
Pulls
4.
that, and it's 4 backward of square for 4, and that moves Tom Taylor to 62,
And T.
and that is going to be T right on cue. So Worcestershire 265 for 9 as we go off for T. Amir Verdi is on 41, Tom Taylor is on 62, and this final wicket partnership has put on 63 frustrating runs from an Essex perspective, but from a Worcestershire perspective, this has been a brilliant fight back. Remember, people, at one stage Worcestershire were 10 for 4, 118 for 6, 133 for 7, and now as we approach T, they're 265 for 9.
Thanks, Mash. We will have a break of 20 minutes, and we hope you're enjoying this coverage of this Division 1, Day 1 of Essex versus Worcester, and we shall rejoin you in the small matter of 20 minutes. Thank you. Well done, all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you wanted to come onto the outfield, you are welcome to. Who just thought it? Please remember those who are playing ball games, sports only.
What over are we in? 70 something?
Please
70
do not
gone.
bring any food and drink onto the outfield.
So we've only got 20. We've got 20 left. 23, I think.
As soon as it bolts up, really, yeah, it makes sense.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Sean, how are you? Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Of course you can.
Love it.
Can I ask a favour? Would you just knock down?
It'd be great if we stay up there.
Yeah, no worries. Look, yeah, okay, no worries.
Get nearer to the best.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Thank you. Thank you.
We played really well.
Cheers, bye.
Really good. This is why we love it, isn't it?
There's no eye into them, and they're just there.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting that discussion you had about big teams.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if you were going to say anything.
I completely, I always regard Essex as a big team. I used to share a house with a bloke when I was a young teacher who was a big Essex fan. And we used to call them, even then, the mighty Essex. And that was in the Gooch days in Fletcher and when Alan Border played here. And they've just always been a big club for me. And I slightly disappointed them about Somerset because it comes out the perennial runners-up Somerset. They never win that. Lancashire underachieve, Notts underachieve for the money they spend.
Yeah.
Warwickshire underachieve for the money they spend. Surrey are the best by miles at the moment. That's all we got. We've got all the test groups as big clubs.
Yeah.
They've all got their qualities, I think. I mean, I'm never disparaging about the Northamptons of this world because, you know, they've had some great players over the years.
Yeah. Ultimately, everyone's got their history and legacy. But,
You know, I played league cricket with quite a few coaches of various types, but I played a lot with Mushtaq Mohammed.
yeah.
And he played at Northants. He's a legend at Northants. You know, in the days when overseas players just stayed with one county.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have a bad word said about the place, you know. Which is why people get upset when you hear modern players like Vorland saying, "Oh, there's too many counties," or KP. You know, we should get rid of 3. And
Yeah, I've never understood that.
So
I've
important,
never
the
ever
history of
understood
these
that. Oh,
places.
yeah.
so important.
The final score from Billericay in the second 11 match has been taken place this week. Essex second 11 beat Sussex second 11 by 104 runs. 3 wickets apiece in the second innings for Jamal Richards and Mackenzie Jones.
But we admire Essex. The idea of pension above your rate is a slightly different one because they do. Because it's, the one thing they have got in common with Worcestershire is that they're not money bags.
Yes.
They're strong. And I think, you know, I've said this before, this is Essex is what we aspire to be, really, I think. You know, when you ask the Worcestershire management what they want to achieve, they would say, well, we can't do what Essex do.
So the way I kind of look at it now in 2024 is I always look at player movements. So for example, Middlesex Northampton last week, when I was speaking to Rabbers, he was saying that Emilio Gay has left Northampton to go to and that's how I scale it. Because player movement tells you where your club movement stands. So I think Darren is clear to go to someone, is it? And that kind of,
Well, we've lost loads.
I imagine, so I was going to say,
We've lost a team for in the last 5 years, but it's because you want to play for England.
exactly. So I always scale it like players who have been genuine England aspirations, clubs they choose, kind of tells you who are. Yeah, I agree, but it kind of tells you where we're at.
That's why down the line
Gloucestershire bowled out for 125, Northamptonshire 99
it
for
shouldn't be,
30.
but it is. Yeah, you're right.
Like it's weird, but somebody playing for Worcestershire in Division 1 probably is
for the evening session of day one. Essex versus Worcestershire, the two umpires, David Milnes and Steve O'Shaughnessy are out there. I'm looking forward to popping to see them both after the day's play. Now, I've just lost my phone. Is there a phone? Ah, thank you. Essex are being led out by Tom Wesley, and they're in a huddle just about 5-10 metres in from the boundary, and they need to knock over this last pairing. I'm sure Amir Verdi and Tom Taylor would have really enjoyed their prawn sandwiches, maybe a bit of fruit cake, maybe a donut. I don't know what they have these days. Something nutritious, maybe full of protein. Maybe not the traditional cricket tea that we once all remember. But Verdi with 41, Taylor with 62. Worcestershire have moved on with the bonus point. They've 265 for 9. And I'm looking down, I think Mr. O'Shaughnessy has come back to the pavilion. He's forgotten something. Maybe he's forgot his 6 coins. But we'll find out. But the two Worcestershire batsmen are walking out and marching out, and you're listening to Don Topley, Frank Watson and Mash St Patrick, who hopefully has enjoyed his day. And are you enjoying your day here at Chelmsford? Has it got better? Look at that chuckle.
It's got better. It has got better. But do you know what? I honestly can say, hand on heart, I'd have enjoyed it anyway.
Great.
Just like being at county cricket, and
yes.
The ebb and flow of the 4-day game is what makes it so attractive, and it's been great in that respect, hasn't it? A really good fight back for Worcestershire, fashioned by Brett D'Oliveira and Ethan Brooks, and carried on in fine style by these two. It's been a really good effort. I think Simon Armour's bowled really well. Jamie Porter's bowled beautifully. But it's an interesting change now. They've had a think at tea, haven't they? Let's do something a bit different to try and end this partnership.
Yeah.
And the result is that they've decided to turn to Paul Walter's left arm medium pace, which I think is sensible. You've got to find ways, haven't you, when a stubborn partnership like this tests you. You've got to be patient, but you've also got to try different things, I think. So it is Walter from the Graham Gooch end and bowls, and his first ball is short of a length and fended down by Amar Verdi, who is 5 runs away from equalling his career best. Shane Snater's loosening up as well. He didn't have a bowl in the afternoon, Snater.
Well, there were. I went outside and met a few people, and they were a little bit, not disillusioned, but just they were scratching their head on why Essex left it so late to bowl a seamer at the tail end.
Walter in again bowls, and Verdi's discomforted by this one. He sort of awkwardly tries to play it away on the leg side. I think it might have just missed his thigh pad because it's run to leg gully and he's rubbing his left thigh a little bit. They're pretty well protected these days. But the other thing about Amar Verdi, having played so well, and he's played really well, he's played a lot of cricket recently, so he won't have had much batting. Walter in, bowled, bangs this one in short, and Verdi just sways back out of the way. And certainly he didn't bat in practice yesterday or today, I don't think, Verdi. But had a good bowl and was getting a little bit of turn off the old practice surfaces that we can see at the side of the square, as you'd expect. No doubt he'll have a part to play with the ball, but so far doing a good job with the bat. Walter is in again too, and he bowls, and he just gets in behind this and drops it down on the onside, and Robin Dassett, short leg, dives to his left to stop. But I can understand why those Essex supporters that you spoke to were a bit frustrated, because that's the word, isn't it? You get frustrated. You see a last wicket partnership start, and at first it's a bit annoying, and then it's very annoying, and then in the end you just get really fed up with it, don't you? Walter in, bowls, Verdi's in behind it, dropping it down again to Robin Dassett, short leg. There's no great pace in this pitch, I don't think, and that's been one of the reasons that Harmer's not been perhaps as lethal as he often is, because they've been able to just watch the ball off the pitch. If he hasn't bowled it very full, but he's been patient. It's a testing surface nonetheless. Water in bowls, and Verdi just gets the first run of the evening session, just tucking this one away past Das at short leg, and he keeps the strike. He goes to 42. 266 for 9 at the end of the over, and the fact that he takes a single off the last ball shows you that the mood has changed since he first came to the crease, when, well, I think he didn't score for about 14 balls, and Taylor was unsure whether to give him the strike, but he's actually proved more than capable.
Talking to those Essex supporters, I felt to try and give them the benefit of some knowledge, and look, it's the Kookaburra ball, and the wicket's slow, and the bowlers haven't bowled an enormous amount of overs. There's been a lot of white ball cricket. You had to bowl Kent out 20 wickets the other day. You did it. Essex didn't have much cricket down in Southampton. So look, you're very aware of Essex's reserves, and I mean this in the nicest possible way. Our first choice 11 as Snater moves away from us up the hill here from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Verdi plays it into the leg side to Cook at mid on no run. Look, Essex's top best side, and we have been fighting for the championship for the last couple of years. It's a good first 11, but our reserves are nowhere near the quality that we have in the first 11. So I think if you punish the bowlers and make them bowl plenty, then you will pick up an injury. Both Cook and Porter have had injuries this summer. Snater's in, and this is an attempted loft to play it over the slips. It was on. There isn't a third man, so the shot was on, but unfortunately for Verdi, he's just missed it, and it's sailed through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, I think the scheduling and the way that the red ball cricket is now spread out through the season isn't helpful, because it means that people they get a lot of bowling in a short space of time, and then maybe don't get a lot of bowling for quite a long time, so that doesn't help. Injuries Worcestershire's injury list has been utterly ridiculous. They were borrowing and blooding schoolboys for the One Day Cup, which just didn't have anybody fit.
Short of a length, played by Verdi into the offside. Wesley does the fielding, and there is no run.
But Worcestershire have discovered through the white ball competition a young quick bowler who's now in the seconds, only just left school, nowhere near ready enough for championship cricket, but somebody that is quite exciting, got a little bit of pace about him, picked up some important wickets in the White Ball Cup, would never have had an opportunity had it not been for all the injuries. So there's two sides to every story, aren't there?
As Snater's in, and this is played into the offside. I think it might have come off his pads, but there is no run.
So there's two sides to every story, but again, it's another one of those we've talked about. That was an interesting discussion you had with Mash before the break about big clubs and what constitutes a big club, but at the end of the day, the clubs with fewer playing resources struggle with injuries more than the really big ones.
Bouncer left through to the keeper.
Because if you've got a bigger staff and a bigger wage bill, you've probably got better backup, as you say, and when you lose 2 or 3, you can bring in. Surrey can rest 2 seamers and still have an absolutely top class international pace attack, and I don't think anybody else can really do that. Durham are getting that way, I think, with 1 or 2 of their recent recruits. It gets harder and harder, I think. Which is why I love that expression. You used it before, I've used it many times to describe Essex.
This is played into the leg side, and he's been caught. It was bowled quite straight by Snater, and Verdi has clipped it in the air, but it's been taken quite well at square leg, and I think it was from the hands of the of the Essex opening batsman Dean Elgar, who is running off and up the stairs to put his box, thigh pad and pads on, as Worcestershire now have been bowled out for 266, and the last man out is Amir Verdi, who was just shy of his career best. I think we said his career best was 46. Well, he's been caught Elgar bowled Snater for 42 runs. A very, very good effort from the number 11, and in fact the rest of the tail of Worcestershire, but having been 10 for 4 early this morning, having opted to bat, I do honestly reckon that Worcestershire would have bit Frank Watson's hand off to be bowled out for 266. So I'm going to say well played. Quick look at the bowling figures. Snater was the man who got the final wicket, and as I try to get the bowling figures up, here I go, just looking at the fixtures, and then Jamie Porter, as you can hear, he was the man of the morning, but also Essex's best bowler of the day. He is being clapped off and just waving to the crowd as he picked up 17 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 52. Well bowled, Jamie Porter. Sam Cook, 15 overs, 1 for 53. Harmer, 27 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 103. Critchley, 9 overs, 0 for 36. Water, the solitary over which went for 1 run. Basically, he just bounced Amir Verdi, and as I said, the man who just got the last wicket, Shane Snater, has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. So if I ask Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester, you'd have bitten my hand off?
Yeah, definitely. At 10 for 4, I think if you'd have said you're going to get 1 batting point, I would have been more than happy with that. It's a great recovery. If you look down the card, Ethan Brooks' 46 was very influential, partnership of 72 for the 6th wicket with Brett D'Oliveira, who made 68. The captain will not have made many more valuable half centuries than that for Worcestershire. 59 added for the 8th wicket between him and Tom Taylor. Taylor going on to be 62 not out, and probably the surprise for everybody was Amir Verdi. He's not batted for Worcestershire before, I don't think, and he made 42 before being the last man out, caught by Dean Elgar at square leg, just flicking that one away in the air off Shane Snater. But yeah, 266 for 9, a good effort. Just going back to that point that I was making, probably an appropriate time to make it as well. You used the expression before about Essex punching above their weight, and I certainly agree with that, and I think they've done it for quite a long time, and that is what Worcestershire are trying to do. And when you look down the Worcestershire card, you know, with players that have been let go by other sides, and 1 or 2 homegrown, 1 or 2 coming to the end. Joe Leach, who will finish at the end of this season.
Is he definitely finishing?
Definitely finishing at the end of this season. Carrying a serious knee injury, which is, you know, he's playing through the barrier really with that. Had an operation earlier this year. I mean, what I was going to say is that idea of punching above your weight is so important. You've got to be greater than the sum of your parts. You've got to use every possible bit of togetherness that you can. You run well, you field well, you do those things that don't need excessive skill, and you just work really, really hard at your game, and that's what they try and do. Shall we have a little break?
Yes, we shall return when Worcestershire are about to bowl at the Essex.
It'll be 5 o'clock. Yeah. See you then. Thanks for being with us. 280 runs, so you can imagine what a turnaround that was. I jokingly said it was like going to the Etihad and taking an early lead and then losing 7-1. Taylor round the wicket to Elgar. Oh, he beats him. That's a beauty, absolute beauty. Angled in at the left-hander. Might just have done a little bit off the seam, and Elgar makes his first error really, playing and missing at that one. Good delivery from Tom Taylor. It's the sort of one you just praying as a bowler that a big player like Elgar can just get a little nick on that one. That's what we saw happen this morning. And Michael Pepper picked up 3 catches in the first 6 Worcestershire wickets to fall. There's Taylor in round the wicket again. Bowls, and Elgar is driving, not certainly, up to mid-on where D'Oliveira fields.
I'm going to, coming off the back of your Man City point there, such is the strength of Div 1 nowadays that I do wonder if it's possible for, I'm going to use Worcestershire more so than Essex, because Essex you can say bat above their station or overachieve, but is it possible for a club the size of Worcestershire to win Div 1, do you reckon? Or do you think it's moved on too much now?
It's a really good question, isn't it? Taylor in, balls, and Elgar all edges, and it bounces just in front of Rob Jones at second slip. Picked it up really well, found the edge. Great stuff from Taylor. Beat Elgar once, found the edge with that last ball, but it bounced just in front of Rob Jones at second slip. So good over, 15 without loss. Elgar has 7, Das has 8. I don't think it would be as miraculous as Leicester City.
I was about to say Leicester City. I was going to make that reference and say Leicester winning.
I think it's more possible in cricket than in football. This is just a personal opinion, because I think I could see a county like, not necessarily Worcestershire, but I could see a county like Worcestershire having a good crop of youngsters all coming through at the same time who really, I mean, you look at the players that have left Worcestershire in the last few years: Joe Clark, Tom Kohler, Cadmore, and Ed Barnard.
Joel Leach into Robin Das, that's defended back down the track. Leach fields off his own bowl.
And you think if they were all still there and they'd all, Pennington, they'd all come through together. It is not impossible, but it's just probably harder than ever, I think. But yeah, I mean, when I think back to back-to-back championships in '88 and '89, that was when Worcestershire had Hick, Dilly, Botham, a phenomenal side really. And it's just getting tougher and tougher for the so-called smaller counties to do that kind of thing.
Leach to Das. Das is forward, pushes it out into the covers, no run.
But Essex have done it in recent years, and as I've said many times, that's the
benchmark.
I think for a team like Worcestershire, if you can be like Essex, then you could potentially achieve what they've achieved. But yeah, it's tough. There's no question about that.
Don't know.
But yeah, the Leicester thing was just you just cannot imagine that ever happened again, can you, in football?
Yeah, I can't personally. Leach, and Das is off the back foot, cuts that in front or behind point, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, will do. I'll let you know.
Good shot there by Robin Das, riding the delivery and then just cutting it back with a point for 4. Robin Das moves into double figures. No, sorry, that's a lie. Sorry, moves on to. Is it double figures?
Yeah, 12. He's hit 3 4s, I think.
Moves on to
2 4s, but he's 12 now. Yeah.
Yes, moves on to 12, not out. Essex 19 without loss.
One of the slips is going. Brooks is going into short mid wicket. Leach obviously intending to go a bit straighter. Don't want to give Das room. Just needs to nip it away enough. Or back.
Leach again. This side wraps Das on the pads, but
got a nick on it,
yeah,
I think.
Inside
A
edge.
bit quicker, that one from Leach. Real effort ball. When he got his 6 for against Kent the other day, his first 3 overs went for 24. And he thought he'd rarely bowled worse, and he was very rusty. And then he came back on a few overs later at the opposite end, got a wicket with his first ball, and just couldn't stop taking wickets then. Need a breakthrough.
Leach back in. Das is forward solidly. pushes that down to mid-off, no run.
But he is that kind of bowler, Joe Leach. I think that a lot of people probably already know this, and certainly Worcestershire supporters do, but throughout his career, he's been the sort of bowler that goes wicketless for quite long periods of time and then takes wickets in little
bursts.
Yeah, he does. He just does. I mean, I don't know why it is. Almost as though he just gets in the zone, and for 2 or 3 overs can be really quite difficult to play.
It's a good point which I'm going to come back to after this ball. Leach, Das defends that into the leg side this time, and there's no run. That brings an end to the over. Essex 19 without loss. Dean Elgar on 7, Robin Das on 12. Yeah, it's a good point you make there, because when Toppers was last on, when I was last on with him, he spoke about the different ends and what it feels like to bowl at the different ends. Yeah. And I often wonder for bowlers, so I'll use this reference point, when the West Indies were at Lords in the summer, some of the bowlers who haven't played at Lords before couldn't get used to the slope. Yeah. But I've often wondered, is it about, as a bowler, and I know Toppers can hear me so he can explain when he's next on, is it about preferring an end or getting in a rhythm?
Taylor bowls, Elgar plays defensively back to him. I think different bowlers would have different answers to that question. The interesting thing about Leach, talking about this change of ends last week, is that he changed ends from the Diglis end at Worcester, which is the far end from the press box end, the sort of the southern end of the ground, and he came to the New Road end, and that's where he got his 6 wickets from. He almost never bowls from the New Road end, but it happened to be where he got his 6 wickets from. That was quite strange. Taylor round the wicket bowls, Elgar drives, no run. Taylor gets half a hand on it. At Lords, I think some bowlers love what the slope is quite extravagant at Lords, and I mean, thinking back to bowlers of yesteryear, Phil Newport, who was a big swing bowler, swung the ball both ways, loved to bowl from the nursery end at Lords and swing it away down the slope. Some bowlers struggle with that and prefer to go up the slope, as it were. It is very different. Taylor in here bowls to Elgar, and again he's spot on, Taylor, with his line, and Elgar plays defensive back at the pitch. Going back to the thing I was saying about taking wickets in burst, there is a logic to it actually, and I think the bowlers that take wickets in clusters often tend to be bowlers who bowl very straight. Don was talking about people bowling straight this morning, and the reason for that is you get a wicket, you get the new man in, and while he's vulnerable in his first few deliveries, you make him play every time. You're much more likely to get him out. Taylor again is in and bowls, and Elgar again defends out to mid-on. Whereas if you're making it go miles off middle and seaming it away, you get a nick, and the next bloke comes in, and you might bowl 3 absolute jaffers at him, but they're too good and he doesn't nick them. Whereas if you just bowl straight and you're threatening the stumps and he makes a mistake, you might get him. So I think that's why Leach, for example, takes wickets in clusters, because he's a wicket. He bowls at the wickets most of the time, and he nips it either way. And people come in, they've got to play, and in those first few deliveries when they're vulnerable, he might pick a wicket up. Taylor again is dead straight here, and Elgar plays every ball on its merits. That's 5 dots in this over, all pushed up to mid-on, or is it 4? It might be 4, but really good from Taylor, and very, very solid from Elgar. Nothing a bowler, and I'm sure Don would agree with this, likes less than an opening batter who shows him that big full face of the bat and plays in the V and makes it look as though he isn't going to give you a chance. He's beaten him once, he found the edge once, it fell short of slip. It's a good contest. Taylor in, bowls, and there you go. Elgar slightly turned round, ends up playing that one-handed out on the offside. That's a really good maiden from Tom Taylor. Excellent effort. 19 without loss off 6 overs. Asking questions, the Worcester bowlers so far, no breakthrough.
Just want to return to your point, because obviously you coach players.
Yeah.
Now, when you've got, let's say it's a young player, I'm assuming you make no reference to ends or anything like that. You're just coaching them. This is how to bowl, see him up, whatever it might be. So where do you think ends comes
I
into
think
their
ends,
development?
I think ends comes in when a player plays half his cricket on one ground.
Right.
So if
okay.
he's a league player and he plays half his games at home, he's a county player. But young players are playing all over the place on different grounds, so I don't think... I mean, if they play their school cricket on the same ground, they might have a favourite end.
Leach and Raps Das in front.
Did too much, I think.
Big shout behind and in front of the stumps. Joe Leach looking at the umpire curiously, but we'll look at this one on the replay.
Just reckon it might have done too much.
Yeah, that's... You could argue it's going down and height, quite possibly. Either way.
Yeah. But you shout just to give the batsman something to think about on those, don't you?
Robin Das, I wouldn't say survives because that was not out, but Joe Leach making sure Robin Das knows that he's there. In again, this time Das shoulder arms, leaves it alone outside off stump, no run.
Good leave, I think, that one by Das. Looks a well organised player, still fairly early in his first class career. 22 years old, but he averages 56 in his first class career. He just played, I think it's his third game, is that right, Das? His third game, so a lot of cricket lies ahead of him, but he looks tidy.
I think when I was looking him up earlier, Don will confirm, Das this time solid in defence, pushed down to the covers, no run. I want to say it was Leytonstone for Robin Das. Yeah. So earlier on when Don was talking about the metropolitan side of Essex, this is where Robin Das is from, at Leytonstone, for those who are familiar. East London, some say metropolitan Essex. Leach into Das back and cuts, doesn't really connect well with it, and that's fielded at backward. Fielded by Jake Libby there.
You'll usually find Libby at backward point. He might go into third slip, or Brooks might go into third slip. Brooks is in at short mid wicket. Hose and Jones will be slips 1 and 2. D'Oliveira will usually be at mid off. Kashif will usually wear the white hat, so that helps. Logan Van Beek at square leg. Taylor at mid on.
Leach in again, and that's good solid drive there, but straight to mid off by Robin Das, no run. 5 dots thus far.
Leach hasn't gone past the bat, but he has made the batsman play almost all the time, which he tends to do. But he's rusty, even with the wickets that he's got recently. He's had a lot of injuries. Didn't have a pre-season, didn't bowl over the winter at all. Knee up in February, I think it was.
Final ball of the over, and again Robin Das forward defensively. Defensive push even. No run. That's a maiden by Joe Leach. Brings an end to another over. Essex 19 without loss. Dean Elgar on 7. Robin Das on 12. It's going to be interesting to see how Logan Van Beek goes, because I swear I just saw him last week in that Cayman Islands Max 60 on my TV.
You did.
And that's not for those who don't know what that is, that's not T20 cricket.
It's not.
that was T10 cricket.
And
so he's gone from
Red Bull cricket.
Yeah, he's gone from Cayman Islands to the UK to county championship. So let's see how quick he can transition.
It is very different. It is very different. Tom Taylor round the wicket to bowl to Elgar, the left-hander. Comes in now and bowls. Ooh, that's a good leave by Elgar. That was not far away from the off stump, but he knew where it was. Walks away. Just does that thing batsmen all tend to do now. Takes his bottom hand off and just mimes a little seam movement with his fingers, just telling everybody around the ground, as if they didn't know that one just jagged a little bit off the seam for Taylor. Good spell from Taylor. Good spell from the two of them. 2 consecutive maidens. Pressure just building slightly, but it's all about getting through to the end of the day for Essex, not about runs. And there are some runs just to break that stranglehold as Taylor over pitches and Elgar drives through extra cover for 4. Lovely shot, especially if you take into account that he kept his shape. He didn't try and hit it too hard. You don't get any more runs than 4 for hitting it 10 yards over the rope, and he just steered it through the gap and made sure that it beat the field, and then it was always going to make it to the boundary on this quick outfield. Lovely shot from Dean Elgar. He's a very efficient batsman, Elgar.
Yeah.
He doesn't. He's not flamboyant really, and that was a good example. And there's another one, beautiful shot. This time, however, Kashif Ali does a very good diving stop at extra cover.
Do you know what Elgar reminds me of? When, and I'm talking about having seen him not just for Essex but internationally.
I know who he reminds me of, but you go first.
But rather than an individual, he reminds me of. Elgar for me is the type of player who knows all of his strengths and knows 100%. All of his limitations and does not deviate outside of that, and that's why he's been successful. He knows his game inside out.
He reminds me of Alan Border. That's who he reminds me of. Chunky left-hander, knows exactly what he can and can't do. Edges this one though, past slip, but it's 4 more. A moral victory for the bowler. Didn't carry. Past Ethan Brooks's left hand at 3rd slip. Good delivery from Taylor, but 4 more to Elgar. And the other thing about Elgar is that he will not bother about that one iota. I'll put that out of his mind. He will just completely focus on
every
the next
ball is a new event.
Plays long innings, just brilliant, top class batter. And as a county overseas, he's just perfect, isn't he? Somebody you can utterly rely on, I think. Taylor into him. We're doing our best to get him out, and he edges that one, but it bounces in front of Brooks at 3rd slip. And to be fair, that wasn't. To say an edge is probably slightly unfair because he knew what he was doing. It was steered down into the ground, but no, he's a fine player. I mean, he's as good as anybody opening in county championship cricket, I think, at the moment. We saw a double 100, from Miyeyi of Kent the other day.
Oh, well.
New Road. He was dropped on naught, got a double 100. It was a magnificent innings, absolutely magnificent.
I think he's 2.5 years away from being eligible for England. I suspect he will be getting picked when he is.
Very exciting. Taylor round the wicket. Elgar just steers this down on the offside, picks up a single. Libby will go back from backward point to field, and that is the end of the 8th over. 27 without loss.
Well,
Elgar 15 and 12 to Das.
This may be the last time you hear me on comms today, so it's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure.
I think you should pop back in.
We'll see. We'll see what we can fit in the overs. But Toppers is due to come back on. Yeah. Please do quiz him about this bowling thing that I was discussing with you about ends and so on and so forth. But yes, Toppers is on now.
And so is Logan Van Beek, and he's coming on at that far end as we look, the Graham Gooch end. And as Mash was saying, he was playing T10 cricket last week, so it's a bit of a change for him, but he is one of the modern breed of cricketers. Have spikes, will travel, and as long as the next team brings his kit along for him and says this is the shirt you're wearing today, he'll give it a go. He's actually, that's a bit unfair, he's played for Worcestershire before and he does care a great deal about the county. Welcome back, Don.
Thank you.
Good start so far.
Yep, very good. Leach on his way in round. No, it's not Leach. It's Van Beek round the wicket to the left-handed former South African Test opener, and he leaves it alone. Yeah, I heard you talking with Mash about how you see Dean Elgar. Nuggety, doesn't give his wicket away. He bats the same way, whether it's the first over, the 10th over, the 40th over. He is a great pro, and he has been a welcome addition since Alistair Cook retired. Beak again outside off stump through to the keeper, no run, and he's a good bloke in the dressing room, really is. Nuggety fighter, awkward, everything you think about a South African. They're very proud, aren't they? In rugby, in cricket, you know what you're getting when you sign them. And really, Essex's signing of Dean Elgar was very much down to Simon Harmer. Van Beek in, this is clipped off his legs, goes out to squarish, deep backward square where there's a man fielding on the long boundary beneath the pavilion shadow, and the South African will pick up a single, which takes him on to 16, score 28 for no wicket.
Yeah, he's perfect for county cricket, I think.
Interesting, I played with Border for 2 years when he was here at Essex in the 80s, 86 and 88.
Yeah, it's a bit of an obvious comparison, isn't it? Because they're similar of stature, they're left-handed, they're both Test captains, but you know what I mean, don't you? He brings the same qualities to the side.
Mentally
as
tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you need that in county cricket. You really do. You needed it back then and you need it today, because it's a big call playing county cricket. Over the wicket this time to Das. Das drives to mid-off. There is no run. Very important passage of play here. What have we got left for the evening?
We have got, I'll tell you exactly how many overs
12,
we've got.
10, 10.2.
10 after this, 10.2, yeah.
Yeah, so listen, really important 10 overs here. One for Essex, because, you know, they want to be intact for tomorrow morning, and these two want to come out and open in the morning. But for Worcestershire, they need to get rid of them. In comes Van Beek, and which there's a half-hearted appeal, but not really anyone is genuinely interested, as it's goes out into the leg side. D'Oliveira, the captain, fields, no run. Yeah, from Worcestershire's point of view, you really would like to get a wicket or two to make some inroads.
Two would be ideal, I think, wouldn't it?
It would. It can happen.
Only takes 2 balls, yeah, absolutely. There'll be a certain amount of belief out there. Even Elgar has played and missed once, edged once. You never know. Gotta believe as a bowler.
The Kiwis in, it's down the leg side, pacier ball, bit more oomph in it, but that concludes the end of the 9th over of the innings. Essex, in reply to Worcestershire's first innings total of, I'm looking for it, where is it on the board? Deficit is 237, so adding 30 and minus 1, 67, 66, 266 I think you made, wasn't it?
266.
There you go.
Yeah.
And Essex in reply to that are 29 for no wicket. On another interesting play, left-hander at the wicket in Dean Elgar. Seen a lot of him bowl, because I obviously have been very fortunate to watch quite a bit of Surrey over the years as well.
Yeah, Amar Verdi.
He's got a typical
His
off-spinner's
first ball
action.
forces. Yeah, he has. I think it's a proper off-spinner action, isn't it? He's a classical off-spinner. Shows the back of the left shoulders of the batsman. Gets his plenty of body into it and gives it a nice rip.
Not the tallest, so there are, where Simon Harmer comes from a height, he does have to get it up in the air to come back down, but he is a very confident fella.
Yeah.
And it'll be a very interesting scenario here. The only thing about someone like Verdi for me is, because of his lack of height, the ball can die occasionally, and just got to be careful of that. You've got to pick up his length very well, otherwise he'll do you for a ball that just dies and carries on.
Well, he's coming round the wicket.
Yeah,
to the left-handed Elgar with a slip and a short leg. He's in and he bowls. Good start. Left alone by Elgar, but turned a little bit, I think, into the gloves of Roderick. Very nice start from Amar Verdi. First bowl for Worcestershire. Played at Durham but didn't bowl. Batted well today, 42 in that excellent last wicket partnership. But this is what he's here for. And he comes in and bowls, and Elgar is forward, pushing that into the covers. Good little contest. Now, good bowling change. I'm happy with this personally. I think good thinking by Brett D'Oliveira to get Verdi on early. We know it's going to turn a little bit, and possibly on a little bit earlier than the openers expected. He's in again now and bowls. That one a little bit quicker. And Elgar slightly deceived by that. Kind of went back to it and then ended up just sort of jabbing it back out on the offside. He wasn't in any trouble with it, but it didn't behave as he expected. I think that's
I think
probably-
he picked up the length quite early and was looking to pull it.
Yeah, and then it was on him a bit
changed
quicker.
his mind.
Yeah, we've all been there. Yeah, and there's Birdie's in
Hold.
again. That one is Fuller
Hold.
and driven on the offside, fielded by Brooks at extra.
If
cover.
you could afford it, I'd like to see a man on the offside.
In front, yeah.
Yeah, but where do you take him from?
Yeah,
Then
exactly.
does the bowler, Verdi, feel naked
Yeah.
because you've taken him out of a place that was saving runs?
Yeah, interesting. He's in again and bowls, and Elgar is
Bowled.
beaten by this one, nicely bowled.
Bowled.
Outside the offside. Also interesting that we've got a man out in the deep on the
Yeah.
offside. It's almost sort of
Do you like
allowing-
it? Do you like that?
Not really. I think it's a bit early. I'd have him in the ring, but he is allowing Verdi to throw it up there and say, well, if I overpitch and you drive me, you're only going to get one. But no, I'm not a massive fan of that. Verdi bowls, but he gets away with a slightly shorter one, and he'll only concede 2 because he's got Leach out there. So it's a bit of an insurance policy. He's cut away, but it's not a bad start. He went past the bat, and it was a nice, tidy start from Amar Verdi. No breakthrough yet for Worcestershire. 29 without loss. Essex in response to Worcestershire's 266, and Dean Elgar on 19. Robin Das on 12. In fact, it's 31 now. Sorry, I forgot how slow the scoreboard was. 31.
Yeah. Where's the quickest score? What's Worcester's scoreboard like?
Really quick these
Is it?
days. Yeah, some of them are just instant, aren't they? You know, really quick. There was one the other day that was just too quick almost. But as you say, it doesn't matter once you get used to it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And in the old days, we never used to. They sort of turned round and rolled round, and we didn't expect it, did we?
Well, in comes Van Beek, and this is played, bowled nicely. Das squared up, plays it back down the ground and goes up to mid on no run.
Decent pace, I thought, from Van Beek.
Well, I thought there was a real big effort ball last over, which went down the leg side, but
Yeah.
that was a bit of pace on it.
Yeah.
Talking about scorecards, I don't know if you or your listeners back in Worcestershire, Herefordshire, remember the old lorry that used to be towed round Essex. That
absolutely.
finally met its death recently. This time Van Beek turns him around again. Might be just gripping with the new ball here, as Das has to negotiate that ball. That was a good delivery.
I absolutely remember it, Don.
Well,
I featured it in a tweet
did you?
a few weeks ago. For
What
some
about
reason,
the death?
I can't remember.
About the death.
I can't
It was
remember why.
wheeled off.
Yeah.
It's been living or
Fantastic.
staying behind Colchester an East Essex cricket ground, behind the pavilion, and it's been there for a couple of years. As Van Beek comes in, it's a shorter ball, played into the leg side, no run. And it was finally, I think, sent to scrap. It was a removals van which had been converted lorry into a scoreboard, and it used to traipse all around all Essex's outgrounds.
Yeah, I remember
and
it.
the county was full of outgrounds.
Yeah.
This was the headquarters, but for years it was up at Leighton and Ilford and Westcliff and Lee and even Harlow, Colchester, Southend. This is short. Das goes back and across, gets into line, plays it into the leg side, no run. So it finally met its death, and suddenly there were lots of people associated with Essex who would have liked to see it. What's that programme on television where they
The repair shop.
Yeah, they wanted. Lots of people said, "Cannot the repair
that would
shop
have been fantastic,
do
wouldn't it?
something?"
Yeah.
Which would have been very good, wouldn't it? 2 slips waiting, Van Beek's in, another just short of a length, which in a complimentary way, Das plays easily and allows the ball to hit the bat and goes back up the pitch for no run.
There we are. I found it.
found it?
Yeah.
Whose tweet
I'm trying
was it?
to see why I tweeted. Oh, I know. Right. Okay. It's a bit of a niche one, this, but there was a picture. Somebody posted a picture of the scoreboard at Repton with the tree and
Repton
blossom.
School, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Which is a lovely scene.
Shot cut, and that's going to go for 4. That had genuine width all over it, and like we saw with Brett D'Oliveira, the shorter man, someone like Gavaskar, even Lara. But today it was Das, and earlier in the day it was Brett D'Oliveira. But Das has beautifully executed that. Had a bit of width on it, and it's gone through backward point for 4 like a bullet.
So yeah, the groundsman of Repton School, when they'd had Derbyshire there, put a picture on, and one of the pictures was the scoreboard with the blossom on a cherry tree all around it, and he put an amazing 4 days. So I put, I'm glad you enjoyed it, it's a special place. And then James Dollar, who's now the master at Wellington College, who used to work at Repton, said, I don't think there's a more picturesque scoreboard in the country than Repton cricket. So I put, oh, don't be silly, James, and I put a picture of the old Essex scoreboard.
Well, I think you should put it back out there, include
maybe.
me and BBC Essex Sport.
Yeah.
This time Verdi is bowled, and this is clipped by Elgar into the leg side for 1.
I'll do that at the end of this over.
Many people who are listening, sorry, I've nicked your
No,
over
that's
here,
fine, no.
but anybody who's listening
They'll
can
see
understand what we're talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it was a bit of history from Essex County Cricket Club.
It was
Now, having said that, let's talk about Worcester, because obviously I played in the ground at Worcester when we used to use that very big scoreboard, which
the green
seems
scoreboard.
to be the best part of a mile away from the pitch.
Yeah, well, it's still there. It's not a scoreboard
I mean,
anymore.
the numbers needed to be quite large to see if you were sitting at the new road.
But they were. It was a wonderful scoreboard with the green front and the sort of gable with the black and white stripe. Still there, but now it's a groundsman's store really now, and obviously we've got the big electronic scoreboards, one on either side of the ground. Verdi now will bowl at Das for the first time, Elgar having got a single, and that one is a little bit short of a length, and Das just gets in behind it, steers it out on the offside and picks up a single.
Can I just make a comment here? And I mentioned it that Dean Elgar was happy to hang back a bit against Verdi. All right, he's happy hanging back and watching the ball turn or whatever. But both these guys are quite small, and Verdi should need to try and get these guys on the front foot. They're happy hanging back.
And he bowls to Verdi, to Elgar, who is on the front foot, just turning it round the corner on the leg side. Bit of bat and pad, I think, on that one. Didn't go very far, but they threw for another single. So 37 without loss, turning into a very nice start for the home side here in response to Worcestershire's first innings, 266. And Amar Verdi seeking the breakthrough is in and bowls and dashes solidly and very correctly forward. Plays that very nicely back up the pitch to the bowler. One slip and a short leg for the right-handed Das facing Verdi, who waits at the end of his mark now. Comes in and bowls, and that's nicely bowled, just in the right place, bringing Das forward, pitch just outside off stump, turning back in, tempting. He might have gone for a more expansive shot on the offside and got one that turned back through the gate. We saw Harmer bowl similarly earlier today, very patient. Harmer had to work hard for his 3 wickets. That one pushed through a little bit quicker. Das just drops it on the onside. And there's no run, the end of the over. 38 without loss. And we've had 12 overs. And I'll set about finding getting that scoreboard on Twitter again.
Thank you. Yeah, very interesting to the Worcestershire folk to see that. And looking around, who's going to continue to bowl? Van Beek, I think it is. There's some very characterful scoreboards around. As Van Beek coming down the slope here at Chelmsford, and Elgar plays him it to mid on no run. Now, Mash earlier was talking about ends and bowlers, and I want to contribute to that, because I said, you may have listened earlier today, whether it was Mash or Frank.
Yeah, no, I heard you say
I was
that.
talking about, first thing I look at, even today, when I turn up, is the wind. And there are certain grounds and people give me a bit of stick for this, that have certain slopes. Headingley has. Hove has, Chelmsford has, Canterbury has a slope. You don't realise until you get out there. Van Beek bowls and fields well off his follow through where there is no run. Bowlers, I enjoyed bowling at the nursery end at Lord's, and I got so much more success that end than the pavilion end. I found if I bowled at the pavilion end, left armers like the pavilion end, but if I bowled at the pavilion end, I find myself bowling not 4 balls but maybe 2 balls, 2 straight, and it would go down the slope as Van Beek bowls, and Elgar negotiates that up to mid-off for no run, that you end up bowling 2 straight and someone will just push you into the leg side, and what pressure you've created you've lost because they've got a 2 or a 4. So I was very content and happy at the nursery end. At this ground here I bowled predominantly my overs from this end, up the hill, because John Lever and then maybe Mark Eilert, but Neil Foster would prefer the Hayes close end. This is cut beautifully, typical Elgar shot. He picks up the width and he just caresses it, times it, and it goes for 4 through square point. Easy shot that for Elgar. So that's from my angle. You always look at an end, and in county cricket, if you look at grounds in the West Indies or South Africa, Australia, they are big expanses of green, but there are no slopes. It's a flat surface. In comes Van Beek. This is driven up to mid-off. There is no run. But in England, you've got about 5, 6, 7 grounds that do have a specific slope. And it might be running leg to off, or it might be running north to south, going up and down. But don't forget, in county cricket, you always need bowlers. And I always look at the wind, because there are certain bowlers that bowl into the wind, up the hill, and do the hard yards as a job. That is a short ball bouncer put through, and Elgar is very happy to leave it alone through to the keeper. End of the over. 6:42 for no wicket, and that's the 13th over.
Yeah, we got 6 left in the day.
So what other slopes can you think of? Your out grounds. Now, I think I played a second team game, is it? Knipersley?
That's Derbyshire. Yeah.
Evesham.
Don't use Evesham anymore. Evesham's pretty flat, but they hardly play any cricket there. Kidderminster has got a little bit of a slope from the railway end, from that far end.
Yep.
Not huge. I mean, some are really more pronounced than others, aren't they?
Perhaps I should take both of you. You've not been out there. I'll take you and Mash out to the middle tomorrow morning.
Verdi in bowls, and this is pushed out by Das on the onside. I have been out there. I was out there yesterday and this morning, but it'll be. It's always interesting.
Mash is bringing his trainers tomorrow and his shorts.
Oh, you better not tell the groundsman.
And well, we can go to an old one.
Verdi again bowls outside the off stump, pushed out on the offside by Robin Das, who's 17 not out. He's faced 34 balls. Dean Elgar 25 not out. Has faced 44. Neither of them has been in terrible trouble. It's been watchful, patient, and very, very important batting by these two. They haven't really shown any signs of getting out. Verdi bowls again, Das defends. Elgar was beaten once by Taylor. He edged one that bounced short of Rob Jones at second slip, but you're entitled to a little bit of good fortune early on. But other than that, not a great deal of problem for the batsmen as Verdi bowls and Das is forward, pushes out on the offside. I think if you, as a spinner, if you're going to pick up wickets on this pitch at the moment, lacking a little bit of pace as well, you've probably got to have batsmen looking to play shots at you, and that at the moment isn't going to be the case tonight, because these two are just looking to get through the day, quite understandably. So even when Verdi throws it up like that in the outside the off stump, Das is happy just to push it out on the offside. But we saw, as I said earlier, Harmer had to be very patient. 27 overs, 3 for 103, and he's a real master. Took him a while to tease out his first wicket, a caught and bowled from Logan van Beek. As Das bowls again, slightly quicker. Das, I beg your pardon. Verdi bowls again to Das, and he drops it down on the leg side, and there's no run. But they've played really well, these two. It's been a long day, 5 overs left now. They look as though they're going to get through without loss, and that will be what they set out to do when they walked out there to bat after tea tonight. 266 Worcestershire, and Essex at the moment in good shape at 42 without loss.
Here's an outground, Frank, you will remember, because a county that's probably quite dear to your heart used to play a lot of Sunday League there.
Yeah.
I don't know if they played Championship there. Other people will be able to inform me, please do. But Derbyshire used to play annually at Heenall.
Heenall, yeah.
And my word, what a slope that was.
Yeah, Heenall, that's I don't think they play there now.
No, they don't.
They certainly don't play Championship there. They still play a Championship game at Queen's Park, Chesterfield.
Yeah, got my career best there, Chesterfield.
Lovely ground.
Yes, it is.
Beautiful ground.
It is. Got great memories of there. But Elgar's played that into the leg side. It was a decent ball that was of goodish length, which he's just played into the leg side, no run. Very important for Elgar to hang in here. 2 slips waiting, a ring on the offside. Mid-wicket, mid-on and fine leg. This is played off the back foot, force into the offside, good looking shot, but he found the fielder at cover. There is no run. Yeah, Chesterfield still is a very famous outground.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scarborough,
They have a festival of cricket, don't they?
Scarborough too. I mean, Lancashire have moved a few games to Sedbergh, but traditionally Southport and Blackpool are 2 outgrounds. Aigburth, yeah. As Van Beek is in, this is driven into the leg side. He's clipped it. That's a good looking shot, but he'll take an easy 2. Will Dean Elgar for Essex, and they move to 44 without loss. Other outgrounds, well, years and years ago, Hampshire, obviously when they used to play at the old ground, they used to play at places like Basingstoke.
Yeah, played at Basingstoke.
Played at United Services.
United
Portsmouth,
Services, yeah, played there as well.
But obviously they don't really play at Bournemouth, Dean Park. They don't play many away from their new utility bowl. This is driven and it's fielded on his follow through by Beak. And in fact, you know, when we look at New Zealand, they used to have some of those major stadiums, you know, Christchurch or Eden
Park.
What we're found with, because they're not attracting full houses, they're playing at a lot more festival grounds which are constructed, which have an English feel to them. And I think people who are looking to travel to New Zealand for the Test Series will be excited by some of those grounds. Played into the offside, no run.
I've said before many times, and Worcestershire regular listeners probably bored with hearing me say it, but the most beautiful cricket ground I've ever played on or watched cricket at is in New Zealand, and it's in New Plymouth, called Pukekohe Park.
Played a World Cup game there.
Bit too small for first class cricket, but
with a triangle of spectators.
Bench,
Do you know
grass steps cut into the outground. It's just fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Elgar plays that defensively. End of the over.
Well, can I tell you, when I was involved with Zimbabwe, I was their coach for 3 years, culminating in taken to the 92 World Cup, where we crossed the Tasman Sea about 4 or 5 times. Yeah. Well, our first game where we set a world record was at Pukekohe Park against Sri Lanka in the opening fixture, really, of the 92 World Cup in Australasia. The only problem was we couldn't defend it. We went out and got the world record, and Sri Lanka went and got it.
It's just a bit too small for proper first class cricket. It was just fantastic. They've played one test there, I think, and they've played quite a few ODIs there, but they don't do that anymore. But Central District still play there, and it is just a magnificent place. As Amar Verdi comes in from the Alistair Cook end, and Das pushes back to him. It's got 3 sides where the sides to our grass terraces, just
Yes.
with wide enough to put a
Yes.
table and chairs on all the way up, go right up into
Yes.
the sky, and at the back of the ground the most fantastic tropical gardens. Just an amazing place. Verdi bowls pushed out on the offside again.
I bet you're surprised to hear that your co-commentator remembers
I thought
with
you
affection.
might have played there. I thought you
Yeah.
might have. I lived literally
Did you?
outside the gates for the year that I was there when I went over as a young player. But yeah, it was fantastic. I played with Mushtaq Mohammed in the league at Old Hill and Verdi bowls, and this is cut by Das for 4.
Good shot.
Gives himself room down to the boundary for 4. Verdi goes to 21. Elgar's 27, and a good start for Essex. 48 for no wicket now as we near the end of the day. And Mushtaq, who worked for Pakistan International Airlines at the time, sorted out my tickets to go out there, and he said, "Oh yes, New Plymouth, Kookaburra Park." He said, "You'll really enjoy it." But it's Pukekura, Pukekura, an amazing cricket ground. Amar Verdi in again and bowls. This is nicely flighted up to Das, who just pushes out into the covers. Applause from slip and keeper for Verdi. Nice bit of bowling, but no breakthrough yet for Worcestershire.
You're talking about outgrounds, but just around the world. And we were talking with Mash earlier about North Stars in Barbados.
Yeah. Verdi again bowls. This is pushed out on the offside. There, it is. It's just one of the great things about cricket, isn't it, Don?
But the reality,
Great
the
grounds.
brutal reality is today, like we know in county cricket, is it costs to play and costs to upkeep these, North Stars in Barbados.
Verdi again bowls, blocked by Das. End of the over. So 3 left in the day. Essex 44 without loss.
Barbados play all their cricket today at the 3Ws or Kensington Oval, but they used to play at North Stars, and it's Barbados is only the size of Colchester to Chelmsford, 25 miles long by 13 miles wide, and they can't afford to keep those old grounds or county. Essex used to play at Colchester, and they no longer play there. Southend, Billericay could be a festival ground. In the same way, we just talked about the cricket. Probably representative cricket isn't as much at Pukekura Park in New Plymouth.
No, you're right.
It's a challenge.
There's one close to home, Don, that you'll have played at. I've certainly played there 2 or 3 times, and it's a sad loss. Glamorgan aren't going to play at St Helens anymore in Swansea. I mean, what a shame that is.
Yes.
I was there on holiday a few weeks ago. There was cricket going on there, but Glamorgan aren't playing there anymore.
Taylor
Taylor's back into the attack.
In to Elgar, bowls a bit straight. Elgar clips him off his pads, and he collects the single, which brings Das on to strike. 49 for no wicket. There's still a few people in the ground, not as busy as it was this morning or lunchtime. 2,040 people have frequented us today. That's a great number for county cricket on day 1 here at Chelmsford. So well done and thank you all. Yeah, St Helens, the long steps,
lot of steps,
all the way down to the rugby pitch, really.
Yeah.
As Taylor in bowls, good delivery. Das does come forward eventually, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, there was a number of years where Essex, in my era, played at St Helens and not at Sophia Gardens, and then we would always go out to one of the valleys, Pontypridd, Merthyr, for a Sunday league game.
Yeah, I can remember playing, not playing, but working as a journalist on a Glamorgan and Worcestershire 3-day game at Pontypridd, Innis Angarad Park it was called.
This is driven, squares him up, but it's driven. Taylor tries to get his hand on it, hits the ball straight, does Das. It cannons off the stumps at the umpire's end, and there is no run. Yeah. And
it rained and rained and rained that day. We only played about 1.5 days in the whole game, but it was well, they played all over the place.
Yeah, they did.
They're still playing at Neath again now, which is nice, I think. I noticed that Glamorgan are playing at Neath, the Knoll.
Yes. In comes Taylor, This is driven, gets low down, gets on his front foot, watches the shot, plays a little bit of a check drive, but it's fielded by the captain at cover, no run. Yeah. Gloucestershire used to go out to Moreton in the Marsh.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, which is almost in Worcestershire. Very, very much in
Did
the
they
north
do
of the
Lydney,
county.
Lydney as well?
Yeah, I think they did. Yeah, Lydney's
Towards
Gloucestershire
Wales.
towards Wales. Steve James's hometown, I think. Lydney.
In comes Taylor, squares him up. Das negotiates it.
Glamorgan played at Abergavenny, didn't they? Which
Yes,
was beautiful, beautiful ground. Seen some cracking games between Worcester and Glamorgan there.
Yes.
But no, it's changed, and as you say, it's all about money. And I'm well aware. Ashley Giles has talked several times to members at Worcester this year about the cost of taking cricket to Kidderminster, which they had to do at the start of the year
Yes.
because of the floods. But if it costs that much to take it to Kidderminster, then obviously that gives you an idea of how much it costs to go to outgrounds. It's just not practical anymore.
Taylor in. This is played off the front foot. Walks his shot. Does Das into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 49 for no wicket. The other point I'd just like to mention about the festival cricket is, over the years, talking about my era, so it was the 80s and 90s, that the councils where we used to go used to contribute something towards that cricket in the community, be it Colchester Borough Council, Southend Borough Council, or back into Ilford, where they contributed, some of the money for the costs that Essex would incur. And the councils today don't have that money anymore that they can spend, just allocate towards cricket.
Verdi round the wicket, bowls to Elgar, he pushes out to mid-on. I'll try and give you a bit of a story of the day as we go through this over. Worcestershire won the toss and chose to bat. They were in trouble straight away, and after 5 overs they were in big trouble. They were 10 for 4 at that point. Jamie Porter had picked up 3 of those first 4 wickets to fall. Verdi bowls, Elgar drives, no run. Sam Cook got the other one. The men out, Libby 7, Roderick without scoring, Jones 1, and Hose also without scoring. Kashif Ali followed, having hit a bright 24. He chopped on off Jamie Porter, 4th wicket for Porter, 46 for 5 Worcestershire. Bit of a recovery, got to 100 for 5 by lunch. Verdi bowls, Elgar plays defensive back up the pitch. Good partnership of 72 for that 6th wicket before Ethan Brooks was out after lunch for 46. He played really well. Brett D'Oliveira was his partner in that partnership. Van Beek then went for 6. D'Oliveira then went for 68, and the recovery continued after Leach was out for 5 with an excellent last wicket partnership of 64 for Worcestershire. As Verdi bowls and Elgar pushes out on the offside. That was between Verdi himself, who's now bowling. He was out for 42, leaving Taylor 62 not out. 5 for Jamie Porter and 3 for Simon Harmer. So Worcestershire making 266 all out, having been 10 for 4. And Essex had a tricky period to bat. And Elgar gets a run here, playing out on the offside. Off Verdi, a ball that was slightly short, and that brings up the Essex 50. I said they had a tricky period to bat. We're actually in the 18th over. There'll be one after this. They had 19 overs to bat before the end of the day, and Dean Elgar, great experience. Robin Das, great potential. Between them have taken Essex to 50 without much trouble. They just congratulate each other on the 50 partnership, and Amar Verdi is about to complete his final over of the day, his 5th, and so far Essex reasonably untroubled. Here is Verdi round the wicket and bowls, and Das is forward pushing out on the offside. The end of the over. We've got 1 left in the day, and there you are. You've had the story of the day's play. It's been watched by 2,000 people, as Don Topley was saying. I hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. It's been a cracking day's county cricket in great weather, and we'll be back tomorrow.
I think I can safely say, Frank, that was a great wrap about the day, but I think I can guarantee you
A wicket this over.
No. Now you're being greedy, Frank. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. No, you're being greedy. What I can guarantee you, and I mentioned it last week in a tweet, I think you're going to have some gorgeous weather here in the south.
Yeah.
It'll be shorts as I turn and look at Mash. He's going to be in shorts tomorrow.
Have a look at that. That's the most amazing news of the day, I think, that I've just seen on my phone from
Oh, blimey.
Northamptonshire.
And you read that. The game has been abandoned.
Yeah,
Is that right?
That's just extraordinary.
You describe
I'm gonna
what's
have a
happened,
look at the,
and I'll give you the score.
Yeah. Okay, well, I've just seen a tweet which suggests that the game between Northamptonshire and
125 all out were Gloucestershire, and Northants at the end of the day were 116 for 2.
match abandoned, hybrid pitch deemed unsafe, so no play at present after Northamptonshire dismissed the host for 125. Match abandoned, umpire say foreseeable risk to batsmen.
116 for 2.
Unbelievable.
Can I listen? 125 all out.
Yeah.
Okay, that's you can understand if it's a poor wicket, but 116 for 2 doesn't sound too dangerous to me.
No. Match abandoned. How do you split the points up? That's an
Draw,
interesting
match
one.
drawn.
Yeah.
Match drawn as is. So 2 balls we've seen. That was important news to get across to our listeners there, that a game on day 1 has been abandoned and the result is already match drawn. But here at Chelmsford, with 4 balls remaining, Essex on 50 for no wicket. Well, the 2 balls we've seen have been dot balls, and it's going to be Dean Elgar facing the left-handed South African. He's on 29 and he's facing Taylor, and there's an LBW shout, and he's been given. Taylor deserves that. That's he looks at his pads, does Elgar. He'll be disappointed, but the umpire David Milnes has agreed that that is adjacent. So in the final over, Worcestershire have made a notch. They've opened the door, and Taylor has got a wicket. He's got 1 for 17. He's got Elgar LBW for 29, and the players slowly return to the pavilion, because that is the end of the day's play here at Chelmsford. So a momentous moment really for Worcestershire, because they needed a wicket and they got it when Essex got to 50 without loss. It's the final over. It was the 3rd ball of this final over, and it was Tom Taylor who got an LBW appeal, and he was agreed that was out, and poor Dean Elgar has to walk off to the pavilion where his work is done, and he won't be opening the batting tomorrow morning. Well, as Frank and indeed Mash have confirmed, it's been a great day's cricket. Essex probably have won the day, and we're just in front of us here. You can hear the applause, and the Worcester faithful are just applauding their fellas back into the pavilion. It's been a great day's cricket. Essex are in the ascendancy, but anything can happen tomorrow. Join us again. It will be the same 3 on duty, Frank, Mash and myself, and all that remains for me to do is to wish you all a very good night, and thank you for listening.
Sales are available through Essex Cricket.